the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 926, Lady Viper. Green is a beautiful color, but it is not suitable for dressing, especially when the whole body is green. The feeling is even more subtle. This woman has a beautiful face, but it is a bit weird that her hair, eyes, lips and clothes are all green. Excuse me, who are you looking for? The woman did not answer Kelly's question, but looked at Catherine and Diana. Huh? It's really you. I'm really afraid that I'm looking for the wrong person, the woman said. Kelly was a little upset. What's wrong with you? I'm standing in front of you and asking questions, but you pretend not to see it. Hey. Mom. Please, Kelly. Unexpectedly, Diana suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her before Kelly finished speaking. Mrs. Viper, Diana stared at the woman in front of her. Although this woman was very different from before, Diana could still feel the breath of the past from her. What are you doing here? To seek revenge, Catherine also made a dress for herself with her hair at the first time, and summoned her own weapons, 2 magic pistols. Kelly was a little confused and didn't know what was going on. You guys, Catherine walked up to her and whispered, she was once an enemy. During World War I, she mixed with the Germans. Kelly had heard about Kai and Diana's adventures during World War I, and knew that they had destroyed the Germans' conspiracy to destroy the entire Western Front with poison gas. But she didn't expect that Mrs. Viper was still alive. Thinking of this, Kelly immediately became alert. But at this moment, Kai suddenly spoke up and interrupted their confrontation. Okay, Diana, don't be nervous. She didn't come here to cause trouble. Mrs. Viper also breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and then she smiled and said to Kai, sure enough, I guessed right. Night King, you are still alive. After Mrs. Viper was defeated that year, she hid for a while, fearing that she would be discovered. After all, Eris and Kai had fought fiercely in front of her. That scared her, and she was always afraid that Kai would come down from the sky like a god and slash her with a sword, killing her. As a result, she hid for such a long time, but never heard the rumors about the Night King again. It was also because of this that she slowly came out to move. Kai's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that this woman actually guessed his identity. Don't you want to invite me in? It's very rude to stop guests outside the door to talk. The 3 women looked at Kai. Kai nodded. Soon the 5 people sat down in the living room. No tea was served. After all, they were not friends. Mrs. Viper was not surprised. In fact, if there was no other way, she would not come to them. She lived very well in Europe. I didn't expect that the famous Night King would wrong himself to become a small police chief. After all, according to your strength, you can conquer a piece of land at any time and become a king yourself. Mrs. Viper looked at Kai with interest, and it seemed like she was talking to an old friend. But in fact, Mrs. Viper was panicking. She was really scared, afraid that the Night King would be unreasonable and chop her with a sword. That would be too unfair. Well, considering the latest she committed, it was not unfair. But she didn't want to. She hadn't lived enough. That's my own business, it's not your turn to worry about it. So what are you doing here? Provoking me? You know that's not a good idea. I didn't kill you at the beginning simply because Eris was more important and you were just an insignificant little character. That can't be a reason for you to be so presumptuous. Kai even forgot the woman's name, so he couldn't quite understand why this woman found him. He didn't think this woman had the capital to fight against him. He was very sure of this. Kai never thought he was invincible, because that form would hurt him sooner or later. But he wouldn't despise himself too much, at least this woman didn't have that ability. Lady Viper's expression froze, and her momentum immediately dropped. She just wanted more initiative, so that she could gain a little advantage in the next negotiation, so as to win more preferential treatment. But from this point of view, Lord Night King didn't seem to be willing to compromise. Tell me, what are you doing here? Diana was even more impatient. She still remembered what this woman was planning to do at the beginning. She was planning to send millions of people to death. Her crime was unforgivable. Otherwise, I don't mind completing the trial that was not completed that year. Mrs. Viper was silent for a while before she said in a hoarse voice, I'm here to negotiate. Negotiate? Yes, what to negotiate? What for? Everything, In exchange for my life, Mrs. Viper said firmly. She is indeed the kind of person who can give up everything to survive. If you hide well, I don't think it will be so easy for us to find you. In fact, if Mrs. Viper hadn't come to find her herself, they would have forgotten about this person. I don't want to either. I have no choice. Mrs. Viper almost cried when she heard this. She had lived well for decades, but she didn't expect to encounter such a deadly thing again. We are very interested in this. Can you tell me in detail? Diana immediately asked with great interest or gloating. It is definitely not a good experience to be gloated by others, just like Mrs. Viper now. But in order to survive, she still chose to explain the situation. I once signed a contract with an evil god. As soon as she said this, Catherine stood up all of a sudden. She seemed very excited. How dare you sign a contract with the evil god? There was a reason why Catherine was so excited. Catherine has always been a member of the Holy Church, and the predecessor of the Holy Church was the Holy Church Hermitage. This organization was first established in the Dark Ages. That was the most chaotic and disparate era in Europe. The entire European continent was filled with death, famine, plague, and war. In this situation, it was inevitable that all kinds of evil gods would come out to do evil. The most terrifying of them were not the dark creatures, but the evil gods. The Holy Church actually didn't quite understand what the evil gods were, but just generally called them enemies of God. In that desperate era, it was not uncommon to believe in evil gods for some unavoidable reasons. There were really many evil god believers at that time. Of course, most of the blame had to be borne by the Holy See. At that time, the Holy See was no different from the evil gods. In order to eliminate the evil gods, the Holy See very simply and violently launched a witch hunt. As a result, not many witches were burned to death, but too many ordinary people were burned to death. So there were more people who believed in evil gods. This is also the reason why the Templar congregation and the Holy See are at odds. The Holy See thinks that the Templar congregation are traitors, while the Templar congregation thinks that the Holy See is full of idiots. Chapter 927 Transaction. In short, during that period of time, both the Priory and the Church were vigorously fighting against the evil god believers. As for when the evil god believers began to gradually disappear, the Priory and the Church were not very clear. They only knew that all the evil gods no longer responded to the believers' prayers, so those evil god sects gradually disappeared. Naturally, the Priory and the Church believed that this was their own credit. Later, the Priory and the Church broke up completely, and both sides accused each other of being heretics, and then they started fighting. The Priory was certainly not the opponent of the Holy See. It happened that the King of England wanted to divorce during that time, and broke up with the Church. So the Priory ran to England and saved itself with the help of the King of England. It was also because of this kind of thing that not many people remembered the evil god. As a member of the Priory Church, Catherine only knew a little bit. Catherine didn't expect that the evil god believers would appear again. Kai was a little surprised by Catherine's reaction. What's wrong? Catherine. What's the problem? Catherine didn't pay attention to Kai's question but asked Mrs. Viper, which evil god do you believe in? Mrs. Viper immediately became alert when she heard Catherine say that. She knew that it was right for her to come to them. Chthon. This is a transliterated word, and its meaning is unclear. So later generations called him Ensang according to the pronunciation. Catherine had obviously heard of this name, Ensang, Hades, the devil of the dark book, the great shadow, the god of black magic, Sisyphus, Sisson, the great demon shadow. The origin of all corruption and evil, the origin of all black magic, a member of the ancient old gods. Hearing this, Mrs. Viper became even more excited. She checked for decades and found that not many people on the whole earth knew the details of this evil god. Catherine was very surprised. How dare you believe in this evil god, even in that dark age? Ensang was the most evil and crazy evil god. Those who believe in him are all crazy, even vampires, werewolves and other aliens are afraid of him. Of course, these are the only records in the Holy Church. It's not that the information is lost, but those ancestors believe that the existence of these evil gods is best forgotten, and not a single bit should be left. If it weren't for the Holy Church's duty to fight against them, the Holy Church would not even want to keep their names. Mrs. Viper didn't say anything. Although it sounds crazy, if she had to choose again, she would still choose to make a deal with the evil god. After all, he really changed her life. But there is no need to say such words. Then what do you want us to do? Mrs. Viper didn't say anything, but directly took out something like a pocket watch. What is this? Kai asked. A divine artifact, which I used to escape from Ensang. Relying on this artifact, I escaped from Ensang's contract for decades. I thought I could continue to escape, but after the New York War, the effect of this artifact became weaker and weaker. I think Ensang will find me soon. At that time, I think death is the best result I can get. Her soul belongs to Ensang. Death will only make things worse. I've already sensed that Ensang and I are getting closer and closer, and he may find me at any time. Catherine and Diana were unmoved. But Kelly was a little moved by sympathy. After all, it was a human life. You want us to help you? Yes, Kelly, Diana shouted dissatisfiedly. Then he said to Mrs. Viper, we won't help you, and I even think it's better. That's what you deserve. Although she didn't know what the evil god was, Diana felt that it was nothing bad for Mrs. Viper to have such an end. Thinking about everything she had done, wasn't such an end what she should have? Kelly looked at Diana a little at a loss. She couldn't imagine that Diana would actually say that. But Catherine patted Kelly and told her not to think about it. Unexpectedly, in the face of Diana's ruthlessness, Mrs. Viper was not only not depressed and desperate, but said confidently, of course I know that is my best end, but what if my death is related to the safety of this world? Kai suddenly realized that there was such a cause and effect in it. He had been curious from the beginning. Where did this woman get the confidence to come to them? Did she really think they were saints who were afraid of hurting ants? So when he heard Mrs. Viper say that her life and death were related to the safety of the whole world, he immediately understood that this was her reliance. What do you mean? Diana obviously thought of it. It means that once Ensang finds me, he can come to this world through my body. An evil god descends on the earth. Haha, what do you think will happen next? Mrs. Viper said with a gloating look on her face. Of course, she was still terrified in her heart. Is she the kind of person who would worry about what the world will be like? In the hearts of such people, the only thing worth worrying about is herself. The destruction of the world is none of her business. If she can still live well after the destruction of the world, she will never meddle in other people's business. Unfortunately, Ensang will never have the slightest mercy on her breach of contract. That's why she will find a superhero to solve this problem. Kelly now understood the sinister intentions of this woman. Catherine also looked at this woman fiercely. But Catherine still looked at Kai. She knew that this man would never let her down. Kai had been thinking about what Lady Viper said. The New York War. Needless to say, it must be the activation of the cosmic cube that tore the Great Guardian apart, which allowed Ensang's power to enter the earth. Speaking of this, Kai was also very troubled. Camelot has been busy with those messy alien ghosts and gods recently, and even some mages have sacrificed because of these alien monsters. Camelot has never been a large organization, and the number of mages is not large. So it is inevitable that there will be some negligence, and it is common sense that this Ensang was not found. Lady Viper can find them at this time. It must be said that it is a blessing in disguise. Seeing that Kai's still thinking, the others gradually look at him, waiting for his final statement. Kai naturally can't let Ensang find Lady Viper, but if it is really so easy to help this woman, Kai is not willing. Why should we help you? Isn't protecting the world enough? Mrs. Viper was relieved. If they said that, it meant they would still help her. The only problem was that they didn't really want to help her, but were forced to do so by the situation. It didn't matter, as long as the goal was achieved. But she knew who the other party was. Don't let them kill you right after you solve Ensang's troubles. That would be a loss. What do you think? Kai did not hide his malice. Everything has a price. I can pay the corresponding price. Mrs. Viper wanted to get it for free, but she couldn't stand the fact that the other party was stronger than her, and the risk of getting it for free was too great. Tell me, Kai knew that they couldn't just ignore this matter. Who knew how much damage Ensang would cause? But if he compromised like this, he would still feel unhappy. He was asking Mrs. Viper for a price at this time, more to find psychological balance. Aren't you curious about how I found you? Mrs. Viper did not explain directly, but asked such a question instead. Kelly woke up from her dream. She looked at Kai and asked hurriedly, Honey, are we exposed? Kai often told her the importance of keeping secrets. Diana and Catherine were fine, but Kelly still had a mother. If her identity was exposed, those bad guys she had dealt with might cause trouble for her mother. After being a chivalrous hero for so long, she was no longer the simple young lady. She knew that some people could do anything. Kai also noticed this problem and looked at Mrs. Viper. Mrs. Viper immediately explained, "I came here because I know Miss Diana and Miss Catherine. Don't worry, your information has not been exposed." Of course, those guys have already made some guesses about your identity. Mrs. Viper's words calmed Kelly down a little. "Who gave you the information?" Mrs. Viper smiled. "This is the price I want to exchange, information about Hydra." When the word Hydra appeared, several people in the room were stunned. Although in their opinion, Hydra was just like that, from ancient times to the present, there has been no shortage of ambitious people, and Hydra is just one of them. But the propaganda power of this era is strong, so Hydra has become the world's #1 evil organization, and its reputation has spread far and wide. Many people know that Hydra is an evil organization as famous as the Nazis. But they never expected to hear this word from Mrs. Viper. "Let me introduce myself again. I'm not called Mrs. Viper now. I'm called Mrs. Hydra." Now everyone else was shocked. "Selling yourself? This operation is good. After World War I hid for a while and knew that the Red Skull found me and asked me to join their secret society. I was not interested at first, but I couldn't resist their conditions. So I joined. It was at that time that I changed my name to Mrs. Hydra." Kai remembered that he had heard the Indian agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. shouting "Long live Hydra." He had always suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D. had any connection with Hydra. Now suddenly hearing Mrs. Viper say this, Kai is really interested. If it's just like this, it seems not enough. Mrs. Viper certainly knew what Kai meant. If it was just the things under her command, it would naturally not be enough. And who said that she would sell herself? It's not easy to save up a family fortune. Of course, I have to ask others to sponsor me. Of course, what if I tell you that it was S.H.I.E.L.D. who gave me the news? S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed colluding with Hydra. This made some of Kai's previous guesses come true. Collusion. Mrs. Hydra was stunned. She didn't expect it to unfold like this. Catherine and the others were also interested. What collusion? Kai told them what he overheard when he helped Wayne save his girlfriend. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Diana's face suddenly became solemn. They all had some contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, Kingsman provided quite detailed intelligence, so they knew what kind of organization S.H.I.E.L.D. was, and they also knew that Kai didn't like this organization very much. But they never thought that an organization dedicated to fighting Hydra would now collude with Hydra. This is not a trivial matter. Puff. Mrs. Hydra. Well, since Mrs. Hydra is about to sell out her accomplices, she should be called Mrs. Viper. Mrs. Viper couldn't help laughing. What? Am I wrong? Kai didn't like this kind of ridicule. Sorry. I couldn't help it. Mrs. Viper smiled and waved her hands, then took a deep breath and said, "So, my information is worth more than the money. How should I put it? It's not accurate to say that there is collusion." Everyone looked at Mrs. Viper, waiting for her next revelation. It should be said that Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. have always been one. A group of people were stunned at first, and then 3 seconds later, several people took a breath of cold air. S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra. You can't say that, but S.H.I.E.L.D. has indeed been infiltrated by Hydra. I don't know how many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are Hydra, and I'm not responsible for this part. But I can say for sure that Hydra was able to recover quickly after the war, and S.H.I.E.L.D. did help a lot. How is this possible? Kai was a little bit unbelievable. Damn, this is bullshit. An organization dedicated to destroying Hydra actually turned around and was infiltrated by Hydra? Were the people who founded S.H.I.E.L.D. all pigs? Really? Mrs. Viper felt happy when she talked about this. When the Red Skull died and Germany was conquered, Mrs. Viper had already made plans for everyone to separate and disband. Unexpectedly, the Americans managed to bring Hydra back to life. People inside Hydra thought it was ridiculous at first, and have always regarded this as evidence of Hydra's greatness and a joke to make fun of the Americans. How can you defeat the enemy with so much effort and then rush to bring the enemy back to life? Anyway, Hydra and Germany don't understand. But the Americans did it, and more than once. After World War I, Germany was able to recover so quickly and start a war again, and the United States and Britain made great efforts. It was the French who were unlucky, and they were always the ones who got hurt. No wonder the French surrendered so quickly. What are you waiting for when you meet such a pig teammate? Not long after the war ended, I thought Hydra was finished and was ready to flee. But then the Americans came looking for us, recruiting Hydra personnel everywhere and bringing them to the United States. I remember it was Project Paperclip, and a large number of Hydra personnel came to the United States legitimately. I originally wanted to go to the United States, But because I had a group of people of my own and didn't want to rely on others, I simply left them and developed on my own. Anyway, Hydra in the United States recovered very quickly. In a few years, the originally collapsed organizational structure was reorganized. Chapter 928 Shocking Revelations. Tony has been in the White House these days. To be honest, he doesn't like this place at all, but in order to seek justice for his father, he has to play along with those guys. The White House has also been discussing with the military recently. The military also said that Bucky would be pardoned. It's not that the military was lobbied by Steve, but how to say it. Most of the military leaders at this stage are old people who grew up in the era when Captain America was the most popular. They have extraordinary feelings for Captain America and Bucky Barnes. In some cases that do not involve their own interests, they are quite willing to use their influence to give some help. Not for anything else, just for the former Bai Guang. People, the older they get, the more they miss the past. However, these voices were quickly suppressed. The United States must give an explanation to the public and the international community, especially to African countries. Although the United States has never looked down on those countries, the murder of the King of Wakanda has made the entire African country extremely dissatisfied. For their own interests and for the United States' respect for black countries, these countries have the most intense reactions. Many countries have issued a statement every day, asking the United States to give an explanation. So many countries have come together to cause trouble for the United States, and the US government is also scratching its head. The crime of terrorist attacks is not as easy to be pardoned as other crimes. So with the lobbying of Tony and the Stark Group, more people decided to severely punish Bucky Barnes. However, many people feel that dealing with Bucky is one thing, and propaganda is another. Everyone is happy when the terrorists are killed. As for Bucky Barnes, well, he has been dead for a long time, so don't disturb his sleep, right? Tony doesn't have much opinion on this. It is naturally good to be able to execute a cannon, but this thing is not subject to his will. So, revenge is enough. At this stage, everyone is interested in the forces behind Bucky, so even though Bucky's fate is almost certain, the interrogation is actually still going on. No one is not curious about who turned their hero into a terrorist. On this day, Tony just came out of the president's office. He received a call from Kai. To be honest, the president is not as annoying as imagined, but talking about technology with a politician. Tony felt that he would never talk to him about this topic again. Hey, buddy. What's wrong? Calling me at this time, is there something wrong with the teleporter? Tony asked casually. No. It's a serious incident. Come here right now. By the way, remember not to be followed, Kai said. Hearing Kai's tone, Tony knew that this matter was not trivial. I see. By the way, I remind you, I also called the captain and Miss Carter, Kai said in advance, so that this guy would not be confused about the situation and cause any unpleasantness. What? Why did you call them? Are they still unwilling to give up? Tony was afraid that Kai was persuaded by them to be a lobbyist. He naturally didn't need to consider other people, but Kai's words. Tony needed to think carefully. Don't think about it, it has nothing to do with Bucky. But it has something to do with your father's case. Kai knew it, so he quickly stopped Tony with the words. Sometimes this guy's personality is like a child. Very difficult to deal with. I understand, come as soon as possible. Tony soon arrived in Chicago. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, they met at a secret villa outside Chicago. Steve and Carter were already waiting there. They were also surprised to see Tony. They were called over by Kai in a serious manner, and at first they thought it was about Bucky's matter. Seeing Tony coming, they thought it was this matter, otherwise why would Kai call Tony over? So Steve said to Tony with a happy face, Tony. I know it. You are the same as your father, both, shut up. You don't deserve to mention my father. Unexpectedly, Tony still spoke harshly. Carter also planned to say something, at least to make Tony less excited. But seeing her speak, Tony said decisively, including you. Ms. Carter. You are not qualified to mention my father, Tony. Howard and I know, good friends, right? My father even asked you to be my guardian. But now, you are speaking for the murderer who killed him. Ms. Carter, you abandoned your friend. So, don't mention him anymore, okay? Hearing my father's name from your mouth makes me feel physically uncomfortable. After saying that, he left without looking back. This made Carter sad. Unlike Steve, Carter and Howard have been together for a longer time, and they have experienced a lot together. Carter was despised by everyone at that time, thinking that a woman could not do anything great. It was Howard who encouraged her and made her achieve a career. It was also Howard who supported her in her most difficult time. Howard was framed for treason, and it was Carter who helped Howard clear his suspicion. She watched Tony born and grow up, and he was like her own child. Especially during the time when Howard died, she was always taking care of him. Even when she was dying, it was Tony who asked Hannibal to use magic to restore her youth. They should have been relatives. But now, because of Bucky's matter, Tony has regarded her as an enemy. Even facing her, Tony can speak ill of her without hesitation. How could Carter not feel sad and painful? Steve saw that sad expression on Carter's always strong face, and Steve was not easy. Steve didn't know how to comfort her. Carter quickly put her mood back. All she could do now was to take it slowly. Hope that one day the rift between them could be slowly bridged. I'm fine, let's go in. It seems that what Mr. Wayne wants to say is very serious. Why call them? I see their faces now, Tony, Kai emphasized. Remember what I told you before, okay. I'll try my best. But I really hate to appear with them. Kai was also helpless. If it wasn't a big deal, I wouldn't want to call these two groups together. Soon Steve and Carter walked in together. Mr. Wayne, Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. I know it's a bit presumptuous to call you all here, but given the current situation, I have to call you all here. Steve was completely disappointed. He thought Bucky's case would turn around. He didn't think about robbing the prison. First of all, Steve still abides by the law. Secondly, this time he was caught red-handed, and he really didn't know how to save Bucky. In addition, Carter would not allow Steve to do such a stupid thing. Carter has decades of experience, and it is not easy to deal with a greenhorn like Steve. She knows Steve's character too well. He is enthusiastic, kind, and easily impulsive. As long as you grasp these characteristics, it is not difficult to guess his behavior, so she focused on persuading him. After several persuasions, Steve's idea of robbing the prison was subtly dispelled. Now what Steve wants to do is to save Bucky's life. After all, Tony has been pushing for Bucky's execution. Carter felt a little bad. After all, Kai was not familiar with them, and now he solemnly called them here, which was obviously not a good thing. What's the matter? Tony asked impatiently. Kai took a breath and said, Hydra. Tony was stunned for a moment, then looked at Carter and Steve. What do you mean? You want to hear a story? Carter and Steve were also stunned. They hadn't heard this name for a long time. No, what I want to say is that there are Hydras in S.H.I.E.L.D., and there are many of them. Tony didn't understand yet, but Carter's face changed drastically and he stood up. Impossible. Paperclip project. Kai said 2 words coldly. Carter's face changed again. The Paperclip project was promoted by Howard, and Carter himself was one of the people who carried out the mission. Impossible. We have done very strict background checks, and we also conducted strict surveillance on those people after they came to the United States. The Paperclip project naturally couldn't really absorb the Germans into the United States without caring about anything. There were a lot of investigations and surveillance. The surveillance of many German scientists even continued until they died of old age. What are you talking about? Tony had no idea what they were talking about. Carter took a deep breath and explained quickly. After the end of World War II, your father, in order to make the United States technological level qualitatively improved, promoted a plan in Congress called the Paperclip Plan, which is to network those German high-tech talents. So, Tony frowned when he heard that it was related to his father. Scientists inside Hydra are also recruited, Carter whispered. Then Carter immediately said, but those people have been under our surveillance. There's no way they can go wrong. Tony was a little confused. His father would actually make such a suggestion? My father is still so dedicated to the country and the people. Steve spoke now. Although this era is good, compared to the past, people nowadays don't know what patriotism is. Steve felt that this era was good, the food was better than before, the things he used were better than before, and all kinds of technology were also fantastic, but he was a little dissatisfied with the people nowadays. They have lost the spirit of America. They don't love work, they only want to enjoy themselves. They don't care about the country, they only think about themselves. Even the country itself has lost that kind of spirit, just like a bloated fat man, except for eating, there is no idea. He didn't understand what was wrong with this era. But was there anything he could do? In our era, patriotism was very high. Howard was that kind of person. Tony curled his lips and said nothing. After all, in the era when he grew up, patriotism had become a very low symbol, while resistance, freedom, and drug abuse were their symbols. This was something that the generation gap could not communicate. Okay. Enough of this small talk, let's get down to business. Carter was a workaholic, and once he got into the situation, he would ignore everything. Can you tell me where you got the information from? Information? I can't say. Because I can't believe you. Carter raised his eyebrows. How could he say that to her? What do you mean? I mean, I believe you and Steve, otherwise I wouldn't have called you here, but the people under you. I don't believe them. Hydra has infiltrated every aspect of SHIELD. There are some things I must be cautious about. This was the condition of the deal with Mrs. Viper. Mrs. Viper was willing to provide information, but on the premise that she would not be exposed. Nonsense. She didn't want to be hunted by Hydra, she just wanted to live well. Besides, I already know who is behind Bucky. Who? This time, not only Steve, but also Tony asked hurriedly. Daniel Whitehall. Hydra? You mean a Hydra wants to kill my father? Tony couldn't sit still anymore. Whitehall, he's still alive. Carter was also shocked. She remembered that Whitehall was much older than her, but he was still alive? Mr. Bucky Barnes, a biochemical warrior who was transformed by Whitehall. His code name is Winter Soldier. Why did Whitehall kill Howard? And Whitehall is in the United States, Carter asked. Killing Howard is for the super soldier serum. They hope to create more Winter Soldiers. Carter's face immediately darkened. Howard was killed halfway because he wanted to send the super soldier serum he made to the base. Steve stared at his hands. He didn't expect that for this kind of power. He not only lost Dr. Erkins, who was both his teacher and friend, but now another good friend has also died because of it. He used to think that he was lucky to get this power, but now it seems, it's not certain whether it's lucky or unfortunate. If he knew that he had to pay so much to get this power, he wouldn't want it. In addition, the most interesting thing about this matter is that Whitehall has never been to the United States. Kai's next sentence made Carter's face turn pale. Whitehall has never been to the United States. What does this mean? It means that there must be someone in the United States cooperating with him. Howard's research on the super soldier serum is known to very few people. Howard didn't even conduct research inside S.H.I.E.L.D., but at home. After the potion was successful, Howard didn't send anyone to protect it in a big way. He and his wife took the serum to the base. He didn't even inform Carter before, and the incident was very unexpected. But Hydra still knew about it. What does this mean? What does this mean? Tony felt like a fool and had no idea what they were talking about. This means, someone is cooperating with Whitehall, and this person has a very high status. At least he can access the highest level of secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D., Kai said faintly. Carter's face was still pale, and after hearing this, it became even worse. Tony didn't care about that. He asked anxiously, who is it? Kai grinned at Carter and said, Alexander Pierce. Chapter 929. You? Alexander Pierce, Carter's right-hand man, started working in intelligence in the United States a long time ago, and is a veteran in the establishment of SHIELD. He is also Carter's designated successor. Carter has never doubted him. After all, who could know that such a person would be Hydra? Impossible. Pierce is absolutely impossible. He was born and raised in the United States. His father also served in the 101st Airborne Division. How could he be Hydra? Carter defended his old subordinate excitedly. Carter would regard Pierce as her successor, and it was naturally impossible to relax his identity background investigation, so she was very sure that there would be no problems with her investigation. That's right. But who told you that if you were born in the United States, you couldn't be Hydra? Kamen could understand Carter. No one expected such a person to join Hydra. But unfortunately, this world is so nonsensical. In fact, not only him, but his father is also Hydra. In those days, not only was there a swarm of demons dancing in Europe, but also in the United States. At least before the victory of the war, there were not a few people in the United States who supported the Nazis. After all, German Americans were the second largest ethnic group among white Americans. At that time, many German Americans supported the United States' friendship with Germany and did not want the United States to join the war. Even giants like Ford were Nazi supporters. Pierce's father was a Nazi himself. As for why he served in the 101st Airborne Division, it was completely coincidental. He was just assigned there. Long before the United States entered the war, Hydra and the Nazis began to infiltrate the United States. And the results seemed to be quite good. Evidence? Carter still didn't believe it. No. If there was evidence, I wouldn't look for you, but tell Benjamin directly. This is also what Kai is most distressed about. If a senior official like Pierce can be pulled down with just a few words, it would be too childish. But the problem is that for such a thing, where can Kai find evidence? Even Mrs. Viper can't have evidence. Unless Mrs. Viper personally stands up as a witness. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Mrs. Viper understands the meaning of Hydra's cut off one head and two will grow better than others. Even after losing the Second World War, they were still overturned by Hydra. What a terrible vitality. If she didn't want to be hunted by Hydra for the rest of her life, she would never stand up as a tainted witness. She said very clearly that she would only provide intelligence. As for what happened next, I've given you the intelligence, what else do you want? If she can't even do this well, then it's not her fault. Carter calmed down. If there was evidence for this accusation, they wouldn't have to sit here. Can you confirm that your situation is credible? Carter believed that Kai had no ill will towards Pierce. They had never even met. Then they could only start with the intelligence. Maybe the intelligence was wrong? I'm sorry, the authenticity of the intelligence is absolutely guaranteed. Kai shrugged and said. I need to know who provided the intelligence. Mr. Wayne, Carter said seriously, his voice very stern. Looking at Carter's serious and oppressive eyes, Kai knew where the arrogance of S.H.I.E.L.D. came from. If you need it, I must do it? I'm sorry, no, Kai said very straightforwardly. Mr. Wayne. Carter stood up and looked at Kai without giving in. I hope you can understand how serious your accusation is. Then what? Kai looked at her with a relaxed face. What can you do to me, you? Carter didn't expect Kai to speak like this. Let me make it clear, Ms. Carter. I am not your subordinate, and I am not even familiar with you. I just think you are trustworthy, so I told you this information. But this does not mean that you can order me. Do you understand? Steve immediately pulled Carter's sleeve to calm her down. Sometimes Carter was so strong that even he was afraid, but Steve would not feel unhappy, but others were different. Sorry, Carter was not the kind of stubborn person. She immediately understood her situation. She had no right to order Kai. Humph, Tony snorted coldly at the side, which was considered to be an end to this matter. In fact, he wanted to interrupt Carter just now. Kai was different from others. He would not indulge her because of Carter's past achievements. Kai glanced at Tony. When will this guy change his arrogant attitude? He interrupted Carter because he was afraid that Carter would suffer a loss, but he had to do it this way. Carter took a deep breath and calmed down. Then she asked the question she was most concerned about. What about Nick Fury? Is he Hydra? Do you know why Carter was so excited? It was not because she thought Kai's accusation was nonsense, but because she had already seen that something was wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D. This was also her original intention to set up the Shadow Bureau. But she didn't expect it to be so serious. If the matter is true, it means that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated since she took power. What is this? S.H.I.E.L.D. is obviously carrying the banner of anti-Hydra, but it has become a hotbed for the development of Hydra? So what has she done in her life? It turns out that she has been fighting back and forth, and it turns out that she has been fighting for nothing. This is a denial of everything she has done in her life. This is the real reason why she is excited. No one wants their lifelong achievements to be denied. So she was not so excited because she thought Kai's accusation was nonsense. If that were the case, she would be very calm and even wanted to laugh. But the problem was that she had already discovered something wrong, which made her feel scared and even angry. Of course, these were secondary. The key now was to what extent Hydra had done it. Nick Fury? To be honest, Kai had always thought that Nick Fury was also Hydra, but surprisingly, this guy was not Hydra. The guy who looked most like Hydra was actually innocent. It was very ironic. It's a pity. He's not, Kai said. Steve and Tony's expressions became weird at the same time. What's there to be sorry about? How much do you dislike him? Carter breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Carter's relief, Kai continued, but I have to remind you, Ms. Carter. Nick Fury is Pierce's successor. He became the director at the insistence of Pierce. You know this very well. Carter was stunned. Then he nodded, looking even more discouraged. Why, isn't this a good thing? Steve asked in a daze. Tony reacted faster. He sneered and mocked. Oh, it seems that our Saint Captain America has been frozen for too long and his brain has been frozen. Pierce's Hydra. He will choose Nick Fury as the director. It's not that he has a change of heart and wants Nick Fury to expose their true colors. He will do that. There is only one possibility. That is, Nick Fury takes the position. It is in their interests for him and Hydra. Steve understood that it didn't matter whether Nick Fury was Hydra or not. Because if Pierce let Nick Fury take the position, it would only accelerate the development of Hydra, otherwise Pierce would eat too much and let him take the position? How does the saying go? The wrong route, the stronger the ability, the more reactionary. That's Nick. No matter what Nick is, what his real thoughts are, he can't change one thing: he is the director pushed up by Hydra. Everything he does is helping Hydra grow and develop. Looking at Carter's aggrieved look, Tony finally couldn't bear it. In this regard, Tony is just like his father. Although he looks like a playboy, he actually cares more about feelings than anyone else. Who is the one who provided you with the information? Tony felt that Carter would not be able to sleep if he didn't figure this out. You said it all. You gathered us together because you trust us. So it's okay to tell us, right? Kai turned his head and looked at Tony. The meaning of his eyes made Tony feel embarrassed. What's wrong? I think I'm fine. Tony felt more and more guilty as he spoke. For some reasons, I can't reveal it, Kai pouted. He knew that Tony was arrogant, but he didn't expect him to be so arrogant. However, Kai still planned to tell the name of Mrs. Viper. The transaction was one thing, but the real reason for Kai to keep it secret was that he thought the fewer people who knew about Mrs. Viper, the better. Who knows if there are Hydra around them? Kai had always thought that someone like Alexander Pierce would also be Hydra. Logically speaking, this guy has already achieved success and fame, and has become a top official. If it weren't for Mrs. Viper's revelation, Kai would never believe it. Anyway, I called you here, in addition to telling you these, more importantly, to discuss how to deal with this matter. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a behemoth, and Kai feels that it is absolutely impossible to rely on himself to solve it perfectly. It's not that he can't beat them, but the Force can really do a limited job in this matter. He can directly transform into the Night King, run to the 3 flying ornaments building and use the gun of the end to raise the entire building to the ground. But what's the use of that? Is Hydra still not caught? Killing people is the most useless way in this matter. That's why he called them here. Carter is the ancestor of intelligence work and has been doing this all his life. Steve has unparalleled influence, and Tony is financial and technical support. Only with them can Hydra be solved to the greatest extent. I will mobilize my power to investigate Pierce. By the way, I also have some trustworthy forces within S.H.I.E.L.D. I think it should help us distinguish who is Hydra. Carter thought for a while before saying. Tony glanced at Carter and said in a strange tone, "Are you sure the power you trust is really trustworthy?" Carter immediately glared at Tony. Who is he slapping in the face? Tony snorted and turned his head away from Carter. I will consider it carefully. Whether Carter was willing or not, she couldn't be justified in this matter. There was no way Pierce became the director because of her recommendation. Thinking of this, Carter felt that her old face was about to burn. The late reputation is lost. Time came to the evening, and the few people separated. Humph. This guy is still not giving up. Tony didn't leave, still indignant. When discussing the matter of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra before, both Carter and Steve talked about Bucky intentionally or unintentionally. They thought that since the mastermind behind the scenes was found, Bucky, could he be given a lighter sentence? Of course not. Every time Tony thought that it was Bucky who killed his parents, he wished he could get to know that bastard himself. How could he let him go so easily? Kai didn't express his opinion on this matter. Only Tony has the right to say what to do about this kind of thing. Kai is not going to make a decision for him. Seeing Kai ignoring him, Tony did not continue the topic. Why did you keep me here? Is there anything else to say? Waiting for someone? Waiting for whom? Someone who looks a lot like you. Kai glanced at Tony, then he turned his head and said to a corner of the room, Okay, come out, I know you're coming. You really know I'm here. A dark shadow walked out of the shadows. Black Panther, Tony shouted in surprise. Kai and Black Panther both looked at him. Tony coughed a little awkwardly, and then said, Why can't you all just go through the front door honestly? Wasn't the doorbell invented for this kind of thing? Whether it was Batman, Hannibal, or the Black Panther in front of him, they always like to suddenly run out from those dark places. Tony always felt weird. Is it more impressive to do this? Sorry, I will definitely ring the doorbell first next time, Black Panther apologized insincerely. Then he looked at Kai. Are you telling the truth? Shield and Hydra. He came a little late and didn't hear many things, but he still heard such an important thing as Shield being infiltrated by Hydra. Kai said affirmatively, 9 out of 10. Why did you ask me to come here? Black Panther was a little confused about the situation. Hydra and Shield, what is the relationship? Your father and Tony's father were killed by the same person, Kai said so. Tony immediately looked at Black Panther. T'Challa, if Tony still can't guess who this Black Panther is after such a clear indication, then he underestimated his IQ. T'Challa pulled down the black and white mask. Bucky, the person behind him is Hydra. Kai told him the truth very straightforwardly. T'Challa's face darkened. Fuck. He just accepted the invitation of S.H.I.E.L.D., but when he turned around, S.H.I.E.L.D. colluded with Hydra. What made him grit his teeth even more was that it was Hydra that killed his father. It feels like he was being played around. Fuck, T'Challa cursed fiercely. This startled Tony, who was concentrating on studying the Black Panther uniform. What's wrong? Nick Fury invited me before, T'Challa said with gritted teeth. He thought Nick Fury had tricked him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 930 Fury's Adventure. Hired by the murderer to hunt down the killer. T'Challa thought Nick Fury was so crazy that he didn't even need to do it himself to kill people. Fortunately, Kai didn't let this misunderstanding continue. Nick Fury is not Hydra, Kai explained, although his rise to power has a lot to do with Hydra. According to the intelligence, he is not Hydra. T'Challa frowned and didn't understand why he said he was not Hydra since Nick Fury relied on Hydra to rise to power. It's a bit ridiculous to say that as the leader of the world's largest intelligence organization, he didn't even know that his organization had been infiltrated by Hydra. A large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are traitors. He, the director, has been working for others, but he still thinks he can control everything. Tony couldn't help but feel sad for Nick Fury when he heard this. This guy is always talking nonsense, and he feels like he has everything in his hands, but in the end, he is the one who is played in the palm of someone else's hand. T'Challa understood what kind of situation Nick Fury was in through Kai's explanation. He is not a member of Hydra, and because of Hydra, he cannot be accepted by others, such as Carter. Even if Hydra is finally wiped out, she will not allow Nick Fury to continue to serve as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, whether S.H.I.E.L.D. will still exist at that time is a question. But this did not bring more comfort to T'Challa. Nonsense. What's the point of cooperating with such a useless guy? Pitting yourself? However, Nick Fury seems to have a feeling that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated. Nick Fury seems to have said that the reason he came to me is because he suspected that someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was bribed, so he wanted to use my hand to investigate the masterminds behind Mr. Barnes. T'Challa was originally a third party brought in by Nick Fury, who could investigate the forces behind Bucky Barnes more objectively and secretly. Did Nick Fury also notice it? Kai asked with a little surprise. The reason why he was only a little surprised? Damn, they were surrounded by Hydra, and he didn't notice anything. He might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. He is the king of agents. He is really embarrassing for all agents. Well, he thinks there is a problem inside S.H.I.E.L.D. That's why he hopes to use my power as a third party. But, obviously he has greatly underestimated his situation. Tony couldn't help laughing. He didn't have a good impression of Nick Fury. This guy actually planned to use his father's things to exchange for the Shida Superboy group that he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. His father's legacy was actually exchanged by others, and what was even more unreasonable was that the object of the exchange was him, the legitimate heir. In addition, he witnessed a cause of the New York War. So he had a very bad impression of Nick Fury. This guy always looked like I am super awesome, you should all listen to me, I know everything, you can't hide it from me, which is really hard to accept. So since you asked me to come here today, T'Challa looked at Kai. Originally, I just wanted to tell you the murderer behind the scenes and see if I could get some help from you. After all, we have a common enemy. But now it seems, you can do more. Kai said his thoughts very honestly. You plan to let me continue to cooperate with Nick Fury. T'Challa is very smart. He has heard the clues from Kai's words. That's right. I'm not sure how many Hydras there are in S.H.I.E.L.D. and how many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are still loyal to their duties. So we need someone to help us. Nick Fury is a good chess piece. Maybe he can help us. Kai's idea is simple. If you want to say who is most nervous about the Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D., it is definitely Nick Fury. This guy is a guy with an explosive desire for control. How could he tolerate his S.H.I.E.L.D. becoming a nest of Hydra? He will definitely do his best to encircle and suppress Hydra. T'Challa suddenly felt that Nick Fury was so pitiful. Everyone was using him. In addition, there are the Avengers. I heard that Nick Fury recruited a lot of good people to that plan. I think he will definitely recruit you. Black Panther did not hide it, but nodded very readily. That's right. By the way, help us keep an eye on them. We don't know if there are Hydra members among these people. In short, we must be careful. Kai said solemnly. Can I ask you? T'Challa's eyes flashed. To be honest, he was very interested. But the problem is that he has a lot of secrets of his own. He didn't want to share this secret with Kai. After all, they were not familiar with each other. Seeing T'Challa hesitating, Tony said dissatisfiedly, what is there to hesitate about? Don't you want to avenge your father? Our goals are the same. Hydra is our enemy. T'Challa didn't want to answer Tony's question. Doesn't he know this? Does he need this arrogant, pretentious white man to remind him? Kai saw T'Challa's dissatisfaction with Tony, and Kai didn't have any opinion on this. After all, it is really difficult for someone to have a good impression of Tony as soon as they meet. This guy is a jerk. He stopped Tony, who was about to speak, and said sincerely, what are you worried about? You can tell us. We have no intention of forcing you. We just think we can help each other. Although Tony was annoying, he said something that hit the nail on the head for T'Challa. He wanted revenge very much. So T'Challa gritted his teeth and said, I can cooperate with you, but you must promise not to explore my secrets in any form. Tony raised his eyebrows and was about to say something unpleasant. What do you, a prince of a primitive tribe, have that is worth us to investigate? But Kai, who was familiar with his personality, quickly stopped him. Just kidding. The personality of this prince is not much better than Tony's. Although he has always been polite, he is as arrogant as Tony. Kai has always seen the superiority in his eyes. Okay. Our target is Hydra. As long as you are still on our side, then we are friends. I will not do anything that my friends are not willing to do. I promise. Kai stretched out his hand. Black Panther T'Challa hesitated, and finally shook hands with Kai. Happy cooperation, happy cooperation. T'Challa left with a communication bracelet made by Tony. I don't trust him, he has hidden a lot of things from us. Tony didn't like T'Challa at all, very much. It's hard for two people with a sense of superiority to agree with each other. Even Kai and Tony have gone through many adjustments before they can be like this now. And that's because Tony owes Kai too many favors. Kai said helplessly, no one is obliged to explain everything about themselves, even husband and wife. Tony. You can't make arbitrary demands. Everyone is honest with you. Even your father has hidden a lot of things from you. Tony choked. Anyway. He gives me a bad impression. We are cooperating to fight Hydra, not asking you to fall in love with him. Why do you care so much about him? Kai pouted. Okay, if he is willing to help, it will save us a lot of trouble. You don't want any superhero civil war to happen at that time, right? Kai interrupted Tony seriously. Humph. This is considered reluctant acceptance. What should we do with Bucky Barnes? After a while, Tony changed the subject. Kai looked at Tony and knew that this guy had softened his heart. Well, Tony is like this. Although he is a scientist, he is actually more emotional than anyone else. You decide. I support you. My position has always been like this. Kai didn't care what Bucky was like. He thought he had given face to Bucky and Steve, and he didn't care about other things. Tony could do whatever he wanted. Then let him rot in jail, Tony said viciously. Before, this guy was shouting and killing Bucky, but now he changed his mind? Kai smiled secretly. He didn't dwell on this topic. Nick Fury felt that the atmosphere around him was weird recently. He carefully examined everything around him, but found nothing. Everything was normal. But this still made him alert. This intuition saved him many times. He believed in it. So he activated a device on his watch. Then he continued to stay in the elevator honestly. After a minute, the elevator stopped. Director Fury, An agent in a black suit removed his mask. Nick Fury shook his head. He was a little uncomfortable with wearing a mask all the time. "Oh, you are too cautious," Nick Fury said to the agent beside him with a little dissatisfaction. The black-clad agent was unmoved and just smiled. "Are you interested in working for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lessler, your ability shouldn't stay here," suddenly Nick Fury said to the black-clad agent. The agent named Lessler did not comment on this and just said, "Director Harold is waiting for you." Soon Nick Fury was taken to an office. A middle-aged black man was waiting inside with a cane. "Director Nick Fury, it's a pleasure to meet you. I think this is the third time we meet, right, Harold Cooper?" "Indeed, this is the third time we meet. Although I don't want to say it, I don't like meeting you." Nick Fury looked at the seemingly honest and simple FBI Washington assistant director in front of him, and there was no trace of happiness on his face. Harold Cooper, although he is affiliated with the FBI, the agency he leads is not directly ordered by the FBI director. They receive orders from higher levels. They specialize in solving cases that are not suitable for government departments to deal with. For example, they cooperate with certain criminals. The meaning of their existence is for the so-called greater interests. In the face of such interests, they can cooperate with anyone. In a sense, they are illegal. Well, no, they are illegal from beginning to end. They have the most black cells in the United States. Black cells are secret cells that do not exist in any federal data. There is no so-called human rights and no so-called supervision there. After entering, life and death are under their control. They also cooperate with the most dangerous criminals in the world, many of whom are real terrorists. They can make deals with these people, any deal. Remember, any deal. No matter what it is, as long as they think it makes sense, they can get authorization through the Secret Committee of Congress. They also monitor any target they think they can monitor. No authorization is required. It can be said that this agency has never abided by the federal Constitution since its establishment. This is an illegal agency. Nick Fury doesn't like them. Because in a sense, they are very similar to S.H.I.E.L.D. The only thing to be thankful for is that the federal government does not dare to go too far, so the scale of this agency is not large, or even very small. No way, this is work, it is not subject to anyone's will. Harold obviously enjoyed Nick Fury's complaints. "Enough, I'm not here to chat with you. You know what I want." Nick Fury obviously didn't want to argue about such an irrelevant issue. "Unfortunately, you can't achieve your goal. I can't hand over the Winter Soldier to you." Harold still looked honest. "Winter Soldier. It seems that you have found something. Unfortunately, this is also a prohibited matter." Harold still looked like a ghost. The veins on Nick Fury's bald head popped out. "Huh? I know. I want to see him." "Yes, of course. This is agreed by the higher-ups." Harold did not stop anything. He knocked on the ground. Soon several agents walked in. "Take Director Fury to see the Winter Soldier." Nick Fury didn't even say anything polite and turned around and left. Harold looked at Nick Fury's back and smiled playfully. Then he picked up the phone on the table. "Keep an eye on him." Yes, there was only one prisoner in this black cell, Bucky Barnes. Everyone here was there to watch him. But when Nick Fury walked to where Bucky was, he was locked up in a very empty underground space. The entire underground space had only a rectangular cage made of 30-centimeter thick transparent bulletproof glass. The cage was empty all around, and everything in the cage could be seen clearly from all directions. The Winter Soldier sat on a chair with his hands and feet tied. The position of his left arm was empty. His state was very strange, just sitting there motionless. He looked stupid. Nick Fury stood in front of the cage and asked the man named Lessler, "What did you do to him?" "Necessary means, sir." Lessler didn't mind Nick Fury's tone. "Do you know how many people were injured by him when he was awake? Including several medical staff. If he hadn't been given a large amount of sedatives, you would have seen a cold and cruel killing machine. The day before yesterday, he used a plastic spoon for eating to stab a guard's eye and dug out a colleague's eyeball. He also took a special look at Nick Fury's eye patch. Its meaning is self-evident." Chapter 931, Interest Comes First. These people are always so unscrupulous. Nick Fury dislikes two things the most in his life. One is talking about his skin color, and the other is this one eye. No one would be stupid enough to mention his defect in front of him. Unfortunately, the agent named Lessler doesn't care about this at all. "I need him to stay awake," Nick Fury said with a dark face. Although others can't see it because of his skin color, His tone and expression are enough to make people feel oppressed. It's useless. We tried it. Even used some methods, he still won't say anything. This guy is like a robot, Lessler said with a little regret. To be honest, their black prison has held many people, including innocent people and extremely guilty criminals. The highest ranking one among them is the crime gatekeeper, known as the Red Devil, Raymond Reddington, who has always been ranked at the top of the major rankings of various intelligence agencies, such as the FBI and CIA. This is a guy who can be called a criminal master. However, this guy has reached a deal with the above, so he has already gone out. But compared to the one who is locked up now, Raymond's little secrets are really just child's play. This is Bucky Barnes, Captain America's best wingman. In all the major Hollywood movies related to Captain America, this role must be played by a popular young actor. The secrets on him can definitely be earth-shattering. They like this kind of high difficulty. Nick Fury's face was gloomy. He looked at Lessler and said in a deep voice, "Tell Harold to hand Bucky over to our shield. You are going too far. He's a war hero. You can't even deny him basic human rights." Lessler looked at Nick Fury with a weird look on his face. They are indeed bastards. Basically, they have done everything that federal law prohibits law enforcement agencies from doing. But how good can SHIELD be? They are different bastards. This guy actually said it with great righteousness at this time, which is, thinking of himself as a fool. "I'm sorry, no," Lessler said very decisively. Of course he knew what this guy meant, he just wanted to make use of waste. In fact, they also wanted to. If possible, wouldn't they want to recruit such a tough guy? Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Director Fury, although I didn't say this, Mr. Barnes's fate is not decided by us, but by the higher-ups. This we includes him and Nick Fury. Nick Fury certainly knows this kind of thing, which is why he always looks down on those politicians. Don't they know how valuable Bucky Barnes is? Just because of a little personal grudge of Tony Stark, they are going to waste such a talent? It's completely nonsense. Indeed, Howard Stark's death is very sad, but he is already dead. And he has been dead for almost 20 years. There is no benefit for the dead. Giving up Bucky Barnes for a dead person is undoubtedly a waste. Tony Stark is too willful. At this moment, a woman with messy hair suddenly broke in. Nick Fury was stunned. The security is so poor? It shouldn't be. Ah no. These are our people, Lessler explained a little embarrassedly, and then shouted loudly, "Dr. Quinn. Now is not your research time." Lessler's shouting made the woman realize that there were other people here. The woman turned her head and saw them. This woman is very beautiful, with a big mouth, big eyes, and light blonde hair, which makes people shine. The only two things that destroy her beauty are her messy and casually tied hair and big dark circles under her eyes. Kai also knows this woman. Harley Quinn, a friend Kai met in Los Angeles. An excellent psychologist. She is extremely obsessed with the psychological activities of various criminals and uses this as a research topic. Because of this, she was recruited by the FBI as a psychological profiler. Later, she was recruited by Harold. Lessler, Harley ignored Nick Fury's existence. Normally, she wouldn't do this, but now she was a little excited. "I finally found out the mechanism of Mr. Bucky Barnes being controlled by someone. I think I'm close to the truth." Lessler's face changed, and he immediately said, "Okay, Dr. Quinn, I think you can. Wait. I want to listen." Nick Fury pulled Lessler, and then said to Harley, "Dr. Quinn, you can say whatever you want." At this time, Harley also saw that this black one-eyed dragon is not one of them. "Who are you? It doesn't matter who he is. Harley, you go down first, and I will listen to your report later." At this time, Harold also arrived. He sent Harley away directly, and then looked at Nick Fury with a smile. "Director Fury, your visiting time has expired. This Dr. Quinn has made new progress. I need to know," Nick Fury said toughly. "But I don't need to report to you." Nick Fury. This is a black cell. Not SHIELD. Harold didn't take Nick Fury seriously at all. Does Nick Fury have great power? Yes. He has international law enforcement power and a very high priority. In many cases, the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security even need to cooperate with him. Does Nick Fury have a high status? Yes. SHIELD is such a large organization, so it is destined that Nick Fury's status must be much higher than Harold's. Unfortunately, SHIELD does not belong to the federal sequence. In other words, No matter how high Nick Fury's position is, he can't control Harold. For a pure patriot like Harold, Nick Fury is an international friend. Command him? Maybe in the next life? Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, "We can cooperate, huh?" Harold looked at Nick Fury. "We all know that he has great value. He can't die, and it's even a waste to be imprisoned." Harold was indeed very interested. Unfortunately, this is not enough. There is only one Winter Soldier. How to divide it? But at this time, Nick Fury walked to Harold's ear and told him his trump card. "Since you know the code name of Winter Soldier, it means you know something, right?" Harold looked at Nick Fury. This kind of trickery could not impress him. Polaris Project. Harold's pupils shrank. Then he said, "What do you want to do?" As a pure patriot, Harold will make the choice that best suits the interests of the United States. Tony Stark is not easy to mess with. He wants Bucky Barnes' body, so we will give it to him. When Nick Fury left, Harold was also in contact with his superiors. "Yes, that's what he said," Harold reported with a serious expression. "Harold," a woman's voice came from the microphone, "you should know the seriousness of this matter. Bucky Barnes is a traitor and a terrorist. Any identity is enough to sentence him to death, not to mention that there is a Tony Stark behind him. Once something goes wrong, it will not be just you who will be unlucky, that's S.H.I.E.L.D's problem." "What does it have to do with us?" Harold said coldly. From what he said, it seems that this guy and Nick Fury are both thick-skinned and black-hearted people, and they have long been planning to pass on the blame. "Our goal is the Polaris Project. Are you sure Nick Fury knows about this project?" The woman opposite obviously knew about the Polaris Project, so she asked this. "That Black Widow is an SHIELD. Since Nick Fury knows this, it means that the woman must know something," Harold said immediately. "Black Cell, this is the code name of the organization led by Harold. Yes, they have no name. Black Cell itself is just a casual call by them. This organization was established a long time ago, which needs to be traced back to the time of Edgar Hoover. After World War II, with the change of the international situation. In order to deal with the development of communism in the United States, Edgar founded in President Eisenhower and secretly formed such a team without any constraints, specifically for any individuals or groups that may endanger the interests of the United States to carry out secret dealing. Edgar Hoover. A legend, he served as the FBI director for 48 years. During those 48 years, the United States changed 8 presidents and 16 attorneys general, but the FBI director was always named Edgar Hoover. The power he had was unsurpassed by any FBI leader afterwards. At the same time, this guy was extremely anti-civil rights movement and communism. And the reason why his proposal was agreed was also because of the strong vitality of communism. Although the Soviet Union is now being criticized by the United States, in fact, the reason why American workers lived so happily in that golden age was thanks to the Soviet Union. After the end of World War II, the United States entered a golden age of development. At that time, a worker could support the whole family and live well. Is this really the conscience of those capitalists? Don't be silly. Capital is profit-seeking. They will try their best to reduce costs and raise profits. Give workers a raise? You have to know how many people died in order for American workers to succeed in getting the right to an 8-hour work system and Labor Day. It is precisely because of the existence of the Soviet Union that those American workers were able to enter the middle class, because all capitalists know that if they don't do that, communism will be rampant and they will become street lamp pendants. In order to win over the working class, American capitalists have to improve the treatment of workers. This is why the United States is obviously the largest capitalist country, but it has not seen a communist movement like other Western countries. But even so, there are still a large number of communist sympathizers and people who simply believe in communism in the United States. It is also because of the strong vitality of communism that Edgar Hoover was able to form such an extra-legal organization. And a secret organization, the biggest enemy of that era. It is a Soviet intelligence agency called the Red House. The person who knows you best is your enemy. The secret agency led by Harold also knows many secrets of the Red House. Among them, the Red House has been tracking down the Winter Soldier. By the way, Black Widow is an agent of the Red House. It was only after the collapse of the Soviet Union that she switched to SHIELD. That's why Harold believed that Nick Fury knew something. And the Polaris Project. It is the continuation of the Winter Soldier project. After Whitehall escaped from the Soviet Union, the Soviet Union obtained most of the information about the Winter Soldier project. With this information, the Soviet Union also started its own Polaris project. However, this project was shelved for some reason. Harold wanted the legacy of the Polaris project. This is also the price given by Nick Fury. He felt that he knew more than Nick Fury. Because if Nick Fury really knew what huge property the Polaris project hid, he would definitely not trade it with him. Winter Soldier has never been a code name unique to Bucky. There are 6 Winter Soldiers, or Winter Warriors. Bucky is just one of them. The other 5 are still frozen in a dormant state. This is also the biggest secret of the Black Prison. If Nick Fury really knew, with this guy's thick-faced and black-hearted style of doing things, how could he care about Bucky? War hero? That's not worth mentioning in Nick Fury's eyes. That's why Harold agreed. What about Tony Stark? That's the fault of S.H.I.E.L.D. They are just a poor, nameless, and non-existent department. What does it have to do with their black jail? If Tony Stark is really unhappy, then just disband them. Anyway, they can relist somewhere else the next day. How simple it is. As long as the benefits are big enough, there is nothing that can't be done. It's very American. What else do you want to do about Bucky Barnes? The female voice asked again. I think Dr. Harley Quinn should give us some surprises. She is a genius, isn't she? Harold said. Very good, the committee will conduct a final review tomorrow, but it is likely to pass. Harold. Don't let us down, we never let you down, Harold said confidently. Tony Stark soon received a notice that Bucky Barnes committed suicide. Tony was stunned at the time. What's the situation? I just planned to let him go and just let him stay in prison for life. How could he commit suicide? Tony Stark, when Stark received the notice, he was in Stark Tower. He has been very busy recently. He has been dragging his feet on what he promised Hannibal. He is rushing to work these 2 days. Anyway, the matter is almost settled, and there is no need for him to stay in Washington all the time. So when Steve angrily went to him, he was stopped by a circle of bodyguards. Even though Steve was angry, he did not vent his anger on these innocent people, so he could only angrily ask Tony Stark to come out. Come out. Tony Stark faced me. This chapter was not easy. There were so many things going wrong that I was planning to take a leave. I finally coded it. It has a headache. It's time to go to bed. Please cast your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Please. Everyone. Chapter 932, Breaking Defense. Steve actually knew that this matter was not Tony's fault. Tony did not kill Bucky directly in front of Kai that day, which was a great gesture of respect. Otherwise, with Tony's willful style of doing things, he would dare to kill people in front of the President of the United States, not to mention a police chief. At most, he would just go to jail for a few days. As rich people, there are many ways to escape from jail. The simplest way is to tell others that he is on medical parole. And others have legitimate reasons, not just nonsense. There is a big hole in his chest. A real big hole. So, others will just go to jail for a formality, and then continue to be free and easy. In fact, jail may be more comfortable than outside. You know, private prisons now have customized services. Check the private prison industry in the United States. It's quite nonsense. Simply put, it is a hell for the poor and a paradise for the rich, just like a resort. But Tony did not kill Bucky on the spot, and Steve must be grateful for this. At least he gave Steve a chance to save his gay friend. Although the hope is slim, it is a fair competition after all. If you have the ability, you can also get Bucky medical parole. As for you can't do it, that's not Tony's problem. The reason why Steve came here is just, can't accept it. Is Tony that kind of coward? Of course not. Not to mention that Bucky didn't kill himself at all. Even if he did, Tony is not afraid to admit it. What? Your gay friend killed my parents, and I'm wrong to take revenge? Nonsense. He is really not afraid to argue with Steve. Tony appeared soon. Although his bodyguard investment happy thought it was too risky. But Tony didn't care about that. What? Old antique, your gay friend died, so you are extremely corrupt. Tony's mouth. Asshole. Steve originally just wanted to question Tony and ask him if he used some tricks to secretly kill Bucky. If Tony said he didn't use any tricks, Steve probably would have no choice but to retreat. But Tony came up and asked about the pure friendship between him and Bucky. Who is Steve? Don't expect a man who has been in and out of the meat grinder of World War II to have a good temper. Seeing that Steve was about to attack and hurt someone, Tony was not panicked at all, and he was too lazy to hide. He just stood there and watched Steve rush over. The bodyguards beside him were not just for show. Those who were hired by Tony as bodyguards must be martial artists. And the treatment was so good. Why? Of course, they hoped that if something happened, they would really go. Otherwise, what would they spend so much money for? To be a guard of honor? 2 bodyguards rushed up and hugged Steve, and the other bodyguard hugged Steve's shield. After all, this was the most conspicuous weapon on him. No matter whether it was dangerous or not, he had to control it first. As a result, Steve let go of his shield and let the bodyguard rush over his head. Then he turned his head, grabbed the bodyguard who was rushing towards him, lifted him up, and threw him out. Knocked over a lot of people. Fortunately, Tony had a lot of bodyguards. Steve just wanted to vent now, so he naturally couldn't stop there. He rushed up and started fighting with the bodyguards. "Boss, you go in first, let us handle this." Happy looked at the fierce Captain America, and his heart was trembling. Damn, he was really good at fighting. However, out of professional ethics, he decided to let his employer retreat to a safe place first. This is definitely not because of fear. Absolutely not. Humph. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. Tony is a kind of... How to say it? I really can't think of any adjectives. I can only use our local dialect to describe someone who is very resilient, very individual, very difficult to manage, very disobedient, very special, etc. This personality can make people angry to death. He didn't want to show his weakness in front of Steve. But, Happy looked at Captain America who was getting closer and closer, and his heart was in a panic. No wonder he beat the Nazis and Hydra so hard that they cried and howled. He was really fierce. With bare hands, he beat a group of bodyguards holding electric shock devices so hard that they couldn't even return their hands. It was like a college student running to kindergarten. "Call the police," Tony suddenly said. Huh? Happy was stunned. The bodyguards of the CEO of Stark Group. The elite among the elite. Go to the police for help? Are they still in the business? If this gets out, they will probably be laughed to death. Tony said, "Tisk, you are stupid. Call the police for Kai." Oh. Happy woke up as if from a dream. Yes, Kai is also a policeman. And he is not an ordinary policeman. It is not shameful to ask him for help. Happy quickly picked up the phone and shouted for Kai to help. As a result, when Happy called, Steve had already broken through the defense line of the bodyguards and rushed to Tony. He grabbed Tony's collar and pressed him to the ground. "Stop. If you don't stop, I will shoot." Happy was so scared that he dropped the phone and pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Steve. When Tony was pressed to the ground, he hit the back of his head and grimaced in pain. But Tony still did not show weakness and looked at Steve with mocking eyes. Steve really didn't bring his fist down. "What's the matter? Our living saint, Captain America, Steve Rogers, why don't you take action? Come on, avenge your terrorist lover." Bucky is not a terrorist, huh? No? He has committed at least a whole room of first-degree murders. Oh, and he also used bombs to attack. Well, let me think about what else. Oh, and he recently bombed the United Nations, killing a king and more than a dozen UN representatives. You tell me, he is not a terrorist? Come on, living saint, tell me, what is our dear Mr. Barnes? Steve's aggressiveness suddenly broke. These things are really hard to explain. He was controlled by someone. That's not a reason for him to escape guilt. He is a criminal. Admit it, Steve. You are just shielding a criminal. Or do you really believe the propaganda outside? Do you think you are a saint? You know that you are not the person they promote at all. Propaganda, of course, the more exaggerated the better. The United States happens to be very good at this. You know, the United States relied on propaganda to take the credit for the victory of World War II, while the Soviet Union was criticized because of the United States. You will know from watching American movies that the Soviet Union has always been a villain, and any bad thing must have been done by the Soviet Union. In fact, real historians admit that the Soviet Union's contribution is greater. How many Soviet people died? How much property and supplies did they consume? How many German troops did they hold back? Even Berlin was entered by the Soviet Union first. As a result, the mainstream view now is that the United States is the biggest contributor to the victory of World War II. This is propaganda. So, Don't expect there to be much solid information in the propaganda about Captain America. To be honest, no one really thinks that one person, or a hero like Captain America who has no skills and can defeat a country and a huge evil organization, right? Let alone, my German stick can directly pull out an SS division and beat Captain America to the sky and into the earth. Do you really think that a shield can conquer the world? Don't be ridiculous. Captain America's greatest achievement can only be said to be sacrificing himself to stop the Red Skull from bombing New York. As for the others, just like the 300 Spartans, everyone only remembers the 300 warriors, and the thousands of soldiers from various Greek city-states who were with the 300 warriors were all ignored. Many of the achievements of the Howling Commandos were ignored, and all became the credit of Captain America. Those elite warriors became like Monkshak, who could only say that the master was captured and the second brother was captured. They could only look for Captain America in various ways, and then be led by Captain America to score in various ways. Steve's momentum was suppressed again. Humans are creatures that are easily influenced. To say that Captain America has not been influenced by those propaganda is simply impossible. Maybe Steve himself would not admit it. But the reality is that he has already been brought in. He thinks that the symbol of his own America is a saint. He can even declare who is evil and who is innocent based on his likes and dislikes. It really makes me sick. Steve Rogers. What right do you have to say Bucky is innocent? He's the murderer. No matter what you say, his hands are covered with blood. But you are here, openly and compassionately saying that he is innocent, and shamelessly asking me to let him go. Who do you think you are? It seems that only listening to you is the right thing to do. Now I will tell you a reality that no one wants to tell you. Fuck it. Steve? You are just an old soldier from 60 years ago. You can't represent anyone. Don't dress yourself up like God. Come and tell me what to do. Come and teach me who is innocent and who should die. You don't have the qualifications. Tony raised his middle finger to Steve, and the middle finger was so close that it was about to touch Steve's face. What's more terrifying is that Tony seemed to want to vent something, so he almost roared at Steve with a hideous face. His saliva was on Steve's face. Bucky Barnes, the executioner. Damn it. He deserves to die 1,000 times. He committed suicide? Huh. Too easy for him. He should be disgraced. He has been stripped of all his glory in the spotlight. His tombstone should be overturned. All the stories and legends about him should be spit on. He should die like a sinner. Instead of staying in the museum like now, standing next to you as a pretty boy, looking at Tony's hideous face and his almost heartbreaking remarks, Steve's face turned pale. He asked himself, is he really like this? Thinking back to the past, Steve could hardly believe that it was indeed what he did. He did what he thought was right, and Tony, who did not agree with him, was always subconsciously regarded by him as an immature bastard who did not know how to be considerate of others. But what if it wasn't Bucky? If someone else was controlled by others like Bucky, killed his old friend Howard, and killed so many innocent people? What would he do? Will he still defend him and run for him with all his heart like he is doing now? No. Steve's heart clearly told him that he would not. Absolutely not. He is a war hero. These words were very thin, like the last dying struggle, and also like he was trying to convince himself. Humph. My father is also. And he's even greater than him. Tony broke his defense with just one sentence. Steve let go of Tony and sat down on the ground. Tony patted his collar, then stood up leisurely and planned to continue talking. Okay, Tony. Kai came with several detectives. He was nearby before, so he came quickly. Tony looked at Steve, who was sitting on the ground with a decadent face, snorted, and then said, I'll call the police. He trespassed into private territory and injured people. I'll let my bodyguard go to check the injuries. Tisk. Kai gritted his teeth. What kind of thing is this? What? The police won't respond to the call now. Tony returned to his carefree attitude. Got it, Kai said unhappily. Then he patted Steve. Steve stared at him blankly, as if he had lost his soul. Come on, come to my place and have a cup of tea to sober up. Just like that, Captain America was arrested by the New York police. Steve was taken to the police station and almost made it to the New York News. It was Kai who strictly ordered everyone not to disclose it to the outside world, so that Steve did not become famous again. Steve's current appearance is completely different from his previous high spirits. He huddled in a chair, holding a cup of hot tea, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. After driving away another wave of police officers who were not working and came to chase stars, Kai finally sat in front of Steve. "I heard that Bucky died," Kai asked softly, holding a cigar in his mouth. "Yet," Steve hummed sullenly. "My condolences," Kai said insincerely. Yet, then Kai and Steve didn't know what to say. To be honest, Kai really didn't know how to comfort him. After all, he had no empathy. Bucky died, so he died, and he didn't feel anything. Naturally, he didn't know how to persuade him. After a long while, Kai even thought it was time for him to leave. Steve suddenly asked, "Bucky, should he really die?" Kai was stunned. "It's best this way." "I can only say this," Kai told the truth. Steve looked at Kai. He needed an explanation. If you are Bucky, you are brainwashed, manipulated, killed your friends, and killed countless innocent people. And you have no self, no memory, like a walking corpse for the rest of your life. If you can wake up, what will you do?" Kai can only use another angle to speculate what the real Bucky would do. Living is worse than death. This is the state of Bucky Barnes. Death may be a relief. What do you think, Steve? I think Steve couldn't say that, but deep in his heart, he actually admitted that Kai was right. But he may be cured. He can forget, even if it's true as you said. Don't forget that our Mr. Bucky Barnes has countless enemies. They come to seek revenge. What are you and Bucky going to do? Kill them? Please, others are here for revenge. If you don't let the law give them justice, don't you let them seek justice themselves." Kai's words stopped Steve. Once again he fell silent. Chapter 933 Expert. He is in the best condition now. He committed suicide, which not only freed him from control, but also saved his reputation. At least Tony won't hold him back anymore. You can also give him a decent funeral. I think with your ability, you can always get a body from the government, right? Steve nodded silently. At this time, Carter came in with a lawyer. "Director Wayne, I'm here, I know, just pay the bail and take him away. He needs comfort now." Kai didn't get entangled, but shook his head and said happily, "What a poor child." Carter didn't know how to control his expression at this moment. "Child? Steve?" Kai saw Carter's expression. What's the problem? In fact, he is only in his early 20s, isn't he? Perhaps the whole world would think that Captain America Steve Rogers is a mature man, but in fact he was frozen at the age of 26. In fact, from that moment on, his life was suspended, and he missed more than 60 years. And Kai's public age is now 30 years old, not to mention his real age. No matter how you calculate it, there is no problem in saying that Steve is a child. After all, a person's age is not about how many years he has lived, but also about his life experience. Kai's words made Carter suddenly feel like going to jail. Yes, she ate young grass, and she couldn't be any younger. After figuring this out, Carter felt even more pity for Steve. Her real age was enough to be Steve's grandmother. But just when Carter was about to take Steve away, Steve suddenly rubbed his face hard and recovered his spirit. Then he said to Carter, who was a little stunned, "No, I'm not that fragile. Bucky died on that train a long time ago. I should have accepted it a long time ago. Now, I just want to find those bastards who blasphemed Bucky. Tell me, Kai, do you know where they are?" "Steve," Carter looked at his lover worriedly. But Steve looked at Kai very seriously. He needed an answer. "Well, there are some technical problems. I will solve them as quickly as possible," Kai said a little embarrassedly. Kai did not lie. There were indeed some technical problems that needed to be solved urgently. "So, you can't do anything?" Kai said to Ancient One disappointedly in the New York temple. The Ancient One brought several of his best apprentices and said to Kai with a wry smile, "I'm sorry. I really can't do anything." The Ancient One has 3 favorite apprentices, namely Caecilius, Karl Mordo and Wang. Among them, Caecilius is considered by the Ancient One to be the apprentice closest to himself. Like the Ancient One, he has talents that ordinary people can hardly reach and endless curiosity about knowledge. Caecilius lost his wife and children in an accident. When he came to Camartage with scars all over his body, the Ancient One took him in. The experience of losing his family made Caecilius depressed and sensitive. This made the Ancient One always worried that he would do something stupid. But, it was precisely because he was too much like himself that the Ancient One was very hesitant. After all, what the Ancient One had done herself, she knew best. In addition, Caecilius was still very young. He had only been studying magic for 10 years, which made the Ancient One a little uncertain. and Karl Mordo was the one who respected the Ancient One the most among all the apprentices. He is the oldest of the Ancient One's living apprentices, and he has followed the Ancient One for more than a century. He is an apprentice who can be absolutely reassured, with powerful magic and serious work. Many Camartage mages believe that he will be the only successor to the Supreme Master. However, he is too rule-abiding, even to the point of being rigid and inflexible. The Supreme Master must abide by the rules, but sometimes the Supreme Master must cross the rules to achieve his goals. The Ancient One expressed his concern about this, because his apprentice cares too much about himself, and regards the words of the Ancient One as a criterion, and executes them meticulously. This is naturally an absolutely excellent quality as an executor, but as a leader? This is not enough. Wang, a Hong Konger. He has been in charge of the Hong Kong temple. He is also an excellent mage, and his family has been Camartage mages for generations. He is also extremely conscientious. Wang is the librarian of Camartage's large collection of mysterious books. He not only has to decide who is worthy of reading the private collection of the Ancient One, but also prevents the sacred spell from falling into the hands of evil. Wang is humble and quiet, and never makes mistakes. If someone wants to steal the library's collection, they must first pass Wang. At the same time, he also has his own problems. He has no ambition. To put it bluntly, he is content with his circumstances and lacks ambition. He is very satisfied with his work and does not like change. There is still a long way to go for the Ancient One to select a successor. These 3 apprentices were summoned by the Ancient One to help Lady Serpent to cancel the contract with the Hades god and sang in the New York temple. Mr. Wayne, this is not our fault, Karl Mordo defended his mentor. We in Camartage used to clear out such evil god believers. After all, they have sold their souls to the evil gods, and they are a huge threat to mankind. Camartage was founded to deal with the invasion of the Earth by outer space, and they never show mercy to the evil god believers. Don't think that the pure-hearted Camartage has no thundering means. Hearing this, Lady Serpent, who was hiding in the magic circle, shook her body. After all, Karl Dumo said too lightly. As if killing the followers of the evil god was something that was taken for granted. Yes, and the evil god this lady contacted was Ensang. According to the records of Camartage, hundreds of years ago, this evil god's minions could cause countless tragedies in Europe. He is a madman. Well, it should be said that all evil gods are madmen. He is just particularly crazy. There are actually people who are stupid enough to sign a contract with him. You know, even in the darkest times, there are very few madmen willing to devote themselves to him. Lady Viper was furious when she heard this. Damn it, if she could choose, only ghosts would choose to sign a contract with him. She doesn't mind killing people, but being forced to kill people and collect souls is different from killing people on her own initiative. No one except perverts wants to become a murderer, even Lady Viper is the same. Cassilis didn't say anything, standing there pretending to be cool, as if what happened here had nothing to do with him. We at Camartage study the demons and evil gods in outer space in order to expel or eliminate them, and we really don't study their contracts much. Ancient One took over the conversation. But she changed her tone. But maybe you can consult an expert. I remember you have a friend in this field. Guya gave Kai a playful smile. Her 3 apprentices immediately looked over curiously. Kai thought of it instead. He did have such a friend. Los Angeles, Star Building, Bar of Light, Lucifer. Chapter 934 Lucifer. Chloe has been very upset recently because she is being entangled. Lucifer. Yes, the legendary Lucifer. Of course he is not the son of God. He is a native demon who rules a territory called Purgatory in the demon world. However, after ruling Purgatory for tens of millions of years, he finally got tired of it and ran away to Earth secretly. Lucifer now runs a piano bar called Lux in Los Angeles. At the same time, with the help of his nightmare demon, Lilim, female companion Mazakine, Lucifer is portrayed as a sophisticated and charming image, similar to the typical Christian devil. Although because he ran away secretly, Lucifer's body and most of his power remained in Purgatory. So Lucifer is not very strong now, but the problem is that the essence of being a demon lord still exists. This guy is born with a fatal charm that makes people release their inner desires. The darker and more secretive desires are, the easier it is to be teased out by him. Although he has made a mess so far. Although he did not do this for morals or anything positive, he did it for his own benefit. He liked life on Earth and did not want to conflict with the guardians here. Lucifer also firmly refused to lie. He thought it was rude and dishonorable, insisted on paying debts and keeping his promises, although this should not be confused with virtue. He was happy to see people release themselves under his charm, and he opened his arms to all those who asked for help, but there must be a price to pay. Maybe it was a favor that had to be paid back. Maybe it was your soul. But it didn't matter. He didn't come here to hunt souls. Everything he did was to make his life more interesting. His ability was invincible. In just 2 or 3 years, he had a large number of friends in Los Angeles, and the Light Bar became the best bar in the city. Anyone who could enter this bar was delighted. Because many people said that the owner of this bar had a wide network of contacts and could help anyone realize their wishes. This made Lucifer very popular. He enjoyed it. But unfortunately, his ability was ineffective on Chloe. This made Lucifer very interested in Chloe. Unlike other demon lords, Lucifer is a symbol of desire, not a symbol of arrogance and mythology. He likes to see people release their desires, and he believes that no one should restrain themselves. Unfortunately, he repeatedly hits a wall in front of Chloe. Lucifer's ability is not invincible, at least it has no effect on the strong. But the problem is that Chloe is a completely ordinary person. After discovering this, Lucifer was not angry, but was very interested. He wanted to see how Chloe resisted his charm, and he was more willing to see Chloe's desire explode. So Lucifer pestered Chloe every day. He even began to be interested in investigating the case. He came to the Los Angeles Police Department again that day. "Hi, Barry. You did a good job yesterday. I saw it." Because he came to the police station too frequently, other people in the police station subconsciously thought he was one of them. Except for some key places, no one would care about Lucifer wandering around in the police station. No, Lucifer ran into Barry head-on. Barry Allen, is the famous Flash. He is now a forensic scientist at the Midtown Police Department. One day, he was splashed by a chemical reagent shattered by lightning in his office, thus gaining the speed force. Under the effect of the speed force, Barry can do anything at a very high speed. Barry, who is kind-hearted and full of justice, decided to use his superpowers to fight crime. He transformed into the Flash and became the Guardian of Los Angeles. By the way, that lightning is actually the release of dark matter energy produced by the explosion of the particle accelerator developed by Star Labs. The particle accelerator did not explode, and the release of dark matter energy turned many people into superpowers, which also led to a period of time. There are many superpower crimes in Los Angeles. This is also one of the reasons why the Flash can quickly make a name for himself. By the way, the current boss of Star Labs is Kai. The logistical support work of Flash Barry is also borne by Star Labs, so in a sense, the Flash actually works for Kai. When Barry saw Lucifer, his face immediately became extremely embarrassed. Because he was tricked by Lucifer and messed up his life. Barry's father was imprisoned for many years because he was accused of killing his wife. Barry was adopted by Joe West, who treated Barry like his own son. He was an honest, kind and hard-working blue-collar policeman. Joe also has a daughter, Iris West, who grew up with Barry. She is very beautiful. Barry has been secretly in love with this girl who is always confident and daring since he was a child. Unfortunately, Barry has always been inferior and dare not confess. As a result, Iris became Joe's subordinate agent and partner Eddie Thorne, a handsome and capable detective. If it continued, Barry's secret love would always be a secret love. Until they went to the Light Bar with Chloe that day. Barry's identity as the Flash naturally could not be hidden from Lucifer, who had lived for an unknown amount of time, so Lucifer found Barry. With his deadly charm, Barry released the desire that he had been trying to hide in his heart. He confessed to Iris in front of everyone in the Light Bar. His confession was sincere and heartfelt. He started by talking about how he had a crush on Iris since he first met her when he was a child. He described his inferiority and cowardice, and how he had been tossing and turning and trying to get what he wanted. The onlookers who didn't know what was going on were all moved. The scene was very lively at that time. Countless emotional girls cheered for Barry while crying, and the boys whistled and cheered the names of Barry and Iris crazily. Everything looked dreamy. But one person was very unhappy. That was Iris' boyfriend Eddie. Not every man can bear face-to-face NTR. At least Eddie didn't have a cuckold plot, so the tall and handsome policeman rushed up and punched Barry. If it was Barry in normal times, he might feel ashamed of his behavior. But wasn't that because Lucifer let himself go? So Barry beat Eddie severely in front of acquaintances and friends with his extremely agile skills, and raised his fists to announce to everyone that Eddie was not worthy of his goddess. Lucifer screamed with excitement at the scene, and the situation got out of control. Countless people released themselves at that moment and started a large-scale indiscriminate fight. If Lucifer didn't know that a group of people fighting each other was acceptable, if it was too much, there would be people who would cause trouble for him. So he controlled it a little, otherwise, the light bar that day would definitely become a battle royal scene. Waiting for the chaos to subside, Iris was very angry and slapped Barry hard, and left angrily with Eddie, who was beaten with bruises and swollen faces, and has not paid any attention to Barry until now. So when he saw Lucifer again, Barry was panicked. He was really afraid that this guy would do it to him again. Who knows what he would do then? Chapter 935 Deal. Haha, Mr. Lucifer is here again. I have something to ask the director. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Barry ran as fast as an ordinary person could. Lucifer looked bored. He liked Barry very much. Because his soul was extremely brilliant, it was the kind of existence that would be regarded as a treasure in the demon world. His soul was full of the light of kindness and dedication, and it was the noblest soul. Lucifer, like all demons, liked to watch this kind of soul being polluted, watching that glorious soul fall from holiness to filthiness. This was the greatest enjoyment for demons. It was even more enjoyable than eating this kind of soul directly. So Lucifer had been looking for opportunities to let Barry release his desires. As a master of playing with souls, Lucifer knew very well that there was no human soul in this world that was truly pure and flawless. After all, people were people, with desires and thoughts, and having thoughts meant having desires. No one except babies could think of nothing and want nothing. The difference was restraint. Restraint was the most precious thing for the soul, because with restraint, humans could control themselves and behave like people. Human beings are animals. No matter what fancy words you use to describe human beings, they cannot escape their essence. Human beings are not superior to other animals. Lucifer likes to destroy this restraint. When human beings return to animal instincts, Lucifer thinks that is the most interesting scene. Returning to instinct does not mean that there needs to be a massacre or other horrifying scenes. So Lucifer is essentially different from those evil gods who like to destroy everywhere. He is more cheerful. For example, like Barry did before, if you like something, you should say it out loud. Although Lucifer felt disappointed when he saw Barry running away, he did not get too entangled. He was more interested in Chloe now. Chloe came out soon. Chloe. Where are we going to investigate today? Lucifer has really been fascinated by investigating cases recently. Because he found that in those cases, he could see the joys and sorrows of human beings more directly. Those despicable and those noble were all reflected vividly in those bloody cases. The process of investigating the case, the fun of unraveling the mystery bit by bit is also fascinating. Just like opening a lottery, no one knows whether the jackpot will be drawn until the last moment. So Lucifer even set a rule for himself: never use any magic in the process of investigating the case. Although he didn't follow it much, he still enjoyed it. He even blamed himself, why he never knew that investigating the case was such a conscious thing before. Chloe was different from usual. She didn't drive Lucifer away, but smiled and said, "Go to the airport." What case happened at the airport? Is there any unlucky guy who was thrown off the plane? Just follow me. Oh. No. You didn't tell me that you brought me here just to pick him up, Lucifer wailed while holding his head. Opposite him, Kai was hugging Chloe. Kai ignored Lucifer. This guy is different from ordinary people. Ordinary people will hide their feelings, but he won't. After all, he is the demon god of desire, and the last thing he can do is to hide his desires. Instead, he hugged Chloe and said, "How are you doing recently?" "Not bad, except, this guy." Chloe used to be Kai's partner. Although this partner was used as a secretary by Kai, it is undeniable that they have a very good relationship. Kai glanced at Lucifer, and Lucifer pouted and turned his head away in dissatisfaction. He was jealous and showed it without hesitation. He hoped that Chloe could become his partner, but Chloe had always been rude to him. Other women might be fascinated by Lucifer, but Chloe didn't like it. This guy is undeniably full of charm and handsome. The actor who played Lucifer is really handsome. Even a straight man like me has to admit it. Although he acted recklessly, he was full of sincerity. Lucifer was indeed very sincere. He was even unwilling to lie. When others asked him where his hometown was, he said it was purgatory. When others asked him his name, he also honestly told others that his name was Lucifer Morningstar. He also emphasized that there was no God on this world, and he didn't know a guy called God, and he didn't have a father. Although no one believes this statement. But it is precisely because of this sincerity and unscrupulousness that makes him more charming. Many people are fascinated by him and think he is special. But Chloe is not included. She can't stand Lucifer always telling the truth at inappropriate times. Although everyone emphasizes being sincere to others, the reality is that if everyone is sincere, it will take less than a month for all the people in the world to die because of mutual hatred. People are so conscious. On the one hand, everyone calls for sincerity, but in fact everyone in this world is lying every moment. Isn't it ironic? Lies are never wrong. After all, no one wants to hear the truth all the time, even saints. That's fine. Although Lucifer likes to tell the truth, he is not really a fool. It's just that he doesn't do it most of the time. The key is that this guy's private life is simply amazing. He kisses both men and women. This guy is a master of liveliness. Those heavy tastes are just fresh to him. What about 50 Shades of Grey and 70 Shades of Grey? They're all childish tricks. There's nothing he can't do unless you think of it. This made Chloe unacceptable. Ensang, in the light bar, Kai told Lucifer about his purpose this time. As a result, before Lucifer could say anything, Lucifer's number one confidant, the Banshee, Meskin, screamed in disbelief. Ensang and Lucifer are not the same thing. Lucifer is mixed in the demon dimension, and Ensang is mixed in the phantom dimension. Those four hopeless dimensions filled with shadows and invisible shadows are called the land of no return. Once anyone and anything falls there, they can never get out of it. Of course, this does not apply to the masters of those dimensions. In short, it is a very troublesome world. Even the craziest demons are not interested in macing up the dimension. Ensang is the most troublesome guy in the phantom dimension. Lucifer, Meskin screamed at Lucifer, and the meaning was obvious, others got involved. But Lucifer himself didn't care about it. Maisie, relax. Ensang is indeed troublesome, but this is Earth, isn't it? Lucifer obviously knows some of Earth's secrets, so he doesn't care about Ensang's threats at all. Mazkin obviously doesn't think so, but what about Purgatory? That lunatic Ensang will definitely take revenge, then let him take revenge. Lucifer doesn't care even more. Purgatory has been so boring for billions of years, maybe Ensang will bring something different. For a dimensional master like Lucifer, the concept of death does not exist at all. As long as the concept of purgatory still exists in the demon world, he can't die. So this guy doesn't worry about Ensang's revenge at all. As for Mazkin, she is more ambitious. She doesn't want to come to Earth at all. She would rather stay in the warm and comfortable purgatory, teasing other demons to fight every day, or simply torturing those souls from other worlds. I don't know how good it is. But there is no way. Her boss is Lucifer. Lucifer can do whatever he wants. But, Mr. Wayne, all transactions require a price. What price are you ready to pay? Lucifer naturally couldn't work for Kai for nothing. Last time, Lucifer was willing to pay a little bit of rent to stay on Earth when he helped Kai treat Tony. This time, he certainly wouldn't do it for nothing. Price? Kai really hadn't thought about what he would pay. What do you want, Chloe? Help me pursue Chloe. Hey. I don't want to date a guy like you. Chloe was right next to him. Kai also had a dark line on his face. I beg you, you are a demon lord after all, and you actually use such a low-level trick to pick up girls. Meskin, who was next to him, covered his forehead and looked speechless. She knew it would be like this. Almost all demon lords have such quirks. Sangong likes to have children everywhere, Mephisto likes to trade with people everywhere, and Surtur became a otaku after losing the eternal fire. In short, there is no normal one. Lucifer is famous for his willfulness. I do. Lucifer doesn't care about low-level tricks. As long as he achieves his goal, what does it matter if he is low-level? I can't do it, Kai said very straightforwardly. I can't change a person's will, then I can't help. Lucifer was also straightforward. Kai thought about some of the things he had, to see if there was anything that Lucifer was interested in. Lucifer, you are a demon, right? Kai suddenly asked. Isn't this obvious? Lucifer shrugged and picked up the wineglass. Then I have something that you must be interested in, except Chloe. Wait? What is this? Lucifer was originally very disdainful and thought that Kai was definitely bluffing, but when he saw what Kai took out, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. It was a female corpse. The woman was very beautiful. Although she had no breath of life, she had extremely white skin and no trace of the rotten smell of the dead. She looked like she was alive. When Chloe saw the thing, she was immediately scared and hid far away. She didn't expect Kai to take out a corpse. As you can see, a female corpse. Kai put the female corpse on the ground. The female corpse was naked, but it didn't arouse any desire, as if it was as pure as a saint. What's even more weird is that when she appeared, a silent coldness began to invade from all around, and everyone felt their hearts tremble. This female corpse is an extremely strange thing that Kai encountered in GA Town. Kai couldn't tell what she was. She was not a ghost, nor had anything to do with zombies, and it was even less likely to be a person, at least not now. This is a female corpse I encountered before. The history of this female corpse can be traced back to the Middle Ages in Europe. It should be an unconscious product of witch hunting, although the female corpse looks lifelike. In fact, the female corpse was tortured very badly. Various spells were engraved under the skin of her chest, the bones of her wrists and ankles were twisted, her lungs were full of burn marks, her eyes were blinded by poison, and there were toxins and a witchcraft bag with teeth in her stomach. It seems that this female corpse is a cursed object created through some kind of ritual. But the problem is that the Wen brothers who encountered this female corpse with Kai at the beginning have verified from all sides that those so-called spells and witchcraft bags are all folk remedies for dealing with witches in the Middle Ages in Europe. In other words, those things were simply imagined by people at that time, and there was no magic effect at all. It is more like a masterpiece of some second-hand fake witches or quacks who are cheating people. In that era, there were scums disguised as witch hunters everywhere. These scums did not commit many crimes. Lucifer was really interested this time. He felt endless malice from this female corpse. Malice from humans. He squatted down and carefully observed the female corpse. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He liked to observe people's malice. Of course, if it was a noble sentiment, he would not hate it, but he liked this kind of malice more. The malice on this female corpse was so pure and profound. It seemed that the malice of all mankind was concentrated here. What a beautiful work of art. Seeing Lucifer touching the female corpse like a pervert, Chloe shuddered. It was so disgusting. Lucifer noticed Chloe's expression. He quickly explained. I'm not a pervert, it's just that what we see is different. If you don't believe me, look at the wheat. Sure enough, Metzkin also stared at the female corpse. Kai was also very happy to see Lucifer interested. This female corpse has been placed in the king's treasury by Kai. It's not that Kai likes to collect this kind of things, but Kai doesn't know what to do with it. He just wants to destroy it, but no matter what Kai does, it will slowly recover, and he can't just throw it aside. She has a very strong curse. Anyone who approaches her will be cursed and dragged into an illusion without knowing it, and then be sacrificed. It's just like the witch in the legend who sacrificed herself to the devil. In your eyes, this is a corpse, but in our eyes, it's a work of art. The highest level. It's a collection of human malice. Maybe we can turn her into a weapon, Lucifer, Metzkin said to Lucifer excitedly. As long as a weak demon soul enters this body, we can immediately create a powerful cursed banshee. No. I won't do such a boring thing. Turn a work of art into a weapon? Maisie, why didn't I know you were such a rude banshee? Lucifer said unhappily. In fact, for the demon lords in the demon dimension, fighting each other is more of a spice, a game, or just simply because they are unhappy with each other. As for killing each other and occupying each other's territory, that can only be thought about. Every demon lord has a territory in the demon dimension. The authority of the territory gives them endless life. Unless the dimension itself is destroyed, it is impossible to kill a demon lord. Maybe they will be angry because of a loss in a war, but in essence, it is just a loss of face and will not cause substantial harm. This is why the Great Guardian is created. After all, demons are so disgusting. But Kai obviously doesn't care about this. He cares more about whether the transaction is established. Then the transaction, deal. Chapter 936 Los Angeles Holiday. The female corpse was taken by Lucifer, but Kai also agreed with Lucifer that a female corpse could not appear in front of people. This thing is too weird. Once someone touches it, blood may flow at any time. Lucifer also agreed. He promised that the thing would be his precious collection and would never be discovered by others. The next thing is simple. Lucifer directly gave Kai a contract. The content of the contract is very simple. That is, Mrs. Viper sold her soul to Lucifer, and the price was that Lucifer helped her escape from Ensang's pursuit. It's a very interesting solution. The way to escape from an evil god is to sell yourself to another evil god. But compared to Ensang, Lucifer's contract is obviously more tolerant. He will not accelerate Mrs. Viper's death in any way. But at the same time, he will not give Mrs. Viper any power or help. Once Mrs. Viper dies, her soul will naturally go to Lucifer. In fact, from this point of view, Lucifer is the winner. What did he do? In fact, he did nothing. He just put his own mark on the soul of Lady Viper to confuse the soul of Lady Viper. With this, unless Ensang came to the earth, it would be impossible to find Lady Viper. As for Ensang really coming to the earth, then Lady Viper would no longer be important, and there would be no need to consider hiding her. After putting away the contract, Kai did not leave immediately. He came to Los Angeles this time, on the one hand, to find Lucifer to solve the problem of Lady Viper, and on the other hand, to take a vacation. Before leaving, Kai originally planned to fly to Los Angeles. But when he told George that he was going to Los Angeles, George's unintentional words made Kai suddenly feel that he really should have a vacation. Are you going to take a vacation? George's words reminded Kai that he really didn't seem to have a vacation. Even in the inner world, Kai's clone was inside the police station. For 3 whole years, Kai didn't have a vacation. As the deputy commissioner of the New York Police Department, his benefits were not bad. He had a corresponding paid vacation every year. But Kai never took a vacation. After being told by George, Kai also felt that he really needed a break. So Kai went directly to the commissioner and asked him to grant him 3 years of paid leave at once. The commissioner was very happy about this. After all, anyone would be under great pressure to work with an upright superhero. Who knows if this colleague will not exercise justice on himself? Kai's action of asking for paid leave means that Kai is integrating with the existing system. The more integrated with this system, the less likely Kai is to do something out of line. This is equivalent to tying a layer of shackles on Kai. Although no one knows how useful this layer of shackles is, it is undoubtedly a very positive feedback. Why didn't the commissioner agree? He generously gave Kai 60 days, 2 months of paid leave. So Kai took a leisurely flight to Los Angeles. Mrs. Viper's matter looks serious, but it's just that. She won't die for a while. Boss, how long are you going to stay in Los Angeles this time? Chloe asked. Well, it's hard to say. My vacation is very long. Just take a walk and take a look. Kai grabbed a bottle of beer and said casually. This holiday was originally a whim. Kai had no plan for this thing at all. It was just for fun, and he could do whatever he wanted. Even playing requires planning, which is a bit boring. There has been nothing to do recently. The investigation of Hydra is being carried out by the Shadow Bureau. To be honest, Kai and Tony can't intervene in many things. On the Hellfire Club side, Frank is taking people to look for them all over the world, but before Tony makes a space locator, it is estimated that it will be difficult. And Frank didn't mean to ask Kai for help. Frank is not the kind of person who insists on saving face. He didn't say anything, which means that he thinks he can control the situation. It can't be better, but it won't be worse. So Kai doesn't need to worry about it. On the inner world side, Kai is not an engineer, and he can't help except moving bricks. It's better to let Kingsman and others do it themselves. Others also have their own things to worry about. Anyway, Kai doesn't need to worry about it. So Kai's really a bit free for a while. That's perfect. We have a case recently. How about you come and help us with some advice? Hey, Chloe. We agreed to be partners. Why are you looking for this guy? Lucifer was immediately unhappy when he heard this. I don't want to work on a case with a necrophile, Chloe said confidently. I've said it before, it's not that. It's a work of art. Lucifer tried to explain to Chloe the specialness of the female corpse. But Chloe obviously didn't intend to listen. Shut up. In my opinion, it's a female corpse. So, stay away from me, Chloe. Lucifer felt a little aggrieved. Why couldn't Chloe appreciate such a beautiful thing? Shut up. Kai felt very interesting. This guy is Lucifer. Although he is not in tune, he is definitely not someone that a mortal can scold casually. But Lucifer seems to be enjoying it. I don't know what he is doing. You'd better stay away from me. Recently, seeing Lucifer's heartbroken look, Chloe finally couldn't help but quietly give Lucifer a chance. She knew very early that she couldn't look at Lucifer from the perspective of ordinary people. It is undeniable that Lucifer is indeed very, very charming, and he can't be more accommodating to Chloe. Even if Chloe can't accept being a so-called partner with him, it's impossible that she doesn't have any feelings deep in her heart. Lucifer obviously heard what Chloe meant. But his face was still sour, and he threatened Kai, "Don't touch Chloe. I'll keep an eye on you." Kai looked at Chloe with a weird face, and then said, "I remember. Dan is her husband, right?" Dan was also Kai's subordinate before, and he had a marriage with Chloe, but this guy was too ambitious, and Chloe was not the kind of woman who was willing to be a housewife, so they broke up naturally. But before Kai was transferred, the two of them seemed to have rekindled their old love and started dating again. Tell me about the case. What case is giving you such a headache?" Then Chloe talked about the case with Kai and walked out. Lucifer stayed there with an unhappy look on his face. He wanted to follow, but Chloe had already warned him. He had no choice but to watch his prey leave with Kai. "So, you just found a random reason to get Lucifer out of the way." Chloe is now a detective on her own. Because of the experience she has accumulated from Kai, and Lucifer's help later, her ability to handle cases has increased dramatically. For ordinary cases, she doesn't need Kai as an external aid at all. The police treat their own cases a bit like gangsters treat their own turf. Unless there is really no other way, no police will let others interfere in their cases. Especially since Kai's a New York policeman, if he interferes in Chloe's case, it will be a shame for the entire Los Angeles Police Department. Even if Kai was once the pride of the Los Angeles Police Department, it won't work. The reason why she said that just now was to get rid of Lucifer. That's right. Although Lucifer has helped me a lot, but you know, when he helps me, he will also cause me a lot of trouble. Chloe has been a little overwhelmed by Lucifer's pressure recently. Even though Chloe has been resisting Lucifer's pursuit. But there is a saying that goes, a good girl is afraid of being pestered. Although Lucifer's pursuit has no skills to speak of, the two-faced style of pestering really makes Chloe unable to resist. "What should we do now?" Kai asked. "I'm going to investigate the case. Maybe you can go back to the police station. Everyone misses you," Chloe said. "By the way, let's get together tonight." "Really don't need my help." "No. I'm an excellent detective," Chloe said confidently. "Besides, there are not so many strange cases in this world, and the probability of such cases is not high. Even if it is murder, most of them are impulsive crimes. Generally speaking, it is not difficult to investigate." "Okay," Kai nodded. "Remember, you can always find me. I'm happy to give you some advice, of course." Then Kai returned alone to the place where he had worked and fought. Los Angeles, West District Police Department. Kai's visit was naturally warmly welcomed. You know, when Kai was the head of the major crime team, their West District had always had the highest crime-solving rate among all the police stations in Los Angeles, and it was quite famous. But later Kai was poached by New Yorkers. His former colleagues were not dissatisfied with this. After all, the New York Attorney General came to invite people in person, and the treatment was much better than that in Los Angeles. Of course, most people exchanged a few words and then went about their own business. After all, it was impossible for a policeman to stay in the office to chat and gossip. Los Angeles was similar to New York, and the crime rate had always been high. Being a policeman was definitely not an easy job. Dan took over Kai's position and sat in the office, so he could have a good chat with Kai. For this, Dan even opened a bottle of good wine for him. "What happened between you and Chloe? Before I left, you were obviously going very well." Dan's original smile was immediately replaced by bitterness. Anyway, I am sorry for her." Dan told Kai about what happened between them. It turned out that they did have signs of rekindling at the beginning, but the bad thing was Lucifer. Lucifer was entangled with Chloe, and Dan was very angry for a while. He even had a little dispute with Chloe. But the real thunder was Dan. While dating Chloe, he had a relationship with another woman. A female singer. Dan is a very serious person, and such men are generally not liked by women. God blessed Dan to marry Chloe. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a singer to fall in love with Dan. But the bad thing was that Dan went to the Light Bar that day. The Light Bar is a very high-end and private nightclub in Los Angeles. No matter how unrestrained you are there, you can't be photographed by media reporters. Lucifer does not allow anyone to disturb his guests. So many Hollywood stars like to relax there. Dan actually went to cause trouble for Lucifer that day, asking him to stay away from Chloe. But what a coincidence that day, the female singer had a conflict with a group of men. As for the reason, it was a nightclub, Nothing more than that. She drank a little, got a little drunk, couldn't control her lust, and harassed women. This kind of thing can happen in any nightclub. Dan is born with a strong sense of justice, so he naturally couldn't sit idly by. So he helped the female singer. What happened afterwards was a matter of course. Of course, Lucifer was involved in this, and Dan knew it clearly. Although he didn't know how Lucifer did it, Dan didn't know Lucifer's true identity. Anyway, when Dan and the female singer woke up in Lucifer's penthouse, Chloe happened to walk in. Who is Chloe? How could she tolerate such a thing? So they broke up completely. Of course, Dan didn't lose out. The female singer seemed to be fascinated by Dan, and the two are now getting along well. This is also the reason why Dan finally gave up getting back together with Chloe. Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He actually found it hard to imagine how Dan could get along with a woman from the entertainment industry. You know, if the domestic entertainment industry in the past life was a big dive at, then Hollywood in the United States was almost a stinking ditch, and there were no good people in it. Go search for Weinstein, it will open your eyes, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Just as the two were drinking and chatting casually, suddenly, Kai felt a slight shaking, and the feeling was very fast. Kai frowned. His senses were much stronger than ordinary people. For Dan, it might be just a very slight shaking, and she might even think it was an illusion, but in Kai's perception, the shaking was very obvious. Earthquake? Kai was not sure. But it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, it was very slight, at most a magnitude 3 earthquake. This level of earthquake would not cause any harm. So Kai didn't take it seriously and continued to drink and chat with Dan. But at this moment, Kai's phone suddenly rang. A name that he hadn't contacted for a long time. Isabella, the mutant codenamed Silloak, but this mutant is different from the Hellfire Gang. He is in the entertainment industry and the boss of Silloak Entertainment. After the call was connected, Isabella's tone was very urgent. Kai? It's not good. Leslie feels very bad. He has a premonition of disaster coming. Leslie, a severely autistic patient, is also a mutant and a prophet. Although he is called a prophet, he can't foresee the future, but he can unconsciously present anything that happened in the past at any time and any place in the world in the form of drawings. Kai asked him for help several times. However, Leslie's mental state has always been very bad. Asking him for help will make his situation worse every time, so Kai gradually stopped bothering him. But now Isabella told him that Leslie actually foresaw the disaster? This is not within his job scope. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 937 Earthquake. What happened to Leslie? Kai said goodbye to Dan and rushed to Leslie's sanatorium. Isabella told him before that Leslie was in very bad condition. Very bad, the doctor has injected him with sedatives. But the effect is not good. Isabella and the bishop took Kai to Leslie's room. This is the best sanatorium in Los Angeles. The annual cost here is several times more expensive than the price of a 5-star presidential suite. Leslie receives the best care here. Speaking of which, Leslie is also a poor child. His autism is not innate, but he awakened his ability very early. He awakened his ability when he was a few years old. He was young and could not explain to adults what he saw. He himself could not understand the pictures that suddenly appeared in his mind. What's worse is that his parents are not so qualified. They thought their child was crazy, so they threw him into a mental hospital since he was a child. A normal person who grew up in such an environment might go crazy, let alone Leslie's situation. So he became autistic. Or he looks autistic. The actual situation is more complicated, but it is certain that Leslie's spiritual world has been shattered. Before Isabella met him, this child would probably not live to adulthood, because more and more images were forcing him to completely collapse. Leslie's current situation is similar to the situation when Isabella met him before. Kai came to the window of the ward. The ward was surrounded by soft isolation layers. Leslie was curled up in the corner in a straitjacket, his body shaking constantly. What happened to him? Isabella shook her head and took out a doodle. This is what Leslie drew before. To be honest, this painting is too abstract, and it's a black mass that you can't see anything. It looks a bit like some kind of creature, but it's hard to say. In short, it's very eccentric. In the past, Leslie would draw the pictures he saw clearly like a printer. "What is this?" Leslie said. "Earthquake," Isabella said. Leslie can communicate, but his reaction to communication is different from that of ordinary people. For example, if you talk to him, he will not give a specific response whether he hears it or not. That's because he doesn't know how to respond. So most of the time, Leslie will choose not to respond. But there are exceptions, such as Isabella, who is facing someone she trusts. But she can only say 1 or 2 words, and that's the limit. He foresaw the future. Earthquake? It did happen at that time, and Kai could feel it clearly, but many ordinary people probably didn't feel it at all. Earthquakes of this magnitude are not worth caring about at all. Logically, Leslie shouldn't be so scared? Impossible. Leslie can't foresee the future at all. He can only see what has happened. Isabella shook her head. Isabella knew Leslie's ability very well. Leslie's ability should be equivalent to some kind of telepathy, but the range is larger. As for foreseeing the future, Isabella doesn't believe in it at all. Kai nodded, and he didn't believe it either. The Earth is outside of fate. It has no future, or rather, its future is endless, and there is no such thing as foreseeing it. If it were other planets, it would be possible. This is the greatest gift that the immortals have given to the Earthlings. Only by settling the arrangements of fate can humans have their own future. What's the situation now? Kai didn't understand how an earthquake of that magnitude could scare Leslie like this. At this moment, Leslie suddenly yelled and struggled desperately to escape the bondage of the straitjacket. Draw! 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 In a series of meaningless shouts, the word draw was very clear. Quick! Leslie is going to draw. Leslie's only effective way to communicate with the outside world is to draw. Hearing Isabella's words, the bishop took the lead and kicked open the door of the ward and walked in. Bishop, a black mutant, has the ability to absorb most types of energy, including magic, sound, light, psionic energy, spiritual energy, etc. Whether it is the energy of the surrounding environment or the energy directed towards him, he can release energy from his body in different ways, whether in the form of energy explosions, energy rays, explosions, fire, plasma, etc. In addition, Bishop can release energy in the same way he receives energy, but with greater force. He is Isabella's most trusted right-hand man. Soon Leslie's straitjacket was untied. After getting the pen and paper, Leslie immediately began to paint. This time, it was no longer an abstract painting as before, but a very clear painting. The middle-aged man with a big beard was talking to someone. What does this mean? Kai looked at Isabella. Isabella didn't say anything but continued to stare at Leslie. But after Leslie finished drawing, his eyes fell down. Isabella carefully wiped the sweat off Leslie's face, and then said, "This is a hint that Leslie took the initiative to give us. Generally speaking, the information Leslie receives in his mind is random, but if he takes the initiative to seek a certain answer, he can receive the corresponding picture. Leslie himself will not take the initiative to seek the answer. Usually he will do it only when Isabella asks him to do it. This time, it was Leslie who took the initiative. This means that Leslie asked them to find this man. With Kai's connections, the middle-aged man with a big beard was quickly found. He is a professor of geology at California Institute of Technology, and has been engaged in earthquake research. It is said that they have made some progress in earthquake prediction in recent years. This is related to the earthquake that Leslie mentioned before. Just when Kai set out to find the professor named Lawrence, the picture of this man appeared on the TV. It turned out to be a news interview. The man named Lawrence talked about their latest predictions foreseeing this morning's magnitude 2.1 earthquake. He then used a lot of professional terms. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that he said this earthquake was the beginning of the plate conflict at the San Andreas Fault. According to him, Los Angeles was only the beginning of the earthquake. The actual location of the subsequent earthquake was 30 kilometers off the coast of Los Angeles. And the intensity of the earthquake will increase. Hearing the professor's prediction, Kai's face turned bad. This is not a good thing. Not to mention that the intensity of the earthquake will increase. The earthquake is already terrifying enough, and the location of the subsequent earthquake is actually on the seabed. This means that tsunami. No matter how powerful Kai is, he can't compare with natural disasters. Chapter 938 Ranking. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Kai came out of Caltech. His face was extremely ugly. The professor's answer was quite bad. Although he was not sure that he was 100% sure of the earthquake, he was confident that the probability was more than 80%. Earthquake prediction in reality is actually quite nonsense. Although earthquakes can be predicted, it is very difficult. At least at present, the specific situation of earthquakes cannot be predicted 100%, and the accuracy rate is very low. When predicting earthquakes, the existence of crustal faults increases the difficulty of detecting geological activities, so there are still many challenges in predicting earthquakes. However, with the advancement of science and technology, people now have more information and data, and can issue warnings more than 10 seconds before the earthquake comes, which is also an improvement. The prediction method of this professor is quite black technology. Kai doesn't understand the scientific data very well, but from the professor's solemn speech, Kai can feel his strong confidence. Of course, if Leslie's prophetic ability reminds him, Kai probably won't believe this statement. In fact, after the professor spoke on TV news, he was immediately ridiculed by the crowd, and was sprayed by various experts and scholars and began to doubt his life. Kai's arrival made the professor, who had the courage to warn the public, feel relieved. When everyone doesn't believe you, someone stands up and says he is willing to believe you, which is more heartwarming than sending charcoal in the snow. He said that the crustal activity he detected was very strange, completely different from the signs of activity he had detected before, and it was abnormally regular, as if something had awakened from sleep, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. According to the lore he calculated, this crustal activity will strengthen again after a period of time. In fact, the earthquake Kai felt was not the first earthquake he predicted. This kind of mild earthquake has been occurring since a few months ago. The previous 3 earthquakes were perfectly predicted by the professor. Those earthquakes were detected by relevant institutions, which made the professor very popular in this circle. After all, people who study this aspect know that earthquake prediction is the most unreliable, because there are many factors that cause earthquakes, and no one knows which is the main factor. A crustal activity contains too many things. But even so, people still don't believe that a big earthquake will break out in Los Angeles. Earthquakes are not rare. For example, in Japan, where people live a good life, earthquakes are considered daily. If they don't see the earthquake forecast on TV that day, they are embarrassed to say that they have watched TV. They are used to it. On the contrary, earthquakes that can really be called disasters are actually rare. So naturally no one believes him. This is also what Kai is worried about. He knows that earthquakes will happen, but he doesn't know how to explain it to others. Even the words of experts and professors are useless. How can people believe him, an amateur policeman who can't be more amateur? Just when Kai was thinking about how to solve this matter, Isabella had already received news that she would take people to leave Los Angeles and go to New York overnight. Although New York was not peaceful for a while, she believed that New York would not always be so unlucky. On the contrary, Los Angeles was going to suffer now. She had to consider her men and Leslie, so she left very happily. As for other people in Los Angeles, it was none of her business. She was not from Los Angeles. If possible, she might not even be American. She was half Japanese. Anyway, there were superheroes to deal with things, so she didn't get involved. That's the thing. I don't know what to do. Kai had no choice but to seek help from the smartest person on the planet. Tony Stark, are you sure there will be a big earthquake? Although, I also think it's ridiculous, but I think it's 9 out of 10. It's a bit ridiculous to determine the outbreak of a big earthquake based on the graffiti of an autistic child and the testimony of an expert professor who is crazy about becoming famous. But Kai believes that Leslie would not draw the thing for no reason. In fact, Kai is quite concerned about the previous painting. What does it mean to express it in black? Then what are you going to do? I'm here to discuss it with you. A big earthquake, or on the bottom of the sea, an earthquake plus a tsunami. Los Angeles is completely ruined. We have to do something, Tony nodded. Indeed, would a normal person really turn a blind eye to such a thing? But the question is how to do it? How about I hold a press conference? Tony felt that he was quite famous. If he held a press conference, someone would believe it. No, this was Pepper's voice. Hey. How's Pepper doing lately? Kai greeted Pepper, who suddenly appeared on the screen. Not bad. I don't think this is useful, Pepper said seriously to Kai and Tony. No one will believe it, and it will affect Tony's reputation. After a woman truly falls in love with a man, she will put that man first in everything. She obviously didn't want Tony to fall into the vortex of public opinion. After all, publishing such a thing would cause a huge shock. It might even affect the entire Stark group. Tony himself didn't care. It's okay, I'm not afraid of what people say anyway, Pepper disagreed. Tony looked careless, but he was actually a very thoughtful person who cared a lot about what others said about him. You can see it in the movie, but the argument between the two gave Kai a good idea. Maybe, I have a way. What? Let Batman go, Kai said. Batman, yes. In the list of the most popular superheroes, Batman has always been ranked first. Bullshit. Tony has always been very dissatisfied with this ranking, and even planned to sue them for infringing on his image rights. Of course, the real reason is not so ridiculous. The real reason is that he found that his ranking is getting lower and lower. Just now in the top 10 those people don't know how to appreciate it at all. Aren't super rich people worthy of worship? Aren't geniuses worthy of worship? Am I not worthy of worship because I am so handsome? Why should I worship the bat spirit who dare not even show his face? And why is Steve Rogers ranked second? In the last New York battle, his contribution was the same as that of the traffic police next door, not worth mentioning at all. Why is he ranked higher than me? Kai listened with an embarrassed face. Why do you have to care about this kind of thing? And you are still in the top 10. What about me? I am at the bottom. Obviously my presence is so strong. Why is it lower than Deadpool? It sounds like Kai is not completely indifferent to this ranking. Kai naturally has his own reasons. He worked so hard to play multiple roles, and even when he was filming a movie, his salary was much higher than others. But after all the hard work, he almost ended up at the bottom. Who can he complain to? Yes. And that Ada Wong. Have you seen her on the battlefield? With just a few photos, she's in the top 3. Is that fair, Ada Wong? This became popular after a few online photos appeared on the internet. After all, she was on the battlefield at the time, and Ada Wong's clothes. Anyway, all kinds of LSP rushed to push her to the top of the hot search. It's really unreasonable that he can't compare to the bulging flesh of others after working so hard. Ahem. Off topic. Kai stopped talking quickly. After all, he also had a few pictures in his computer that were photoshopped by internet masters, and they were quite good. Chapter 939 Magic. Rankings and the like are of course a joke, but Tony still thinks it's not a good idea to do so. It's okay. I'll contact him. He's very keen on doing good things, and more importantly, he doesn't care about being scolded, of course. What does scolding Batman have to do with him, Kai? Okay. By the way, when will the earthquake happen? It will come every 2 or 3 days, and the next one will be a little stronger, about 3 to 4. It's not a big problem. But if this trend continues, a big earthquake will come sooner or later. According to Professor Lawrence's speculation, at most 1 month later, the energy accumulated in the Earth's crust will definitely cause a big earthquake. That means there's still time. Well, so I'll talk to Batman about this, okay? Since there's enough time, I think I should be able to do something. Tony muttered a few words, and while arguing with Pepper, he hung up the phone. After Kai hung up the phone, he suddenly felt tired. He was obviously here for a trip. Why did he encounter such a crappy thing? Kai originally thought he was unlucky enough, but Kai found that he still underestimated his luck. Hey, boss. Look at the TV, it was Chloe. Kai was stunned. What's going on? Is there any big news today? Who cheated again? Oh, in the United States, celebrities cheating and taking drugs are not news at all. It's not worth it to make Chloe so excited. Don't forget, this is Los Angeles. Kai turned on the TV, and what caught his eyes was the passionate commentary of the news anchor. A fool said on TV that whoever gets him out of prison will pay $100 million. Kai was stunned. Who is so stubborn? So tough? Alex Montel's family is spread across many countries in the world, engaged in various illegal activities such as arms smuggling and illegal drug trafficking. His personal net worth is estimated to reach billions of US dollars. I don't know why, when the female anchor said this, I always felt that the corners of her mouth kept curling up. Is this considered gloating? How much do they want big news? There's going to be an earthquake. Why are these people still messing around here? Boss, the general administration knows you're here, and we hope you can come over to talk. $100 million. Don't look at the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in American TV shows. That's just artistic processing, right? Real gangsters dare to draw their guns for a few $100s, and it's not too difficult to buy a life for tens of thousands of dollars. There are many people who are willing to risk their lives for a reward of more than 5 figures. This is $100 million. It's enough for those guys who are not on their right mind to risk their lives. Los Angeles is going to be in chaos. But it will take some time. At least we have to wait until Alex Montel is transferred, and then the gangsters will be dispatched. Before that, both the police and the gangsters will remain relatively quiet. Where's the Flash? It shouldn't be a problem to leave this matter to him. Let him transfer the prisoners, and it will be done in the blink of an eye. Do I need to go over there? The Flash's ability is really useful. Who can still kidnap the prisoners from him? He can't even eat farts. Chloe suddenly felt a little embarrassed. You know that our chief has changed, right? I haven't really paid attention to this. Kai really hasn't paid attention to it. As a New York policeman, why would he pay attention to the change of the Los Angeles police? How free would he be? It was changed this year. This one, how should I put it? He thinks that the existence of the Flash makes the LAPD look very incompetent. If the Flash does everything, then what is the use of the police? From Chloe's tone, it is not difficult to hear that she seems to support the new chief. There is a natural opposition between the police and superheroes. After all, if the superheroes do too well, it will indeed weaken the role of the police and make those bored people feel that the police are useless. Chloe is a policeman with a strong sense of honor, and naturally does not want to be called a waste. Only Kai is in New York, which leads to a good reputation for New York. Moreover, Kai usually stays in his own jurisdiction, rarely goes out to cause trouble, and will not interfere in the cases of other police stations at will, which also helps other police stations invisibly. After all, with Kai there to deter, those criminals dare not go too far, and the police are more confident, knowing that they have a backer, which makes the New York police much bolder and more confident than the Los Angeles police. And the Flash. Chloe doesn't hate the Flash. After all, in many cases, the Flash's intervention will reduce the casualties of the Los Angeles police. She just thinks that this city hero is a bit too active. He intervenes in everything. This makes it difficult for the police to do their work. After all, people's attention will be focused on him, and naturally ignore the role of their police. This also leads to a big difference in the reputation of the police in the two places. Also, we received news that the Flash seems to be missing. What did you say? Kai was almost choked by the news. The Flash is missing? Say it again. That's not right. He saw Barry yesterday, but before he had time to chat, the kid left in a hurry, looking like he had something urgent. Kai originally planned to find time to talk to him later. It's true, Chloe said seriously. Chloe said this for a reason. As we all know, the Flash is the most active superhero. Basically, Los Angeles residents can see the Flash every day. This superhero's main job is not to fight criminals, but to help people. For example, if there is a fire, a traffic accident, etc., he will appear. In addition, this good citizen of Los Angeles will also appear at various superpower crime scenes. This is already a scene in Los Angeles. But from yesterday to today, the Flash has not appeared once. This includes a case of a superpower person robbing a bank, and the Flash has never appeared from beginning to end. Where did you get the news from? South City Police Station. Chloe did not hide it. The Flash has more contact with the police there. South City Police Station, that is the police station where Joe West is located, and the news came from there. Did the Flash really have an accident? I know, I will go over to meet you later. Kai hung up Chloe's phone and immediately called Harrison Wells, who is the head of Star Laboratory and the person who is responsible for Barry's logistical support. After Star Labs was acquired by Kai, it basically became a peripheral branch of Kingsman, and Kingsman had a very high evaluation of this laboratory. Harrison, where's Barry? Kai asked. Harrison obviously didn't expect to receive a call from Kai at this time. Harrison was obviously a little panicked. Speak. Where did you take him? Hearing Harrison's hesitation, Kai knew that Harrison must know the reason. We can't say for the time being. What do you mean? It means that we are not sure what state Barry is in now. It turned out that Barry had always wanted to rescue his father. He firmly believed that his father was innocent. Many years ago, Barry's father was accused of killing his wife and had been imprisoned until now. It was because of this that Barry was adopted by Joe. Barry always remembered what happened that year. That night, his family was watching TV together in the living room as usual. As a result, after a gust of wind and lightning, his mother fell in a pool of blood. A knife was stuck in her abdomen, and there was only his father's fingerprints on the knife. Before, Barry couldn't explain how his mother was killed. After he got the speed force, he realized that the gust of wind and lightning that day was very likely a speedster. His mother was killed by a speedster, and his father was wrongfully imprisoned. It was also at this time that Cisco Raymond, who also belonged to Star Labs, proposed a theory. Star Labs, a member of the cutting-edge experimental team, a physics genius, inventor, and possesses the superpower shock wave, travel through time and space. Einstein's theory of relativity has a basic assumption that the speed of light is constant, which means that no matter how you look at it, the speed of light, which is the fastest speed, will not exceed 30 w/km/h. So the faster an object moves, the slower its time becomes. Until it reaches the speed of light, time will become infinitely slow. Then time has stopped. How can you surpass the speed of light? If you can get a speed that exceeds the speed of light, can you turn back time? This was originally just a joke-like hypothesis. After all, no one could really do it. As a result, Barry and Cisco, two extremely courageous guys, actually planned to use a particle accelerator to speed up Barry's speed and make him exceed the speed of light. And the result of the experiment was, Barry disappeared. Completely disappeared from this world. Are you kidding? Kai was so angry that he almost died. Is there really anyone who believes this? I really want to say this is a joke. But these two bastard kids actually did it. Harrison was about to cry. Barry's speed force has always been regarded by Harrison as the biggest scientific research theme for the rest of his life, but now it's gone. Kai didn't know what to say. What to do now? Have you thought of any way to get Barry back? We are thinking of a way. We have several plans. But it will take time. We will definitely get Barry back. The superhero traveled through time. Kai slandered the scientists in his laboratory as unreliable, and came to the Los Angeles Police Department headquarters. However, after arriving at the police station, Kai realized that it was not his bad luck, but that Los Angeles was really poisonous. Remember that idiot who issued the reward? Do you know how this guy was caught by the police? Alex Montel, that idiot, was introduced in the news. His family came from Bolivia in South America. South America is full of magical realism, and Bolivia is also a magical place in the whole of South America. Bolivia is located in the Silver Triangle where drug production is concentrated in Latin America. It has a history of coca cultivation for thousands of years. Coca leaves are the main raw material of cocaine. It is one of the countries with the largest cocaine production in the world, with an annual output of about 50,000 tons of coca leaves. According to official statistics from Bolivia, among the country's 6 million people, there are about 500,000 farmers engaged in coca leaf cultivation and processing, and no less than 100,000 engaged in coca leaf trafficking and trade. The annual income from exporting coca leaves is generally around $1 billion. Drug dealers are quite arrogant in this country. There have been cases where drug lords funded the president. There was even a Bolivian president who strongly demanded that the United Nations remove coca leaves from the drug import list at the United Nations, and exercised a claim that coca leaves are an extremely safe plant. The Montel family came from this dream country. They are very powerful and can even influence the country's politics. At the same time, the family has diversified its development. In addition to drugs, they do anything that can make money. Alex Montel is the future heir of the family. Logically speaking, such an important person should not be arrested in the United States. He should stay in his hometown, and it is not the turn of the Los Angeles police to arrest him. But the bad thing is that this guy has too many habits of a playboy. He does whatever he wants. I don't know what's wrong with him. He ran to Los Angeles to fool around. Just fool around, keep a low profile. But no, after drinking too much, this guy drove a very expensive sports car on the street. Then he was caught by the traffic police. Kai heard the process with a strange look on his face and asked, "You said, it was because one side of his taillight was not on. He was stopped by the motorcycle patrol, and then he was arrested. Too magical, right?" Chloe also had a subtle look on her face. That's it. Because he couldn't produce the vehicle license, he couldn't prove that the car was his. In fact, the car was not his. Kai was still puzzled, but how could a prisoner of this level be transferred in an ordinary prison van? And it was broadcast live. Before, the police only treated him as a thief and didn't find out his identity. Chloe shrugged. This must be God's will. He should be arrested in Los Angeles, otherwise would he go to jail for stealing a car? It's a bit biased to say that it was God. Because the police who arrested him were white policemen. Seeing his Latin American ancestry, They subconsciously thought that he was a car thief. Racial discrimination has done a good job? Kai was speechless. People of this status naturally can't go to do such a low-level thing as stealing a car. Others have several private jets at home. As for stealing a sports car, it's not shameful enough. But the patrolman arrested him on suspicion of stealing a car and sent him to jail. What's more ridiculous is that this guy probably thought that his identity would be exposed, so he took the opportunity to offer a reward during an unexpected news broadcast. It's drunk to think about it. This is a self-explosion. So, what are you going to do? Kai asked them in the conference room of the LAPD headquarters building. The scene was silent. This matter is quite evil. Originally, if this matter had not happened, the LAPD would have directly sent the person to the DIA, and that would have been the end of it. It was not a big deal at all, but that guy shouted in the news. It was like the LAPD was on the hook. If they didn't do something, the reputation of the LAPD would be ruined. Chapter 940 Prelude. So you want me to watch from the dark? As long as the criminal is not kidnapped, don't do anything. Kai looked at several high-ranking officials of the Los Angeles Police Department with a look of astonishment. Are you using the safety of the police officers for show? The idea of these higher-ranking officials is simple. They are afraid that things will be messed up, so they hope that Kai can hold the fort and stand up to clean up the mess when things really get out of control. If the Los Angeles Police Department can complete the transfer task safely, then Kai will not have to show up. Let everything look like the credit of their police. Kai can understand the idea of this group of people. It is nothing more than proving to the public that the Los Angeles Police Department can perfectly protect the safety of the people and can also effectively fight crime, so that they can get more political capital. But even though he understands it, Kai still can't accept it. What do these people think those desperados outside are? Are they street thugs whose crotches are about to fall to the ground? Or are they drug addicts who run to rob for a few dollars to buy drugs? The madness of those guys is absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. 100 million US dollars. It is definitely not a string of zeros. It represents too many things. Countless people will sacrifice their lives to pursue it. No. We are rebuilding the confidence of Los Angeles residents in the Los Angeles Police. At the same time, we are rebuilding the confidence of our own Los Angeles Police. We can rely on you to easily handle this matter this time. But what about later? The existence of the Flash has already made us criticize. Those high-ranking men have been blaming us for not being able to catch the Flash. Ordinary people laugh at us, saying that we can't do anything except help the Flash. Facing criminals, we can only tremble and wait for help. What's more terrifying is that many of our police have begun to think so. They are no longer brave, but only passively waiting for help. This is not right. A middle-aged man with a serious face stood up and directly refuted Kai. His name is Chris Vaughn, a former U.S. Special Forces officer. He served in the Special Forces for 8 years and later became a policeman after retiring. He is a very strong leader. However, he himself is quite prestigious. So, this is not just a show, but also a test. Even Kai had to admit that what he said made sense. Superheroes cannot replace police officers. The order of this society must be maintained by the police. After all, no matter how capable superheroes are, they can't manage an entire city. But you have to understand that $100 million is enough to make many people do terrible things. This time, the Los Angeles police are no longer facing those insignificant thugs, but a large group of well-equipped warhounds and desperados. $100 million. Those mercenaries who really dare to fight will never miss it. Those warhounds are not sought after by gangs. They are hyenas pursuing war and chaos, relying on death and blood for food. Mercenaries, a group that is ignored by the outside world, but is actually active in any war-torn area. And the United States is the largest supply base for this group. Before the Vietnam War, soldiers were a very glorious profession in the United States. They had good salaries, good social status, and good welfare policies. After World War II, the U.S. government gave full preferential treatment to all retired soldiers. At that time, retired soldiers who wanted to go to college not only had scholarships, low-interest loans, but also various preferential policies, and even employment had many preferential policies. After all, the U.S. economic situation was very, very good at that time, and the federal government was willing to spend money. But after the Vietnam War, soldiers suddenly became the culprits of the war. Because of anti-war and the paramilitary discipline of the U.S. military, This group was blamed and despised by the whole society. Then the social status of soldiers has declined greatly. In addition, due to the overall recession of the U.S. economy, the federal government has greatly reduced its welfare policy for retired soldiers, which has left many soldiers who have fought for their country penniless after returning home. Drug addiction is also a major reason. American soldiers learned two things in the Vietnam War: massacre and drug abuse. Putting aside the massacre, drug abuse has the greatest impact. According to estimates by the U.S. Department of Defense, in 1968, half of the U.S. troops sent to Vietnam had taken certain drugs, which rose to 60% in 1970. In 1973, the year when the U.S. military withdrew, 70% of the soldiers had taken psychotropic drugs. In terms of drugs, in 1971, 51% of U.S. soldiers had smoked marijuana, 28% had smoked hard drugs, mostly heroin, and nearly 31% had used hallucinogens. This has caused huge controversy in the U.S. military, government and even society. This has also completely ruined the reputation of the U.S. military. The most obvious example is that since then, fewer and fewer people have joined the army. And these veterans abandoned by society naturally have to find a way out for themselves. Some of them became warhounds, mercenaries. After that, it was probably a tradition that many retired U.S. soldiers who had no way to make a living would take this path. At least it was more profitable than being a soldier. Then the mercenary industry began to flourish. You can see them in any chaotic area. They may serve the U.S. government, some governments, warlords in various places, and even dictators and tyrants. In short, in one sentence, if you have money, you dare to do anything. And a reward of $100 million is definitely the largest order in history. Kai believes that any mercenary who receives the news will not mind doing a job. Anyway, with money, where in the world can they go? They can even go to Africa and find a small country to be a local emperor. After these people have been trained in the bloody and cruel battlefield, do you think a group of big city police with pistols can scare them? My police officers can handle all situations. Please rest assured. Unfortunately, the chief seemed very confident in his arrangement. Kai was silent for a while, then nodded. Okay, I understand your idea. This iron-headed kid did this, and Kai had no choice. Can he force him to agree with his approach? That's not Kai's style. But there is one thing I must say at the beginning, that is, you will bear all the consequences that arise later. After all, if I don't take action, I can't guarantee the casualties of the police. Hearing Kai's division of responsibilities, some people immediately wavered. After all, if there are really a lot of casualties, they will not be well. But the chief remained unmoved. Of course. We know what we are doing. In the next few days, Kai followed a request of the Los Angeles Police Department and participated in their combat meetings to plan the route. But Kai didn't speak most of the time. After all, strictly speaking, he was an outsider, and there was no need to get involved in those things, so as not to cause trouble for no reason. The Los Angeles police were obviously relieved by Kai's knowledge and understanding. After all, if they really did it, it would mean an unprecedented great achievement. But no one would dislike the great achievement and want to share it. Kai didn't interfere in these things, obviously not intending to share the credit. Finally, 5 days later, the police department had completed the scheduled interrogation and was ready to transfer the prisoner. It was almost noon. Kai took Chloe to find a place to eat. There were some fast food restaurants around the headquarters. American police are very fond of fast food and donuts. First, they are cheap. Second, they are high in calories. And third, they are convenient and fast, and you can eat them directly with your hands. So this has caused many patrolmen to be obese. There is no way eating junk food for a long time will make it so. Chloe is a beautiful girl, and she hates gaining weight, so she decided to go a little further and have lunch at a nice restaurant. Wu-ting. Anyway, Kai is there, and it is not her turn to pay, so she naturally eats better. Just when Kai and Chloe parked the car and were about to enter the restaurant, a helicopter flew over their heads. It was a helicopter with the LAPD logo printed on it, and it belonged to the Los Angeles Police Department. The prisoner will be escorted this afternoon. The Los Angeles Police Department has dozens of helicopters. The LAPD is definitely among the top 3 police departments in the United States that are most professional in air-ground coordination and catching criminals. Soon, the helicopter slowly descended to the first floor of the headquarters building. Kai didn't care. After all, this was arranged in advance by the Los Angeles Police Department. The Los Angeles Police Department plans to transfer the prisoners in 2 ways at the same time. One is by air, using a helicopter. The other is by land. In order to keep it secret, the decision on how the prisoners will be transferred will be made at the last moment. After all, no one knows whether someone will be dazzled by $100 million. For a police officer who only earns $60,000 a year, 100 million is also an astronomical figure. Then they will transfer them in 2 ways at the same time, using the strategy of confusing the enemy. Confuse those guys who are dazzled by money. Just as the helicopter approached the top of the building, the fuselage suddenly tilted and shook. Chloe put her hand in front of her forehead, squinted at the helicopter in the distance, and said a little puzzledly, "The skills of the helicopter pilots in the Bureau can't be so outrageous, right?" The next moment, a faint black smoke floated from the helicopter, and the entire fuselage began to spin, and then fell down. Chloe couldn't see it clearly. After all, the distance was very far, and she could only see a general idea. But Kai clearly saw a bullet hit the helicopter. Something happened. Kai immediately pulled Chloe to the headquarters. Oh my God. Chloe saw the helicopter crash with her own eyes. The alarm sounded, and the 2 rushed straight to the police station building. The police station's radio station also went crazy. The helicopter at the headquarters was attacked by unknown individuals and has crashed. Police officers nearby are requested to go immediately to maintain order. All police officers near the headquarters are to be alert and pay attention to possible attacks by gangsters. Immediately evacuate vehicles from nearby streets to avoid congestion. I have to say that the Los Angeles Police Department responded very correctly, and they took all situations into consideration at the first time. When Kai and Chloe arrived, there were already many police officers on the scene, and a large number of police officers came out of the building to maintain order. A helicopter fell to the ground, and 7 or 8 police officers were busy there. They were trying to rescue the driver. Kai got out of the car and immediately rushed to the helicopter. The people inside were not dead yet. However, the rescue was not smooth. The police officers did not have professional tools, and there were only so few places where they could exert their strength, so the rescue operation had not been successful. When Kai walked over, he smelled gasoline a few meters away. Although the situation in which vehicles leak oil and explode when leaking oil in movies is not common in reality, fire is still possible. However, considering that the helicopter uses aviation fuel, you still have to be careful, as aviation fuel has the risk of exploding when exposed to high temperatures. When Kai walked to the side of the helicopter, 3 or 4 police officers were trying to open the deformed door. The door kept making noises and could not be fully opened, so the seriously injured pilot inside could not be rescued. The pilot was lucky that the helicopter did not fall headfirst, but spun down. He was just seriously injured and was not dead yet. Of course, if it was delayed any longer, it might not be possible. Get out of the way, Kai pushed the police officers away. Then he exerted force suddenly, and with a click, the deformed door was opened. The previous impact caused the door to deform and get stuck. The police officers on the side were stunned. It was a bit too easy. Kai shouted, "What are you looking at? Help me. Is this the time to be in a daze?" Several policemen woke up from their dreams. One of them took out a knife and quickly cut off the ties on the driver, while he kept asking questions. There are often such scenes in movies, and this is not nonsense. First, the answer of the injured person can prove that his airway is not blocked by foreign objects. Secondly, the question and answer between the 2 sides can determine whether he is conscious, and confusion may mean heavy bleeding. Finally, the rescuer can also try to judge the injury of the injured person to avoid secondary injury caused by movement. Obviously, this policeman has rescue experience, an ordinary policeman can't do it so meticulously. Then several policemen were a little flustered and lifted the driver out. The helicopter was deformed, and the opening was so big that it was really difficult for several policemen to perform. Finally, Kai took action. He pushed several policemen away again, and asked one of them to firmly fix the driver's head and neck to prevent secondary injury. At the same time, he slowly exerted force, gently lifted the driver out of the helicopter, walked to the side of the road with a steady pace, and put him on the ground. A police officer immediately took off his clothes and put them under the back of his head. Looking at the injured pilot, Kai sighed. This guy is lucky. His spine was injured, his cervical spine might also have problems, and several ribs were broken. Internal bleeding is not certain, but he will not die. Kai secretly treated him and guaranteed that he would not die and would be able to walk, but he probably won't be able to fly a plane again in the future. Kai can only do this. After that, Kai handed the pilot to several policemen for care, and he took Chloe to help evacuate the crowd. They were all stuck here, and the ambulance couldn't come. There were really too many people in the core area of the big city. Many people actually heard the noise several minutes later, and then some lunatics inexplicably said that there was an air raid and X-bombs were found, and they immediately fled in panic. Many people ran around, and they rushed to the police station in a daze, causing more congestion here. There were also those fearless and calm spectators who began to watch from all directions, and a few were even filming with their phones. 2 news interview cars also arrived from the periphery, and the professional killers in the movie, female reporters and photographers immediately started working. These people are just looking for chaos in the world, and even Kai heard that the female reporter was speculating whether the helicopter wreckage would explode. What are these people thinking? Is the explosion of the helicopter wreckage a good thing? Well, don't say it, it is indeed a good thing for them. They just want to take exciting pictures. But things are not so dramatic. This is the police station, and police officers have already sprayed the helicopter with foam fire extinguishers. Are you underestimating the quality of the police? Soon a large number of police officers arrived one after another, and Kai and Chloe finally stepped back. Things like maintaining order still need patrol police officers, they are professionals. Chapter 941 Firefighter. Looking at the still-burning helicopter on the street, Kai knew that the criminals had beaten the Los Angeles Police Department in the face this time. If the police had been a little tempted by Kai's intervention and help before, they really didn't want to do that now. The reason is simple, Kai can't stay in Los Angeles forever. If the police don't fight back, then the Los Angeles Police Department's reputation will be completely ruined. In the future, all kinds of criminals will come to Los Angeles for vacation. This time, even if it is just for a face, the police must fight back with all their strength and can't let the criminals succeed in robbing the prisoner, at least not when Alex is in the hands of the police. Soon, the new Chief Vaughn called Kai's mobile phone. He needs to meet up with the escort team. This time, SWAT is escorting Alex Montel. Speaking of SWAT, we can't help but mention SYNOPSIS because it is the ancestor of all modern SWAT. This SWAT has also become a benchmark and model for special police teams worldwide because of its outstanding actions and training. The predecessor of SYNOPSIS was an anti-sniper team formed in 1965, which was organized as a 4-person team. In 1968, it was officially transformed into a 5-person combat team, Element. This organization model has been tested in actual combat many times and eventually became the most effective combat combination, becoming a classic organization for various special police teams to emulate. It is a legendary police team, established in 1969, and can be said to be the pioneer of modern police special operations teams. It can even be said that SWAT is the signature of LAPD. This is also the case. For such a special police team, Los Angeles has never been stingy with money. They have the best equipment, the best personnel, and the most professional training. This time, in order to escort, the Los Angeles Police Department sent out 8 combat teams at one time. The entire Los Angeles Police Department also has only 8 combat teams, 2 of which are reserve teams. This is to send out the entire SWAT. They are crazy, Chief Vaughn said with a sullen face the moment he saw Kai. Indeed, such a blatant attack on a police helicopter, and at the gate of the police station, can basically be classified as terrorists. Since that incident, the whole United States has had a physiological reaction to this title. Once given this name, being sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment is a shame. Although this fixed-term imprisonment may be up to hundreds of years or even longer, it is still a fixed-term imprisonment, and disappearing from the face of the earth is the most likely way. Even if ordinary criminals kill police officers, they dare not do this. It makes too much noise. Just now we wanted to send him directly to prison by helicopter, but before the helicopter landed, someone sniped the helicopter remotely. Kai nodded silently. Of course, the air is the safest way to transport. As long as the helicopter takes off, those who want to save Alex Montel will have to give up. Can't they beat the sponsor down and let him fall to death? If the sponsor dies, who the hell will pay? Obviously there are smart people among the gangsters who know that they can't let the police take people away so easily. Once that guy rises into the air, they basically have no chance. Now, we can only go on the ground. If you want me to guarantee that everything is foolproof, I am not sure I can do it, but you know how they do things. I can only ask you for help. Chief Vaughn suddenly pulled Kai and whispered, although it is a bit embarrassing to do this, I still hope that you can give us some help in the next operation. Chief Vaughn now understands that he underestimated the madness of those people. They dared to shoot down the police helicopter in front of the police station. These people are obviously crazy for $100 million. He is not as confident as before. Although he sent out all the SWAT, 8 combat teams, which sounds like a lot, are only about 40 people. How many gangsters are there for $100 million? He doesn't know. What's worse is that he still doesn't know how these people plan. They are in the open, and others are in the dark. I know it's a bit too much to say this, but please consider that you were once a member of the Los Angeles Police. Kai, please. Kai was a little speechless. From the original safety valve, he became a firefighter cruising alone. The workload increased suddenly. And it was during his vacation. Well, what can Kai do? Watch that bastard get away with it? This is a policeman who can't stand it. But only this time. Escorting a motorcade is not as easy as sending someone by helicopter. Before Alex is handed over to prison, the entire motorcade will be in danger. Alex, wearing an orange-red prison uniform, had a defiant expression on his face when he was taken to the escort car. Hey, man. How much can you make a year? 100,000? Or 200,000? How about I give you 20 million and you let me go? Not enough? Then if you can get me out of New York, then 100 million will be yours. How about it? That's 100 million, you can never make that much money in your life. With money, you don't have to do this kind of hard work anymore. I can take you to South America, and I guarantee you can live like a king. Shut up. Harrison Anderson, commander of the 1st SWAT team, gave Alex a slap in the face. Not everyone will turn a blind eye to $100 million. At least Harrison knew that someone in the bureau had an idea. Just yesterday, the fire alarm in the police station went off. Someone wanted to let the bastard go privately. But they were stopped. The outside world didn't know that someone in the police station had betrayed, otherwise the news would have exploded this morning. But this has invisibly dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the police officers. What's worse is that the temptation of $100 million to the police officers is no less than that to the gangsters outside. Being a police officer is just a job. Most people become police officers just to make money to support their families. No one knows whether someone will betray for money. Haha. Think about it. I'm willing to spend money. Alex was not angry at all. He believed that there was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. If there was, it was because the money was not enough. There are people who will come to save him. Because his life is worth 100 million, for this 100 million, those people would not let him get into trouble even if they died. He was very confident. It's just that when he didn't know, there were really people who were not greedy for money. Officer Harrison in front of him was such a person. Harrison was instructed in person before he set off. Whether or not someone successfully rescued the bastard this time, he has been blacklisted by the US police. If the Los Angeles police suffered a big loss, maybe a stray bullet would appear during the prisoner rescue and happen to hit this troublemaker. It's one thing to pay someone to rescue you in private, but to pay money openly on TV, do you really think the police are so good-tempered? Subscribe to support. Chapter 942 Wandering. As for how to explain it afterwards. Haha, was Harrison chosen randomly? Harrison is a seasoned man. He just took the blame, really not too much? If you really want to investigate, this guy should have been fired dozens of times, but he has always been firmly sitting in the position of combat team leader. It's not because he has a big backer, but many tasks assigned to his team are inherently dangerous. The probability of problems is naturally high, and every time there is a problem, he takes the blame. But soon, he returned to his position. The big guys in the Los Angeles Police Department are not stupid. If they give up Harrison, who is capable, willing to work, and not afraid of taking the blame, who'll handle the next troublesome case? If a team leader is abandoned for a case, then SWAT can replace all the team leaders in a year. In the police business, the police who honestly follow the rules are basically those who have no ability, and they can only follow the rules because they have no ability. Those old police officers with active ideas and means are treasures everywhere. They may not have a high position, but their role in the team is quite important. Without these experienced and courageous old guys, the SWAT team with inexperienced rookies alone cannot stabilize the security situation in Los Angeles. That would cause big problems. Therefore, Harrison, who is nearly 40 years old, is still up and down in the position of team leader. He is suspended several times a year, but he comes out again every time the storm passes. He has been blamed countless times, but he is the most trusted team commander of the bosses above. He is always thought of when there is an emergency case. For example, this time, Alex's identity is unique, and the DEA and CIA are very interested in him. Once something goes wrong, someone must stand up to take the blame. And Harrison is undoubtedly the best candidate. Harrison is a professional at taking the blame. Suspension? That's just a trick for the outside world. Harrison even had the experience of being suspended for 2 months, and his salary and bonus were still paid, and he was at the headquarters every day to remotely command the team members to handle cases. It's great to treat it as a vacation, and there is also a salary, so why not do it? And helping the leader take the blame is not just a benefit of reinstatement. You should know that the senior police officers in big cities like Los Angeles and New York are no longer just police officers. Their political attributes are very obvious. These big guys often have very strong social connections. For example, Harrison, who helped his leader take the blame so many times, got the due reward. He is a security consultant for 3 companies and a director of the Los Angeles branch of FOP, Fraternal Order of Police. These positions are paid, especially the security consultants of private companies, who have very considerable salaries. The Fraternal Order of Police represents connections and social status. The Fraternal Order of Police is a fraternal organization of American law enforcement officers. It consists of more than 325,000 members and 2,100 clubs. It is the largest law enforcement organization in the world. The influence is quite huge. Although it is just a guild organization on the surface and has a strong public welfare nature, it can actually obtain many hidden benefits. At least Harrison can guarantee that he will have a good place to go after retirement. After all, SWAT is always a job for young people. When he gets older, Harrison will have to leave. Leaving the special forces you are familiar with, you always have to go somewhere, right? With the title of a fraternity director, it would be much easier to switch to administration or simply go into politics. As a veteran SWAT team leader, he can easily arrange escort missions and is familiar with the process. However, this escort is special because someone is rushing to commit suicide. Please, Mr. Wayne, Harrison is the only person in the team who knows about Kai's existence. The superiors think that if too many people know about Kai's existence, then the original intention of asking Kai to act secretly will be gone. If someone reveals it, wouldn't the Los Angeles police have planned it in vain? I know, this time, I will not take the initiative to participate in the battle. But it's okay to remind you in advance, Kai doesn't care much about the title. Although he is a little unhappy about being used, Kai will not vent his anger on these policemen who are ready to fight. That's enough. If we can complete a mission like this, it can only mean that there is really a problem with SWAT. With Kai's guarantee, Harrison is obviously more confident. Soon Harrison will meet up with his team members. This is Kitty Hawk. There are many suspicious people around the police station. I have found more than 10 of them. The escort was carried out by SWAT personnel, but there were also many investigators from the intelligence division of the Los Angeles Police Department. They would provide SWAT with intelligence along the way. Harrison, got it, everyone be alert. Everyone's expression became solemn. It is impossible for a motorcade to escort Alex as easily as sending someone by helicopter. Before Alex is sent to prison, the entire motorcade will be in danger. Police cars were dispatched, and the motorcade drove out of the underground parking lot one by one. 4 motorcycle patrolmen, a LAV 306-wheeled police armored vehicle, without artillery, and 2 Pitbull VX anti-terrorist special police armored vehicles led the way, sandwiching a bulletproof escort vehicle in the middle, and finally 2 armored vehicles to hold the line. Together with the SWAT members on the armored vehicles, this lineup is enough to fight a small-scale war in a small country in the Middle East. The motorcade moved quickly on the street and headed straight for the Los Angeles County Jail in the east. This is Red Falcon. 200 meters ahead, there is something wrong with the apartment building on the right. There are robbers ambushing on the 3rd floor. Kai's words were not fast. It sounded like normal. But Harrison, who received the news, did not dare to neglect it. He immediately reported the situation. Suspicious armed personnel were found. There are robbers in the apartment building on the left, 300 meters ahead. The exact number of robbers is unknown. Please pay attention to the relevant parties. Be sure to pay attention. The other party has weapons. There are weapons. The escort convoy immediately slowed down. A moment later, the concentrated police force in the area swarmed in. The robbers on the apartment building soon found out that something was wrong and immediately tried to run. Unfortunately, the Los Angeles police had already surrounded them. There were a total of 9 robbers, and 6 of them dropped their guns and surrendered. They did nothing. They just waved their guns blindly. If they had a good lawyer, they would be released in a few months at most. After all, they were just seeking money. If they were discovered, it meant that they could not make the 100 million. Since there was no profit, they naturally surrendered. It's not worth fighting to the death. There are only 9 of them. It's okay to ambush and attack, but if they are discovered, they will definitely die if they fight the police with real guns. These 6 guys are very smart, but they are soon tricked by their companions. 3 of the 9 people were unwilling to surrender, so they opened fire. One of them had a wanted warrant on his back. Once he was arrested, he basically couldn't get out, so he naturally didn't want to surrender. As for the other 2, to be honest, the others didn't know what was going on with them. What the hell, there are at least 20 policemen outside, why did you shoot? The police had been warned long ago that they had guns and were planning to rob people, so they were obviously dangerous elements. Now that the other party opened fire, the Los Angeles police would naturally not be polite. So after a burst of gunfire, 5 of the 9 people died on the spot, but the wanted guy was unharmed. He saw how fierce the police were, so he simply surrendered. It's better to go to jail than to be beaten to death. The 2 stupid ones were shot dead. They were like crazy, wearing loose pants and holding pistols sideways, rapping and shooting. Who else should we shoot? The remaining 3 who died. It was completely an unprovoked disaster. They had already surrendered. But, Chapter 943, Wave After Wave. The situation has been resolved. Keep moving forward. After receiving the news that all the gangsters were under control, Harrison immediately ordered the entire convoy to move forward. But within 3 minutes, Kai called again. Attention. At 12 o'clock, there is a sniper at the 13th window on the left of the 13th floor of the Scott building. Also, at the intersection 300 meters ahead, there is a large box truck on each side of the intersection. Gangsters are hiding inside, and they are suspected of holding heavy weapons. Harrison's heart tightened. Damn, sniper rifles and heavy weapons have appeared. Are they really planning to start a war in Los Angeles? Everyone, pay attention. Everyone, pay attention. There is a sniper at the 13th window on the left of the 13th floor of the Scott building. Repeat. There is a sniper at the 13th window on the left of the 13th floor of the Scott building. In addition, at the intersection 300 meters ahead, there is a large box truck on the left and right intersections, with bandits ambushing inside, suspected of holding heavy weapons. Brothers near the intersection must pay attention. They have heavy weapons. The Special Forces members of the convoy were shocked. On the one hand, it was because of the rampant bandits, and on the other hand, they felt that their captain was going to be super god. Such accurate information. Where did it come from? Sniper, I have solved it for you. You're welcome. Soon Kai's voice sounded in Harrison's ears again. Hearing that there was a sniper rifle, the police in charge of the road ahead suddenly tense up. That was a sniper rifle. With the protection of ordinary police officers, they had no ability to block such a weapon. Neither their patrol cars nor their bulletproof vests were enough to give them any sense of security. But at present, they didn't have a good solution. They could only hide behind the police car and shrink their heads. No way, let the police fight against the sniper rifle? We all work to support our families, so why do we have to fight so hard? But soon, Harrison's excited voice sounded on the public channel. The sniper has been dealt with by our side. Attention, the sniper has been dealt with by our side. The leading officer was immediately shocked when he heard this. The sniper was far away from the battlefield, and the police really had no good way. They were equipped with automatic rifles and shotguns. It was obviously a dream to run against the sniper, but if there were no snipers, only a group of bandits holding heavy weapons and trapped in the container, that would be another matter. He felt that the credit was waving at him. The bandits holding heavy weapons were a huge credit in front of the police anywhere in the world. Everyone get ready. Bring the big guys. Let's go say hello to them." A moment later, the concentrated police force in the area swarmed in, first forcing the drivers of the two large trucks, so that they dared not move at all. Surrounded by a bunch of guns from the police, more than a dozen bandits in the two large trucks surrendered. They were surrounded in a daze. The compartment of the truck is not bulletproof. If any of the gangsters resist, the surrounding police will block them inside and beat them into a hornet's nest. Then Kai reported two more groups of gangsters, and the police in charge of the surrounding area took the credit. The most ridiculous one was two guys. These two guys knocked down the homeless people pushing the cart. They planned to use two Uzi 9mm submachine guns to attack a convoy of 40 fully armed special forces and armored vehicles. The 9mm Bella Bloom bullet could not penetrate the defense of the armored vehicles at all. And there were only two of them. God knows what they were thinking. If the SWAT was scared by these two submachine guns, they would all be unemployed tomorrow. When these two guys were still in ambush, 7 or 8 police officers got out of the car without saying anything and stood behind the door, pointing several guns at them. The two guys knelt down obediently, and the Uzi hidden on their bodies was confiscated without firing a single shot. The convoy drove out of the city safely, and the first stage was completed. After all, the criminals who really dared to intercept the police convoy in the downtown area were either crazy or not smart enough. There were so many policemen in the city. The first wave of obstacles has been cleared. Keep moving forward, don't relax. Harrison thought so too. The first wave of people who showed up were always the most impatient and the least powerful. A reward of $100 million could not attract only such a group of amateurs. Professional criminals were still behind. Sure enough, not long after they drove out of the city, the police who were leading the way in front sent a report. They found two criminals. During the pursuit, the criminals threw down an RPG and 2 rockets and ran away. This thing is not a gun. One shot can destroy a police car and several police officers. Hearing this, Harrison wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although they had prepared themselves mentally in advance and knew that for $100 million, who knows how many people would take risks, but RPG, this thing is also a contraband in the United States. The United States does not ban robbery, but RPG is no longer considered a gun. There's a garbage truck on the left at 3 o'clock ahead. There's something wrong there. Harrison immediately reported the situation and asked the police officers in front to pay attention. As a result, the garbage truck saw the convoy slowing down and immediately responded. 2 workers working next to the garbage truck threw away the tools in their hands, grabbed an AK-47 from the trash can and jumped into the dump truck of the garbage truck. Then the garbage truck was like a bull out of control, reversing and crashing into the convoy. The leading motorcycle police immediately opened fire at the garbage truck. Unfortunately, it was useless. The dump truck behind the garbage truck was very thick, and the pistol bullets hitting it were useless except for the dinging sparks. Before the police officers could react, 2 small windows were suddenly opened in the dump truck behind the garbage truck, and then the gun barrel stretched out. Da 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 da. This group of gangsters actually converted the garbage truck into an armored vehicle. I have to admire their creativity. Fortunately, SWAT was well prepared for this operation. Armored vehicle, right? Soon, the machine gun turret on the leading armored vehicle was loaded with an American Browning square meter 12.7mm large caliber machine gun. The 3 armored vehicles quickly unfolded in a finished shape, and then 3 12.7mm machine guns opened fire directly. How high can you expect the armor quality of a garbage truck to be? It was instantly shot into a sieve. Of course, the bandits did not expect a garbage truck to kill a convoy of armored vehicles. Suddenly, the grounds in front of the convoy exploded directly. These grandsons actually placed explosives in the sewer. This was something that even Kai did not expect. The ground collapsed into a big pit, and the convoy was stopped. It took time to turn around. At this time, a group of bandits suddenly rushed out from the side of the road, and they also had rockets in their hands. This group of people was very professional. They first threw smoke bombs to cover the field of vision, so that the machine gunners of the armored vehicles did not dare to shoot at will. After all, there were a large number of civilians on both sides of the road. Then they launched an attack on the convoy. Harrison immediately ordered his machine gunners too. Their firepower was very fierce, and for a time they actually suppressed the convoy with firepower. Harrison was very frustrated. I'm watching a movie to recharge my battery, so I updated a little less today. I'll continue with 2 updates tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 944 1/3. Red Falcon. Red Falcon. Request for support. Request for support. The convoy was blocked. If they didn't leave as soon as possible, what awaited them would be a group of crazy jackhawks for $100 million, so Harrison called for external support without hesitation. And the facts also proved that external plugins are external plugins, and they are always trustworthy. Bang! A gangster's head exploded without any sign while moving. This scared his companions who were covering him and immediately shrank back. They were too familiar with this situation. It was a sniper. Anyone who has been on the battlefield knows how troublesome snipers are. Their role at the strategic level is indeed very small, but in terms of tactics, especially in small-scale conflicts, they are basically the gods of the battlefield. So this group of elite gangsters immediately dispersed to find cover. Unfortunately, the invitation of the god of death is never late. Bang! One of the gangsters' heads exploded, and he was shot dead just by sticking half of his head out from behind the cover to take a look. The death of 2 people was not enough to shake the greed of these hyenas, but the call of the god of death never stopped. Just as the second gangster fell to the ground, the third bullet whizzed in. This time, it didn't hit his head, but the unlucky guy was careless and exposed his calf when hiding behind the bunker. The bullet penetrated the unlucky guy's calf, and the huge pain made him fall out of the bunker. Bang! The moment he fell out of the bunker, a bullet hit his forehead and flipped his head. 4 bullets killed 3 people. The sweat on the face of the leading gangster came out. The team that dared to form a group to brush the SWAT copy was naturally not a rookie team. They knew too well the horror of an excellent sniper. And the sniper they were facing at present was obviously an absolute ace. Sniper is a very unique profession. The main value of snipers is to make the enemy pay the greatest price at the lowest cost. This is the fundamental purpose of all countries in the world today, to spare no effort to train snipers. The orders that snipers often execute include designated sniping, patrol hunting, non-hard equipment destruction, team observation and alert, and fire support. But if you want to become a sniper, first of all, an excellent sniper needs talent. This is very important. People without talent cannot become snipers. Although it sounds unfair, how can this thing be fair? Secondly, snipers are very expensive. An excellent sniper can be said to be made with money. If a sniper wants to be trained, 100,000 rounds of bullets are the most basic. Finally, sniper training is notoriously harsh. Their training is very harsh. Because they need to act in a dirty environment, many people can't stand it and quit training. If you want to become a sniper, you must pass this level. You can't become a sniper without excellent physical fitness, because snipers often have to run and climb with weights when they are on a mission, not to mention in the wild, wading through mountains and rivers. They may even stay in one place for a few days without moving, always on standby. If you don't have excellent physical fitness, you can't complete it. In addition to physical torture, snipers also have higher requirements on their brains. When performing tasks, they need to calculate the wind speed at the time, possible interference, whether their position will expose themselves, predict the enemy's movement position, and have some understanding of weapons to judge the weapons used by the other party. Therefore, a qualified sniper can be said to be an excellent master who integrates weapons, power, physiology, camouflage, meteorology, etc. This also leads to the fact that excellent snipers in various countries are scarce resources. Even if snipers have passed the peak of their physical functions and are no longer suitable for combat missions, they will be retained by various troops as instructors. Unlike those unattended soldiers, snipers are treated much better. Therefore, people like this rarely run away to become mercenaries. This is why they did not use snipers to attack the convoy. What? Wasn't there an ambush of snipers in the city before? Don't you say that there are few snipers? Please, either holding a sniper rifle or a sniper. That's just a gangster holding a sniper rifle. Real snipers will not attack at such a close distance. 4 bullets, all hit the target, and killed 3 people. This level of sniper is not something you can encounter casually, and the opponent is obviously out of sight. Until now, they have not noticed the direction of the sniper. Next, Kai deliberately controlled the hit rate, otherwise it would be too exaggerated. He has the ability of a bullseye, and it is like playing to hit the target every time. But it is enough to suppress the group of gangsters. As the gangsters were suppressed, SWAT also slowed down. Don't underestimate the combat effectiveness of these special police. With the police surrounding them from all directions, the gangsters had no choice but to surrender. As I said, they are for money. Knowing that they can't win, they still rush forward, so why do they want to grab the 100 million reward? Isn't it better to stay in the war zone? It's more exciting there. This delay was almost an hour, and because the road was bombed, the convoy had to take a detour. The convoy turned around and went out of the city from the East District to the prison. But soon, Harrison received another call from Kai. This is Falcon. The patrol car number 206, 200 meters ahead of the motorcade, is from the East District Police Station, but I don't know the two police officers. I'll ask the main station to check the situation of number 206 immediately. Attention, there are two people in the back seat of the patrol car, and they are suspected of being armed. Kai had been in the East District Serious Crime Unit before, and he knew almost everyone in the East District. Harrison was stunned, and then realized, damn, someone pretended to be a police officer. Harrison immediately arranged for someone to deal with a bandit pretending to be a police officer, and found that the things on these guys were all real. The police car, police uniform and various police equipment were all real, and they even monitored the internal police communication through the communicator in the police car. This discovery made all the police officers alert and began to question the whereabouts of the police officers in the police car number 206. The bandits were also confused, and they didn't understand how they were discovered. Fortunately, they didn't kill the police in the police car. They were stripped naked, tied up and thrown into the trunk. Although they were injured, they were not in danger of life. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Harrison. He asked the team to speed up again while cursing Alex. They had not even traveled a third of the way and had already encountered so many bandits. Who knew what they would encounter next? Chapter 945. Accidents occur frequently. Harrison himself didn't know if it was his bad luck. Or was it the wrong route? After leaving the city from the East District, the population was relatively sparse, and it was easier to do something. Not long after leaving the East District, he encountered trouble. Kai watched a convoy rumble past not far in front of him. He immediately connected the intercom. Red Falcon report. 5 large trucks are rushing towards the convoy from the south. There may be more than 50 armed bandits on them. Be prepared for battle. The several groups of bandits that were cleared out just now were all lying in ambush. Kai discovered them in advance, so the police certainly had enough time to surround them. But this time it was a surprise attack. The time and location chosen by these 5 vehicles were very good. They suddenly rushed out before Kai noticed them and rushed directly towards the convoy, leaving too little time for the police to warn. What's more, the police also changed the route temporarily. There was no time to adjust many things. So they were caught by these people by mistake. At the speed of the vehicles, a few hundred meters can only take tens of seconds. This situation is unavoidable. Fuck. How did they know we changed our route? Harrison punched the seat next to him. Someone must have betrayed our information. This is natural. Even if $100 million is divided into 10 parts, each person can get 10 million. It is not too easy to bribe some policemen. Fortunately, there are no tall buildings nearby. They are either low-rise residential houses or some factories. The escort convoy will not fall into a 3-dimensional trap. Kai carefully observed the weapons configuration of the bandits in the 5 cars. Well, did this group of people rob the armory? There are at least 3 Mk-46 Mod 0 light machine guns. This machine gun is an improved version of the M249, with a firing rate of 50-1,000 rounds minute, a caliber of 5.56 mm, and a 200-round ammunition box. The firepower is very strong. The rest of the people are also equipped with a large number of automatic rifles, such as the U.S. military's M4A1 carbine and the gangster's standard AK-47, and there are also several RPGs. This firepower is quite fierce. By the way, how did these weapons get to Los Angeles? In view of this situation, Kai felt that if he did not intervene, the police would really be defeated. It was too cruel. However, in order to save the face of the Los Angeles police, Kai decided to support them in the way of the police. What way? Of course, he used guns. Just when Kai decided to take action, the gangsters took the lead. In the leading truck, a gangster carried an RPG and fired a rocket at the leading armored vehicle. Boom! The leading armored vehicle was blown away. The gangsters were obviously not novices. They did not fire rockets at the armored vehicle's hardest armor, but fired at the bottom of the vehicle. In this way, even if the armored vehicle could not be destroyed, it could make the armored vehicle roll over or destroy the chassis under the vehicle. Then 3 consecutive rockets were fired from other trucks. The 3 armored vehicles that led the convoy were directly knocked down. These gangsters acted really quickly. After the explosion, Kai chased the butts of the 5 trucks in front and rushed over. After the gangsters who got off the first truck opened fire on the convoy, Kai also opened fire without hesitation. Warning? This is not necessary for the gangsters who are attacking the police. Just open fire directly. The length of the truck still caused some problems for the gangsters' coordination. The gangsters in the first truck got out and opened fire, and the gangsters in the third truck started to get out of the car. This gave Kai an excellent shooting window. The gangsters who just started to emerge in the 3 cars behind felt a kind and warm greetings from the SCAR assault rifle 7.62mm caliber. A large number of screams rang out in the 3 cars, and the gangsters who were rushing out fell to the ground at the door of the car, some screaming and rolling, and some silent. In front, more than 30 gangsters were fighting with a police escort convoy, and the scene was very tense. Kai was not in a hurry. He changed a magazine and called out the gangsters in his sight, firing 2 shots at each of these figures. However, the bandits were obviously affected by the gunfire from behind. A police officer surrounded them from behind. Although they did not understand how the police officer did it, they paid attention to the back when they came, and there should be no police officer. Faced with a pincer attack, these bandits did not panic, but decisively gave up the plan to rob the prisoners and prepared to retreat. Nonsense, they were already pincered from front and back, waiting to be surrounded by dumplings if they did not retreat? But the problem is that SWAT, which had just suffered losses, was not willing to do it. Nima came up and served with RPG. Too cruel. The RPG just triggered SWAT and caused casualties. The specific situation needs to be counted later, but now, SWAT just wants to kill them. So SWAT vented its firepower on the enemy with anger. Originally, there were more than 70 people in the 5 large trucks. The preemptive strike insufficient firepower should have been able to suppress SWAT, but who would have thought that Kai would sneak up from behind? The SCAR assault rifle in Kai's hand is a 7.62 caliber SCAR H, heavy version. The thickness of the truck's compartment does not provide any protection at all. Most of the gangsters fell into the compartment before they could get off the truck. After 1 magazine was used up, more than a dozen gangsters who were exchanging fire with the escorting police officers fell down immediately and began to disintegrate. They are not a regular army, but a gang that was temporarily put together to make a fortune. They have no morale at all. Relying on their numbers, they can bully the police officers escorting the convoy. Now that the battle losses have exceeded 60%, it would be too fantastic to continue fighting. Okay, Red Falcon has cleared the gangsters in the 3 trucks behind. But there may be uninjured gangsters left in the compartment. Let the police officers who take over be careful. After saying this on the intercom, Kai turned the front of the car and continued to scout from the side. At the headquarters, Chief Vaughn listened to the report from the scene. Only the bandits in the front 2 of the 5 trucks exchanged fire with us. The bandits in the back 3 were attacked by Red Falcons when they got off the trucks, and basically did not join the battle. Vaughn breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately. If it weren't for Kai's help, this time he might have been defeated. What about the casualties? Team E, all members have lost their combat capability. Team F has lost 3 members, and 1 member of Team G is in a coma. There are no casualties for the time being. I have asked Team F to stay and wait for follow-up support. The SWAT teams on the 3 armored vehicles had more or less casualties. Team G was fine, with only 1 member losing combat capability and could continue to perform the mission. Team F had lost more than half of its members. It was obviously impossible for Team F to continue to perform the mission in this situation, so Harrison simply asked Team F to stay and wait for the ambulance. Hearing such casualties, Vaughn breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was okay. Facing more than 70 bandits armed with heavy weapons, how good is this record? If the police in other places had such a record, they would have boasted to the sky. This is Los Angeles. Because of the big incidents, The standards are naturally higher. Oh, yes, New York also has high standards. After all, the citizens have seen more powerful ones. But no matter what, as long as Alex is successfully delivered, the credit is basically stable. After the report, the reorganized convoy continued to set off. After this battle, the escort convoy has traveled half of the way. And most of the next journey is flat and open areas, and there will be fewer and fewer shelters. In those places, the gangsters have to go out on a large scale to succeed. Without 200 or 300 people, it is impossible to stop the convoy in the flat area. But if such a large team is dispatched, the movement will definitely be very loud. The LAPD helicopter is now following high in the sky. In the sunny afternoon sun, it does not need to lower its altitude to observe faraway places. The helicopter is located at a very high position, and it dare not stay in a certain position for too long. The previous machine happened in the morning. It does not want to become the second LAPD helicopter to crash in one day. The journey was unusually smooth until they left the densely populated residential area and entered the more desolate factory area. If they wanted to launch a major operation, this would be the best opportunity. Otherwise, after leaving the city, there would be a large desert area, where it would be difficult to find even a place to hide people, and any movement would be detected by the helicopter. Suddenly, Kai felt something, stopped the car immediately, and looked behind him. There was a loud bang. It didn't sound like an explosion, but rather like thunder. Something happened. In the intercom system, a team member was already reporting the situation. The vehicle escorting the suspect encountered an X-bomb and has overturned, but we didn't find the attacker. Repeat, we didn't find the attacker. Kai immediately turned around and rushed towards the convoy. He swore that there was absolutely no one there when he passed by there just now. When he arrived at the place, Kai didn't find the attacker, and he didn't even smell the smell of the X-bomb. But the escort vehicle did overturn. Was it some type of mine? Or supernatural power? He cruised around the convoy, but found nothing. There was no one around. Even when the suspect was transferred to another car, no one showed up. Kai carefully observed the overturned escort vehicle. This thing is not light. If a normal bomb wants to blow it up, the equivalent must be very large. But Kai looked around and found no trace of the explosion. Instead, there was a huge dent on the side of the escort vehicle. Harrison came over and said solemnly, "Red Falcon. Can you tell what happened?" Kai touched the marks on the escort vehicle and said to Harrison, "Tell Vaughn that your show will be suspended." Harrison knew the whole situation. Kai was a role that secretly supported the team. He would not appear unless it was necessary. For example, even if he appeared now, he was wearing a standard combat uniform, a combat mask and a helmet. No one could tell who he was. Why? Harrison naturally understood the director's importance to this operation. If possible, they would rather complete it independently. Because the other party is not following the routine, you naturally can't play anymore. Kai pointed to the overturned escort vehicle. "Do you think this thing can be made by ordinary people? I can tell you clearly that I just checked it. There was no one here before. Now I can still tell you for sure that there is still no one here. What do you think caused this?" Harrison is not stupid, and he immediately knew what Kai meant. "You mean, there are superpowers involved?" Los Angeles is really familiar with this kind of criminals. Did the rogue gangs that have been rampant in New York recently come from Los Angeles? Compared with the calmness of New Yorkers facing superpowers, the attitude of Los Angeles towards superpowers is much worse. There is no way that many superpowers in New York are superheroes. After all, superpower criminals who dare to make trouble have been killed by Kai. Even the rogue gangs only rob banks and don't hurt people. For New Yorkers, banks? What's the difference between them and the vampires on Wall Street? Guns are their money, it's none of the people's business. Therefore, the ones who have been fighting wits and courage with the rogues are Daredevil, Spider-Man and other superheroes who adhere to the principle of not killing. Bigwigs like Tony Stark and Kai basically don't attack them. After all, if the other party doesn't kill people, it's not worth killing them. Besides, if they are asked to do everything, what will Daredevil and others do? Isn't it obvious? Harrison didn't dare to neglect and immediately contacted Director Vaughn. Vaughn was also confused. Superpowers. Oh, superpowers also love money, 100 million. Fuck. Vaughn now understands that he still underestimated the power of 100 million US dollars. Soon, Director Vaughn gave a new order. The convoy continued to move forward, and Kai could move openly. It must be said that Kai's impression of the new director has changed slightly. At least he didn't joke with the lives of his subordinates. Everyone continued to move forward. The overturned escort's vehicle could only stay where it was. The bearings of the chassis were bent and could no longer be driven. Suddenly, Kai's expression changed, and he heard the sound of vehicles moving from all directions. Fuck. He cursed in his heart, turned the steering wheel, and rushed to the street. The next moment, with a rumbling sound, cars came out from everywhere. These cars came from the opposite side of the convoy, and they were all very fast. It was exactly the same as the operation of the truck convoy just now. This made the police immediately nervous. Damn, the same routine is going to happen again? The helicopter in the sky was already frantically reminding, here are the vultures. There are so many, at least more than 50 cars. And they are surrounding from the east. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. They don't have weapons, Kai shouted quickly on the public channel. These people are not gangsters at all. A group of police heard the words on the public channel and were dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? Harrison immediately asked the observer on the helicopter. The observer also carefully distinguished them, and after a moment he was also surprised. They have no weapons. Vulture repeats. We don't see any weapons, Kai added at the right time. They are all young people in their teens and 20s. They don't have any weapons in their hands, except for bottles of wine and marijuana. They seem to be here for a party, huh? As he spoke, a large number of cars from the other side surrounded the escort convoy, forcing the convoy to slow down and stop. And these people got out of the car with laughter and stood around the police car, and then strong music sounded. These young people stood in a formation, and then began to dance, dance, dance. WTF, almost everyone in the escort convoy cursed. Here, on the main road, in broad daylight, you stopped the police armored vehicle, and then danced. Everyone in the convoy was a little overwhelmed. When making the emergency plan, I didn't consider this situation. Who the hell would think of this situation when making the emergency plan? Shooting? Only crazy people dare to do this. There were all unarmed young people in front of them, and there were even many middle school students in their teens. Although drinking and smoking marijuana is indeed illegal, it is not necessary to shoot them, right? As for dancing, there is no country in the world where dancing is illegal. Although the number of 100 or 200 people is a bit exaggerated, no one says that 100 or 200 people can't dance together. It's true that these people seem to dance in a methodical way, as if they have practiced. The subscription has dropped too badly recently. Let's pull up the data. Chapter 946 Raid. The patrol officers should ask them what they are doing and tell them not to obstruct public affairs. Harrison could only send patrol officers to inquire about the intentions of the group. To be honest, these were just a group of children. If the special police with live ammunition were to go and ask them, they might be scared. If the police scared the children, the front page of tomorrow's news would eat the Los Angeles police alive. In the European and American public opinion circles, children are angels. If an angel is hurt a little, even if it is just a scare, there will be a group of people who will stand up to protect it. Even if Harrison is a seasoned veteran, he can't stand this kind of thing. The 4 motorcycle patrol officers were the most unlucky. The others were still in the car, but they were deeply trapped in the sea of people. They dared not take action, nor could they leave. The people around them surrounded them tightly. Some young people even performed difficult dance performances on their police motorcycles. They didn't dare to do anything radical. As I said, they were still children. After a moment, the 4 motorcycle patrol officers who were asking questions smiled bitterly, and one of them pressed the intercom. They said they were hired to shoot a music video, and they said it was a music video for a famous singer's new song. You know, I don't chase stars at my age, unless it's Beyoncé. The patrol officer's witty joke did not receive any positive response. Harrison was in no mood to joke with others at this time. He was worried that the gangsters would take this opportunity to attack. There were a lot of young people next to the escort convoy. These young people didn't smell of weapons or dangerous goods. They were just tools to disrupt the police's sight. It was obvious that someone did it on purpose. Fortunately, this kind of crazy attack did not happen. The motorcycle patrol officer worked tirelessly and finally turned off the music, and explained that his group was a real LAPD convoy, not a temporary prop invited by the MV. A group of young people looked at each other and made way. But when Harrison asked the patrol officer to ask them who was the organizer of this event, These young people looked around and said that they couldn't find a girl named Peggy. Obviously, there was something wrong with this Peggy. But it's not important. $100 million is enough for many people to use their brains to do all kinds of things. This kind of tricking children into doing things is already very low level. According to the children, they are all students in a dance studio. Peggy is their classmate. She usually takes some extras. After all, this is Los Angeles, and there is no shortage of similar things. She notified everyone about this event yesterday. She told these children that each child who participated in this event received a reward of $50. They can have fun and get paid. These children quickly gathered a large group. According to them, the other party used the excuse of shooting a music video to let them surround a team of prop police cars and perform singing and dancing. A few chatterbox children did not forget to add, "This is the music video expressing opposition to violence." The police who heard this suddenly felt a toothache. They know that in the American public opinion circle, the image of the police has always been not very good. But the violent villain in the music video? Is people's impression of LAPD too negative? No one wants the profession to be discriminated against, and the police are the same. This farce delayed the convoy for more than 10 minutes, and the convoy finally squeezed out of a large group of young people in a panic. Although no shots were fired, they were more nervous than in a battle. Some policemen who almost fired their guns were sweating on their backs. If they had been quicker, they would have killed or injured several young people, which would have made the headlines and been criticized by the people of Los Angeles. After that, the convoy was safe all the way. This made many policemen feel a little puzzled. They didn't understand what all the previous things were for. But those who were really smart knew that this was not a good sign. No one would do useless work, and there must be a reason for them to be stopped. Everyone, don't relax, cheer up. Harrison was a smart man. He immediately informed everyone and asked everyone not to relax. Sure enough, when they reached the edge of the factory area, the expected attack came. A series of cars suddenly appeared from the factories on both sides in the distance, rushing towards the escort convoy, intending to cut off the convoy in the middle. When the police officers escorting the convoy saw the two vehicles of the big head clearly, they cursed, "Damn, it's an armored vehicle." It's not so exaggerated to say that they are armored vehicles. After all, it's not so easy for such vehicles to enter a big city like Los Angeles. These vehicles are armored vehicles modified from pickup trucks. The powerful muscle pickup trucks are very popular in the United States. These armored vehicles are such muscle pickup trucks. At the same time, many thick steel plates are added to the body. Although they don't have a reasonable armor layout like real armored vehicles, their defense is still strong. Machine guns. They have machine guns on their cars. The modified pickup trucks are equipped with 7.62mm M240 general-purpose machine guns. Fire, fire. The gunshots rang out, but the two armored vehicles were well prepared. The thick steel plates were not afraid of ordinary rifle bullets at all, and they drove over with a rumble. Behind these armored vehicles were several pickup trucks, each carrying several armed personnel. The other party completely treated the prisoner hijacking operation as a war. Kai had already moved to the left side of the enemy convoy at this time. Seeing the two armored vehicles, he immediately aimed at their tires and fired. Fortunately, the bandits did not replace the special tires on the armored vehicles. Kai shot out their tires with a few shots, forcing the two armored pickup trucks to stop. Just kidding, this kind of rough modification made the original weight and center of gravity of the vehicle body very bad. If the tires were blown out, if they were still accelerating, they would probably roll over before they could hit the convoy. I blew up the rear tire of the armored vehicle. Turn, the convoy turns. Keep a distance from them, keep a distance from them. Kai immediately informed others to keep them away from the enemy's machine guns. Harrison heard it and immediately began to issue new orders. Although their equipment was superior to the enemy's, the problem was that the enemy's machine guns were not vegetarians either. Why bother with the enemy? The convoy did not turn around immediately, because although the enemy's armored vehicles were temporarily grounded, the machine guns were not affected and could still fire. Boom 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 boom. The first to be attacked was Kai. One of the armored vehicles immediately attacked Kai. Faced with such firepower, unless Kai was exposed, he could only step on the gas pedal to the maximum and hide in the abandoned factory nearby. As for the convoy, even though Kai had issued a warning in advance to prepare everyone, one of the four leading motorcycles was hit by a dense rain of bullets, and the patrolman on it instantly fell to the street, and the motorcycle exploded into a ball of fire. The other 3 motorcycles turned frantically to avoid it, and 2 of them fell to the ground and slid sideways. 2 patrolmen fell off the motorcycles and immediately climbed to the side regardless of the pain. Only 1 motorcycle made a big turn and hid in the street next to it. The motorcycle patrolmen only had pistols on them, so they dared not fight against the armored vehicles with machine guns. The convoy was also in chaos. The 2 anti-terrorist special police armored vehicles were immediately fired upon. After all, their armor protection was slightly worse than the entire convoy. They turned a little late and were immediately taken care of by 2 M240s. Bullets hit the special police armored vehicles, leaving bullet holes. This special police armored vehicle is not as good as the Live 300 police 6-wheel armored vehicle. The windows of the 6-wheel armored vehicle are very small, leaving only the observation window. Although the field of vision is not so good, the protection is very strong. The special police armored vehicles are mostly modified from ordinary vehicles. Although they are also armored and bulletproof, the windows are only bulletproof glass. This is to ensure the maximum field of vision. So a row of bullet holes appeared on the front windshield of the 2 special police armored vehicles in an instant, and they drove crookedly to the side. I don't know what happened to the police officers inside. This kind of police armored vehicle was designed without thinking about resisting machine gun shooting. After all, it is for police use anyway. The armor can resist the M240 machine gun, which is very conscientious. As for the bulletproof glass resisting machine guns, it's just a dream. It's not that bulletproof glass can't do this. As long as the bulletproof glass is thick, it can even resist artillery shells. But again, this kind of police armored vehicle has never considered resisting machine guns. Fortunately, Kai quickly found a shooting position. It wasn't that Kai was slow, but that the other party was really crazy. Although their armored vehicles looked very wasteland-style and tattered, the welded armored steel plates actually provided very good protection. The shields in front and behind the machine gunners almost isolated the entire shooting range. Kai also climbed up the wall of a nearby building to find the shooting angle. Bang, bang, bang. Without much hesitation, he shot and killed the 2 machine gunners. In order to ensure that no one would use the 2 M240 general-purpose machine guns next, Kai then blew up the opponent's machine guns. One of them was hit by an ammunition box and exploded directly, causing the armored vehicle to crackle suddenly, like firecrackers. These 2 armored vehicles with machine gunners were the most difficult to deal with, and they could cause heavy casualties to the escort convoy in a short time. On the contrary, the number of people in the small fish vehicles behind was more, but it was not a big problem. Kai didn't even aim much, but just swept the Scar H in his hand to the back according to the location of the abandoned vehicles in his memory. Bang, bang, bang. A scream rang out, but 3 unlucky gangsters were still hit by the random gunfire. But Kai noticed that although these people screamed miserably, they were not actually seriously injured. At this distance, Kai shot from high and low, and was hit by a rifle bullet. Only Rambo had the energy to scream. He soon discovered a secret. These guys were wearing bulletproof vests. Some people say, "You are talking nonsense. Can bulletproof vests withstand rifle bullets?" Ordinary bulletproof vests certainly can't, but bulletproof vests with inserts can. The torso will only be bruised and swollen after a few rifle bullets, and there will be no fractures. General police bulletproof vests can be roughly divided into 3 categories: hard, soft or hard and soft composite. In order to take into account weight, movement and bulletproof performance, police bulletproof vests are mainly made of flexible aramid material, which is also a high-toughness, tensile-resistant fireproof fiber. The famous American Kevlar fiber is also one of them. These bulletproof vests have no problem with pistol bullets. But they are not effective against rifle bullets. So there were bulletproof inserts later. In fact, it is equivalent to inserting a protective kit made of fiberglass or bulletproof ceramic material into the bulletproof vest. Everyone, please pay attention. The bandits are equipped with plate-type bulletproof vests. In the United States, most states have legal guns, but the sale of bulletproof vests is strictly controlled. However, Harrison only cursed, which was not particularly surprising. This batch of bandits have already made armored vehicles, so it is not uncommon to wear a few more bulletproof vests. Harrison was no longer interested in continuing to entangle. What a joke, they themselves are not equipped with plate-type bulletproof vests. It's not that they can't afford it, but they don't need it at all. Moreover, the special police require high mobility. No matter how the material of the plate-type bulletproof vest is optimized, the weight will not be too light. In this case, the disadvantage of shooting against bandits is really too great. So Harrison decisively ordered the convoy to leave the battle, turned away immediately, and continued to move forward around the location of the armored vehicle. Leave the battlefield to Kai. As for what Kai does, he doesn't need to worry about it. And Harrison believes that with Kai's style, this group of bandits will get the punishment they deserve. At least he should not have the opportunity to see this gang again. After Harrison left, many things became much easier. About 3 minutes later, the police from the East District had already rushed over. The police from the East District had been secretly transferred to the route designed by the convoy before, but the gangsters blew up the road. It was impossible for the police from the East District to be transferred back in a short time. They were already very good at coming here. The police from the East District had known that a fierce gunfight had broken out here long before, so they were walking on thin ice when they came. But when they arrived, they found that there was nothing unusual in the air except the gunpowder that had not yet dissipated. Oh, that's not right. There should be all kinds of broken vehicles and the lingering smell of blood. Dan was designated as the leading sheriff today. To be honest, the serious crime team rarely receives such large-scale gunfights. The serious crime team is responsible for investigating various criminal cases, and there are not many opportunities to shoot with long guns. So Dan was still very nervous. Even though he had followed Kai on several raids and had seen what a gunfight was like, he was nervous because he knew what a real gunfight was like. In that situation, a small bullet could end a person's life. While waiting for Dan to lead his men to approach the scene carefully, he heard an impatient voice. Dan. What are you doing sneaking around? Help me, the voice was familiar. Yes, I had just seen it a few days ago. Who the hell is this? Dan was deeply impressed by Kai the first time he saw him. Handsome, always well-dressed, and full of classical manners, he looked like a highly educated person. Just like the noble knights in the movies. You know, American police generally have low education. Rude, barbaric, and even unreasonable are the general public's impression of American police. Even the police themselves have to admit that this impression is not formed without reason. But now he saw Kai, wearing standard SWAT equipment, a helmet and a mask. Dan was just about to confirm, but Kai interrupted him before the first syllable came out. My code name is Red Falcon. Don't call me by my name. Idiot. Dan shut up immediately. He didn't quite understand why, but Dan had one advantage, that was obedience. Help treat the wounded immediately, the ambulance will be here soon, then, Dan pointed to the other side of the car, the surrounding blood was everywhere, as if just out of a slaughterhouse. Just collect the bodies, if you are not afraid of nightmares, you can help. Dan shook his head immediately, he knew Kai's style of doing things. That means the people in there are all dead. As for how they died, he didn't want to know. Chapter 947 Attack and Scream. After handing over the cleaning task to the police from the East District, Kai continued to drive his police Chevrolet Suburban to chase the convoy. But before Kai's car chased for 3 minutes, 2 helicopters had already passed over his head and headed straight for the convoy. The 2 helicopters did not have conspicuous paint, and they did not look like police helicopters. A moment later, the communicator in his car exploded, and there were continuous shouts of despair. Headquarters, we were attacked by gunmen on the gangster helicopter. Someone was injured. Someone was injured. Herbert was injured. We need support, we need support, we need air fire support. Kai frowned, lowered his head slightly, and looked at the sky from the front windshield. In the distant sky, 2 Bell helicopters were hovering, and 4 gangsters were hanging on the hatch, firing wildly with the M249 machine guns in their hands. This is Vulture, we are too far away, and we can't support you for the time being. The helicopter at the headquarters was also helpless. The previous plane crash at the entrance of the headquarters made the headquarters have reservations about sending out a helicopter. It's actually a small matter if this thing is shot down by someone. The worst that can happen is that the helicopter pilot dies. If you really want to count, the Los Angeles police don't really care about that little bit of compensation. But the problem is that a helicopter is not like a car. If the car driver is killed, the worst that can happen is that the car crashes into the roadside, and the damage is just that. But what about the helicopter? If its pilot is hit, who knows where it will fall? If it falls into some crowded places, that would be a big problem. What's more terrible is that the gangsters obviously know this. They are not in a hurry at all. Shit. Shit. Why can these gangsters get helicopters so easily? Where is our air traffic control? Harrison sat in the car, and could only be furious. A team member next to him suddenly said, Boss, I remember there was no control over helicopters. In the United States, air control is not strict, especially for aircraft in Class G airspace, now controlled airspace, about 365 meters in altitude, higher in mountainous areas. You can fly however you want, and in this airspace, the flight safety is the responsibility of the pilot himself. In actual operation, low-altitude flights below 1,000 meters are rarely controlled. As long as you have a place to take off and land, especially helicopters, ordinary straight-wing aircraft still have to take off and land at airports to be safe. As long as you stay away from airports and military bases, no one will care. Shut up. I know, Harrison didn't expect that there would be someone arguing with him at this time. They are being strafed. If possible, he even wanted to count all airspaces above 20 meters as controlled airspace. Of course, he knew this was impossible. Americans value freedom. Believe it or not, as soon as this statement was put forward, he would be sprayed into shit. A bunch of idle people who are unlikely to fly a plane in their lifetime will jump out and shout that we must guarantee our right to fly and so on. I will deal with a helicopter, you keep going. At this time, Harrison's private intercom once again sent a reassuring voice. Kai drove the car and rushed into the side street. Then turned into the left street. Let yourself appear behind the left of the two helicopters of the bandits. As soon as the vehicle is on the left street, immediately open the roof skylight, lean out from above, and replace the long barrel of the Scar H in your hand, and adjust it to single shot mode. The shooting accuracy of Scar H is very high, comparable to that of professional sniper rifles. Open the bracket, set up the gun, Kai lay on the roof and aimed at the distance of more than 100 meters. The bandit machine gunner in the sky was put into the holographic sight by him. Bang! A bandit machine gunner who was firing happily suddenly leaned back and fell into the cabin. Bang! The second gangster machine gunner's body went limp and he fell off the helicopter. However, because he was tied with a safety rope, he hung outside the hatch, causing the helicopter to lose balance and jolt a few times. This helped the pilot invisibly. The jolts made Kai lose his shooting vision for the pilot. Then Kai turned his gun and aimed at another helicopter. Bang! 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 A series of bullet holes appeared on the glass in front of a gangster helicopter pilot, scaring the guy, and he quickly manipulated the rudder to fly away diagonally. But the next second, he found that he couldn't move his hands. He looked down and saw that a bullet hit his heart. Kai emptied the magazine in one breath and fired a pre-measurement. The helicopter flew away from the escort convoy, and a blood flower burst out on the driver's seat. The driver was shot dead. Obviously, the driver was not wearing a bulletproof vest. The helicopter fell rapidly and crashed into the distance with a bang. Kai didn't look at it for a long time, and quickly replaced the magazine for the Scar H in his hand. Bang! 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 The only remaining helicopter of the bandits was hesitating, and the bullets made a row of bullet holes in its fuselage. It was so scared that it ran away with a string of black smoke. But halfway through, a burst of fire suddenly broke out on the helicopter, and it seemed to be on fire. Then the helicopter crashed into the ground at a faster speed. At this speed, it is basically impossible for anyone to be alive. This is Red Falcon. The bandits' helicopter has been dealt with, he pressed the intercom and said. The convoy also recovered. Not only were they beaten by 4 M249s in the sky, but there were more than 10 bandits' cars chasing them behind them. They could only dodge desperately and it was difficult to fight back. Harrison also wiped the sweat from his forehead. These bandits are really too exaggerated. The armored vehicles, helicopters and machine guns are completely beating the convoy to death. He now wants to hug his wise director and give him a big kiss. So damn wise. If it weren't for Kai, it's hard to say how many people in the convoy would be alive today. The escort convoy did not stop, even though some people were injured. They only placed the injured on the roadside for the support that came later to take care of them. The convoy continued to move forward at full speed. If they stopped, they would be surrounded and beaten by the gangsters. The gangsters would not want to see the $100 million reward slip away from them, and they would pursue them even if there were heavy casualties. This group of people came from a variety of sources, and most of them were not on the same team. They did not care about the lives of others at all. And everyone thought they could get the $100 million. 20 minutes later, They were about to enter the prison, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they entered the prison, the Los Angeles police would win. There were not only prison guards in the prison, but also agents from the FBI, CIA, and DIA. The Alex family was engaged in the international business of trafficking in banned drugs and arms, and these parties were very interested in him. They would not do anything if anyone wanted to rob prisoners in the prison. They did not participate in the action of escorting Alex, which was the decision of the head of the general administration. On the one hand, it is natural that the Los Angeles police need to use this incident to dispel the outside world's evaluation of the police's incompetence. To be honest, although the Flash fights criminals, it really hurts the police. It actually forced a new chief to use this method to restore the confidence of the police. On the contrary, the New York police are much happier. On the one hand, whether it is Kai or Tony and other big guys, they don't care much about those petty thefts. They know that some things can't be managed. Crime is impossible to disappear. As long as the gap between the rich and the poor still exists, as long as humans still have selfishness, as long as the darkness in the hearts of humans still exists, evil will not disappear. As for other second-tier superheroes such as Daredevil and Spider-Man, most of them are willing to cooperate with the police. As a result, the police and superheroes cooperate quite happily in some aspects. Fighting criminals is everyone's common goal. Give each other some face and everyone is happy. On the contrary, it is the Flash. I don't know if it is because he is the only superhero in Los Angeles, which makes him extremely busy and takes care of everything. As a result, the police often appear after the matter is over, giving the outside world the impression that the police are incompetent. This forced the police headquarters to take risks. On the other hand, it was also because those bigwigs knew that even if the police station had a large number of people, they could not scare away the money-crazy gangsters, and intelligence would leak out from more places. At that time, a gunfight between 300 to 500 people from both sides in downtown Los Angeles was likely to cause riots throughout the city, which would be a more serious problem. Los Angeles has a history of riots throughout the city, and the tens of thousands of gang members in the city are not obedient. They will jump out to smash and loot when they find an opportunity. It is almost inevitable. No one wants to experience the 1992 Los Angeles riots again. Los Angeles riots in 1992. In 1992, after the Los Angeles Police Department was found not guilty of excessive use of force and racial discrimination, thousands of people rioted throughout the city of Los Angeles. A large number of looting, attacks, arson and murder occurred in the riots, and it is estimated that the property losses exceeded $1 billion. After the riots, the California National Guard and the U.S. Marines were ordered to participate in the riots to help the local police suppress the riots. A total of 53 people died in the riots and more than 2,000 people were injured. LAPD did not want this escort mission to turn into a citywide riot. If that happened, even if they still completed the mission in the end, it would be meaningless. Therefore, LAPD only used an extremely small and powerful team, this time to quickly complete the escort process of Alex. We are about to reach our destination, cheer up. Although it was the last shiver, Harrison still did not dare to relax. It's only a few minutes away, don't let anything happen at this time. The police should die. At this time, Alex, who had always behaved well before, suddenly spoke. Shut up. Harrison sacrificed several colleagues, how could he be in a good mood? He directly elbowed Alex. In theory, this kind of thing is not allowed. After all, with the nature of American justice, if the police really beat Alex, this grandson might be able to get away with it. But the problem is, after so many attacks, the car has flipped over. Who can prove that the injuries on his body were caused by the police, not the injuries in the attack? Harrison is a veteran and knows when it is best for him. Ha, I won't go to jail. You Americans are the greediest. As long as you have money, you dare to do anything. Alex's mentality obviously changed a little. After all, he will go to jail soon. He knows what crime he is carrying. When the time comes, several major American institutions will unite, and it will be too difficult to escape. Shut up. You bastard. A team member next to Harrison bent his elbow and hit the hooded man in the stomach with a bang. The hooded man immediately stopped talking and was busy breathing heavily. It seems that he has been taught a lesson. Now we have come to the last section of the journey, which is also the most dangerous place. This place is much more prosperous than the previous section. In this environment, people with intentions can launch a three-dimensional attack from both sides of the street, from top to bottom, from left to right, and it is difficult to defend. The convoy drove to an intersection. Car number 1 passed the intersection and the light was red. The other vehicles had to stop. After all, there were other vehicles driving at the intersection. They couldn't just run the red light. If they caused an accident, they would be blamed. It's interesting to think about it. Several armored vehicles actually have to obey traffic rules. It's really weird. Car number 1 drove not far after passing the intersection and found a gap on the street to stop and wait for the vehicles behind. This is a chaotic area. All kinds of street thugs and homeless people wander the streets at night. Some are selling weeds and drugs, some are begging, and some are just smoking or eating food from the trash can. This is the scar under the bright and beautiful skin of Los Angeles. They are hidden in the sun, but they are particularly conspicuous in the dark. They cannot be erased or cured. No abnormality has been found for the time being. Kai's car has been in front of the convoy. When he passed the intersection, he did not find any ambush or anything like that. Hearing this, Harrison breathed a sigh of relief. After passing this intersection, they will reach their destination in less than 5 minutes. But knowing it, Harrison still reminded on the intercom, "Be alert, robbery here is not." Boom. A loud noise. Kai in the front heard it clearly. Damn. How is it possible? He immediately turned out from the sunroof and looked back. He saw that an armored vehicle in the convoy was blown over. Mayday. 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 The police officer in the armored vehicle seemed to be severely injured and kept asking for help. Harrison, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Harrison was about to get off his armored vehicle to rescue his teammates. Although this response seems stupid, there is no other way. No one dares to abandon a colleague whose life or death is uncertain and run away. If it gets out, it will ruin his character and reputation. Harrison, the team leader, dares not to do it even more. Leaders who have lost the support of the people, especially those on the front line, are not uncommon for their subordinates to shoot them in the back one day. Harrison led a team member and moved towards the overturned vehicle under mutual cover. But just as he approached the overturned vehicle and began to check the situation of several SWAT members in the car, something strange finally happened. A long and huge scream rang out. The glass of the armored vehicle that Harrison was originally riding in suddenly cracked, and it exploded in less than a second. Kai also arrived at this time. He was about to rush to the source of the sound, but before he could get close, there was another shrill and sharp scream, and he felt his head swell. The fatal scream rushed into his brain, as if there was suddenly a big nightclub speaker inside. His ears were buzzing, and his eyes were faintly black. He could even feel that his teeth were clicking uncontrollably. It was not that he was afraid, but that his bones were vibrating uncontrollably. He had to retreat and escape from the attack of the sound wave. At this moment, a slender figure suddenly jumped out from the street, opened the right rear door, and dragged Alex out from the back seat. Is anyone celebrating Christmas? Chapter 948 Ruin's Mother. A lot of people on the street covered their ears and shook their heads in pain, looking for the culprit. Kai quickly got rid of the influence of the sonic attack, but the next second, the heart-wrenching scream sounded again. Kai's head swelled again, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Sound waves, like vibrations, are a very disgusting type of attack, because there is no way to defend against them at all, and he can only resist them. Fortunately, Kai's physique is tough enough. He no longer pays attention to the scream that fills his brain with devilish sound. He speeds up and pounces on the thin figure who is trying to rob people, reaching out to grab him. Sure enough, when he pounces on the thin figure, the roar suddenly stops. The man's left hand is still supporting the body of the masked man, and his right hand is trying to block Luke's hand. Kai sneered and grabbed the man's hand, and then tried to use force to clamp the man back. The accident happened again. Boom. The glove on Kai's hand that grabbed the man suddenly exploded, and the whole person was blown upside down by the sudden explosion and fell more than 10 meters away. While still in midair, a loud roar of ache came and enveloped him again, more fierce than before, and even his physique made him dizzy. Kai was a little confused. What the hell is going on? Do you really think I have a good temper? Since he has encountered this situation, Kai doesn't need to hide anymore. I saw flames coming out of Kai's body, and then a layer of metal suddenly appeared and wrapped Kai. Boom. A huge metal giant knelt on one knee on the ground, and then raised his head suddenly. Bright yellow light was gathering at the position of the eyes under the metal mask. The screaming sound wave rushed straight to Kai's head again. But this time, Kai just shook and then walked towards her. Yes, it was her. It was a girl with non-mainstream orange-red hair, a nose ring on her nose, and lip studs on her lips. She looked very punk. But she didn't look old and was very beautiful. She should be about 15 or 16 years old. Do children nowadays have this aesthetic? This punk girl obviously didn't expect to meet Kai. She recognized Kai. After all, Kai's transformation into the Destroyer is too obvious, and it is considered one of the signature abilities of superheroes. As for superheroes like Tony and Kai, whose identities are basically public, their abilities are not secrets, at least most people think they know them. Tony relies on technology, but in fact Tony himself has already begun to evolve extraordinary powers, whether it is the magic technology from Asgard or the key of Camelot. But people obviously don't know this, and they all think that Tony simply relies on technological mechas to fight. And Kai's ability was exposed to be a gift from Odin, and he has the armor of the God King. But in fact, the power Kai showed is the real realm of the gods. Of course, this makes no difference to the punk girl, because she can't beat him anyway. Seeing Kai walking towards her unscathed, she immediately screamed at the ground. The ground suddenly shattered, and she flew into the sky. Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that this girl was even more powerful than the Siren, Sean Cassidy. The boy who used sonic power and was killed by Sebastian Shaw in the Pentagon. Siren can't use sonic power to fly to the sky. But what's interesting is that after the punk girl flew to the sky, she not only didn't run, but circled in the air, constantly releasing sonic attacks on Kai. "Burner, run," the punk girl in the sky shouted to the ground. This girl obviously has no experience. Isn't shouting this at this time to attract Kai's attention? Sure enough, Kai soon found Bernard in the punk girl's mouth. It was a little girl who looked less than 10 years old, a typical minor. She had golden hair, a pair of blue eyes, a high nose bridge, a thin and small upper lip and a slightly plump lower lip, with a relatively standard oval face, an absolute little beauty. The only thing that ruined her image was that she was wearing a pair of overalls, small red sneakers, and her face and body were dirty. She looked like a little monkey. The little girl was obviously frightened by Kai, but she still held on to Alex. Alex, the second-generation rich, was at a loss. He knew that Americans were greedy for money, but the little girl, wasn't she a little too much? The punk girl in the sky kept launching sonic attacks on Kai, as if she was going to hold Kai back and let her companions escape. Seeing this scene, Kai was really a little overwhelmed. If it were two adults, Kai would have shot them in the head long ago, regardless of gender. But the problem is, this is a fucking child. No matter how crazy Kai is, he won't do anything to a child. But you can't let two children take people away, right? Perhaps sensing Kai's movements, the punk girl immediately attacked Kai in a panic. Kai was very annoyed and flew straight up and chased the punk girl. The punk girl was scared. After all, a metal giant nearly 4 meters tall was chasing her. The oppression was not something a group of people could bear. When she was stunned, Kai had already arrived in front of her. Then she saw a huge fist hitting her. She was so scared that she thought she was doomed this time. But unexpectedly, the fist stopped in front of him, and then a finger flicked her forehead hard. Bang! A crisp sound of head explosion made the punk girl cry in pain. Then she was grabbed by the mouth by a thug. The hand was so big that it almost grabbed her whole head. The little girl who was holding the second-generation rich kid who ran away saw her companion being caught, and she turned around and shook off Alex, and rushed towards Kai. Kai was watching in the sky, feeling both amused and angry. This little idiot, what is he going to do? He is still in the sky. Why are you running back? Are you going to fall into the trap? In order to take care of this cute little girl, Kai still came down. Then he grabbed the little girl with his big hand and lifted her up. Then the little girl's short hands tried desperately to pull Kai away, but they were too short. Don't move. Kai held the little girl under his armpits, intending to take the two little girls away first. After all, they were so lawless at such a young age. God knows what they will become if they are let go. As for what to do next, Kai has not thought about it. But there will always be a way. But at this moment, Harrison came over. Two little girls. Harrison seemed very surprised. Kai did not speak, but looked at Harrison in surprise. What's wrong? Harrison touched his face. You don't care about Alex, Kai said in surprise. Alex. Wait. He ran away. Harrison woke up from a dream. Just when Kai thought he would catch up, Harrison suddenly punched Kai in the face. Boom. Kai was stunned. Damn, when did Harrison have this ability? The next second, Harrison grabbed the two little girls and ran away. This guy is a traitor. Kai immediately got up from the ground. He was about to chase him, but the next second, Harrison staggered over from the other side. Be careful. Someone is pretending to be me, shapeshifter. Kai didn't understand what was happening. Someone transformed into Harrison's appearance. Kai grabbed Harrison and said, "What's my code name?" Harrison retched for a while. His eyes were a little confused, but he quickly gave the correct answer, Red Falcon. Wait a minute. Do you think I'm also a fake? Just be careful, Kai said and changed back to the form of an ordinary person, then pulled out the pistol from his armpit, without even looking, raised his hand and fired a shot in the direction Alex fled. Alex's knee exploded directly, and then he covered his knee and wailed desperately. Come and save me. I'll give you $100 million. Come and save me. Unfortunately, no one dared at this time. $100 million is indeed very tempting, but the problem is, boss, didn't you see Kai was right next to him? Who is stupid enough to rush up at this time? Of course, everyone hopes that there is such an idiot. As long as someone holds Kai back, they may be able to take advantage of the chaos to steal. Unfortunately, most of the people who can come here are not idiots. So, everyone is waiting for someone to come out and sacrifice themselves, but in the end, no one sacrifices themselves. The world is going downhill. Where are all the idiots? Oh, will this happen? Harrison was a little worried. After all, he was a very important prisoner. Bullshit. Whoever is unhappy can come to me. Kai was still unhappy. Nima, how many things happened today because of this scumbag? Fortunately, no one died. Otherwise, Kai would have jumped this bastard directly. This guy may be of great value to others, but to Kai, he is worthless. Kai looked at the direction where the fake Harrison ran away. I always feel that the man is a little familiar to me. It's not that Kai discovered anything, but it is precisely because he discovered everything that he feels familiar. The ability to transform is actually not rare, but it is quite rare to be able to perfectly hide from Kai. In Kai's memory, only one person can do it. Hurry up and send this rubbish to jail. In the basement of an abandoned building, there was a woman with blue skin. There were some things like scales on her skin, which looked a bit ferocious. But if you add her naked and hot body, it was quite harmonious, and even had a bit of a different kind of temptation. Her dark red hair was not very soft, but it was like some kind of stratum corneum, very hard. You three, the blue-skinned woman seemed very angry. She roared at the three dejected girls angrily, do you know what you are doing? You are almost finished. The three girls were the little girl in overalls, the punk girl, and a black-haired gothic Lolita. The black-haired gothic Lolita, in fact, was not dressed exaggeratedly, but her white skin, delicate face, black and smooth hair, and rolling eyes made her look like the little girl in the movie The Bad Seed. The temperament was rather cold. Raven. We were just careless. We were about to succeed. The punk girl couldn't help but defend herself. It's all the fault of that insidious Kai. The blue-skinned woman covered her head. She didn't know what was wrong with her brain, so she adopted these three funny people. This blue-skinned woman was the mutant with the ability to transform that Kai and Diana met in Belgium during World War I, Ravendarkalm. That is, Mystique. Kai brought her to the UK and originally planned to give her a better life. Unfortunately, after Kai disappeared, Raven also left the UK. After all, her original appearance was not pleasing. Especially in that relatively ignorant and conservative era, her appearance was always associated with words like demons and witches. She didn't want to face those strange looks. So she hid herself and wandered around, hoping to find Kai. Maybe Kai left a deep impression on her, at least Kai didn't dislike her appearance. Now, she has basically given up the pursuit of Kai. After all, she has been wandering aimlessly for so many years, doing many jobs, working for intelligence agencies. Well, she may be the person who has worked in the most intelligence agencies in the world. She has basically worked in the intelligence agencies of major countries. After that, she has experienced mercenaries, government officials, secret agents, private detectives, models, and terrorists. Her unsolvable ability has allowed her to have countless different lives, and she has personally participated in many major events, such as witnessing Hitler's suicide. She was Hitler's secretary at the time. She also witnessed a funeral of Comrade Sifu, participated in Khrushchev's resignation, and the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Her life is too rich. Until she was discovered by the Hellfire Club. This mutant organization has always hoped to capture her and use her for them. She was on the run for a long time. Until she met 8-year-old Emma Grossman. A girl who is naturally more mature and intelligent than others. She is also a mutant. Her ability is telepathy, but she is too young to control her ability at all, so she always unconsciously transmits some of her imaginary images to other people's minds. When she was 8 years old, she visualized her fear of the closet and transmitted it to her family's minds. Which child is not afraid of the dark closet? Then the whole family thought the house was haunted. Then they kept moving until they found out that it was all related to Emma. She was regarded as an ominous sign and her parents abandoned her. Just when this poor little girl was about to fall into darkness, Raven met her. Raven, who was already numb to human emotions, decided to adopt her. Perhaps it was another life experience. She had never been a mother. Then she met the Cassidy sisters. Teresa Cassidy and Bernadette Cassidy. Teresa and Bernadette are both the names of Catholic female saints. It is not difficult to see from here that their parents are devout Catholics. Mutants born in such a conservative family are destined not to be too smooth. If the parents were kind or open-minded, they might think it was a gift from God, but if it was a family that was ignorant and superstitious. But unfortunately, their parents were obviously not open-minded. So they were abandoned. Originally, they should have been taken in by welfare institutions and then waited for other families to adopt them. In order to prevent herself from being separated from her sister Bernadette, Teresa ran away with her sister. Then they lived on the streets. You can imagine what kind of life a little girl with a little girl would encounter. Until they met Raven. Raven adopted them, but she couldn't give them a stable environment. After all, Hellfire had been chasing her. This made the three little girls very naughty. Why did you do that? Raven was very angry. She didn't understand why these three guys were so bold. The three little girls lowered their heads, and the youngest one kept buttoning the corners of her clothes. Bernadette. Tell Raven's mother, why did you do that? Bernadette raised her dirty little face, which made Raven feel distressed. Bernadette's ability is energy burst. In simple terms, it is to send waves. Similar to Kamehameha. Because they were too young, they couldn't control themselves well, so every time they used their abilities, they would get themselves dirty. We want money, you? Raven fell backwards in anger. What did the three young people want money for? Bernadette was obviously frightened by Raven, and immediately cried and said, Mom Raven, if we have money, you don't have to work everywhere, and you don't have to be so tired. We want to help Mom Raven. In this way, you won't drive us away like Mom and Dad. The other two little ones also lowered their heads, their eyes full of tears. Raven felt that her heart was stabbed hard. Raven never told them that she was being hunted by the Hellfire Club because she was afraid of causing psychological harm to the girls. She just lied to them that she took them around for work. And, these three girls have been worried that she would abandon them. Raven hugged the three little ones. No. Mom Raven, I won't abandon you. You are all my babies. Mom Raven will never leave you. Raven really experienced why so many women are willing to be mothers. After all, giving birth is never an easy thing. The reason why women are willing to make such a hard and painful decision is because becoming a mother may be the happiest thing. Mom, at this moment, a slightly puzzled voice came. Raven immediately blocked the three little ones behind her, looking fiercely at the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared. The cold wind and rain are desolate. Christmas is over. Single dogs will never give in. Chapter 949 Rich Experience. After that idiot second-generation rich man was thrown into prison, Kai disappeared directly. Then he relied on the ability of the hound to find the two little ones. As for Raven, to be honest, her ability to transform can be said to be quite abnormal. It's like she has completely changed into a different person. The so-called traces, fingerprints, and smells can't lock her, not even the hound can do it. The hound's tracking ability is good at tracking souls. Kai doesn't know if this is true. After all, this thing is really metaphysical, but metaphysics is useless in front of Raven. This is something Kai didn't expect. I don't want to cause trouble. They are still children. Let us go. I promise they will never appear in front of you again. Raven stared at the policeman. She didn't know how the policeman tracked them. Raven is definitely a master in hiding her tracks. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to live well after playing with the intelligence agencies all over the world. She wouldn't escape the pursuit of the Hellfire Club. The Hellfire Club may be far behind those intelligence agencies of major countries in terms of intelligence capabilities, but they are a mutant organization. The mutant group perfectly illustrates the saying that gene evolution is random and disordered. There is no rule to refer to for the awakening ability of mutants. An ordinary couple may give birth to a mutant, even if the couple's ancestors have been ordinary people for 18 generations. A mutant man and woman may also give birth to ordinary children, and the probability is quite high. Even if a mutant child is born, the child's ability is likely to have nothing to do with the abilities of the parents. So no one can figure out how many strange abilities there are in the Hellfire Club. The abilities of mutants are not all the kind that can cause damage. In fact, only a few can be used in combat. Many mutants have strange abilities. For example, some mutants can understand cats talking. Some mutants can regenerate limbs, well, only arms. Some people can naturally see through other people's thoughts through some people's body tissues, including blood, and some mutants can track metaphysics. In short, there are all kinds of strange and unique abilities, and no one knows which abilities are useful and which are useless. This is also the reason why Hellfire can hunt down Raven everywhere. She still doesn't know how Hellfire can find her every once in a while. But since Hellfire can track her, it seems reasonable that the police can track her. But this means trouble. Kai looked at the three little ones looking at him curtly and fiercely, while Raven stared at him like an old hen protecting her chicks. This made Kai feel a little surreal. After all, the last time he saw Raven, she was just a child. But now, in the blink of an eye, the other party has 3 children. But Kai adjusted back immediately. He felt that it was not a long time, but the problem was that decades had passed in reality. It seemed that there was nothing unacceptable about Raven having children. I didn't expect that when we met again, you would already be the mother of 3 children, Raven, Kai smiled and said to the little girl he saved many years ago. Raven's face turned cold. The other party knew her, and he was not friendly. Raven secretly made a gesture to the 3 little ones behind her back. Maybe the Cassidy sisters might not understand it. But the genius girl Emma must understand it. Emma Grossman, as mentioned before, has an IQ that ordinary people can't imagine, and even many adults feel ashamed in front of her. More importantly, Emma's ability is telepathy, and she can sense Raven's thoughts. Go, I'll hold him back. This is Raven's idea. Emma's face changed, but she immediately became firm. She secretly used her ability to tell the Cassidy sisters to run quickly, and she and Raven held each other back. Because Emma matured early, she knew how terrible it felt to be abandoned. She no longer wanted to experience that feeling, and she didn't want to be the one who abandoned her relatives. So she decided to let the 2 sisters run away and stay to help Raven. After receiving Emma's message, the 2 sisters' faces also changed. Punk's sister Teresa's face became firm, and she raised her hand to push her sister out. Run. Bernadette, well, the Punk sister is more natural. She can't do it for her adoptive mother to abandon her, but she can't do it either to keep her sister in danger, so she made this choice. The dungarees were so small that they fell down after being pushed. But immediately, this cute little girl wiped her tears and stood up with red eyes. Even though she was trembling with fear, she still stood firmly in place and looked at Kai fiercely. Looking at her tears hanging in her eyes and her round face, whether she was fierce or not was another matter, but just this little look made people feel distressed. Hey. Calm down, kids, I'm a policeman. The police are good people. You guys are making me look like a bad guy. Especially you, Raven. I remember you were a very weak girl before, how come you have changed now? Can being a mother really change a person so much? Kai raised his hands and said with a smile. Naturally, Kai could not hide the little actions between them. The warmth between them for each other was indeed touching, but the feeling of being regarded as a villain in this situation was a bit uncomfortable. He hasn't done anything yet. When Raven heard Kai's words, she was confused. How could this person be so familiar with her? This is incredible. Although she is also a centenarian, she is not suffering from Alzheimer's disease. She clearly remembers that she doesn't know him. Who are you? Kai knew that if he didn't show something, Raven would not believe him. So he stretched out his finger. Raven looked at him vigilantly. But Kai didn't make any extra movements, but a little golden light gathered on his finger. The moment she saw the golden light, Raven trembled all over. She didn't expect. Kai? It was really Kai. This is a bit confusing. Raven has not lived in a vacuum over the years. Naturally, She knows a lot of things. This includes the resurrection of the Night King. But the problem is that she has never associated Kai with the Night King, even if their names are the same. But the problem is that there are too many people named Kai in the world. This is not a very lonely name. What's more, the Night King and the current Kai look completely different. Are you really you? Raven said excitedly. Of course, Kai said with a smile. Then Raven pounced on Kai in the surprised eyes of the three little ones and hugged him tightly. In the temporary base of Raven and the others, Kai held a cup of coffee and looked at the three little ones sitting on the floor in front of him, looking up at him. I told you. I'm not a bad guy, you don't have to be so nervous. The three little ones obviously didn't forget their previous experiences so easily. They were still wary of Kai. It's just, you are the criminals, okay? Three little guys who are not even old enough to go to high school are so bold to run to rob prisoners. And they are going to save a scumbag like Alex. With the integrity of such a scumbag, he might turn against you at any time. Don't make $100 million and get tricked instead. Humph. We don't believe you. You chased us and beat us before. You must have cast a spell on Raven's mother. The youngest Bernadette spoke first. The little girl is obviously the most timid, and she was trembling with fear just now, but now when facing Kai, she is the most courageous. Children are actually very sensitive, and they seem to be born to feel the kindness of others. She was indeed afraid before, but now she dared to speak loudly to Kai. Maybe she couldn't tell the difference, but she could feel that this big guy would not hide her. The remaining two little ones nodded. It was the first time they saw Raven so happy to hug others, even though they didn't know each other before. No. Where did you come to this conclusion? And, little one, have you forgotten something? You are going to rob a prisoner. I am a policeman. I am not arresting you now because of your mother's face. So be nice to me, otherwise I can catch you and spank you at any time. When Bernadette heard the big butt, she immediately hid behind her sister and covered her little butt. Teresa looked at this little fool speechlessly. Why is he so cowardly? Emma didn't react much, but just squinted her eyes and examined Kai. You said you were Raven's friend. Why didn't you come to help when Rui Wenming was being hunted? Kai was extremely surprised. Emma, Raven was carrying 3 lunches from the kitchen and heard Emma's words and shouted immediately. She didn't know how Emma knew these things, she had been hiding it very well. I knew it a long time ago. Emma was very calm. She had actually long suspected why they had to move constantly, so during one of the moves, she deliberately left her computer on and used the online video to see some strange people running to their old house to investigate. From then on, she knew that someone was chasing Raven and them. Raven didn't know what to say. Sometimes it's not all good for your children to be too smart, so you instigated Teresa and Bernadette to go to rob the prisoners together. Well, if we want to defeat the bad guys who are chasing us, we must have money, Emma said so. The other two were stunned. They always thought it was to supplement the family income. Obviously they didn't have a very intuitive concept of $100 million. Thinking about it, there are problems. Supplementing the family income requires $100 million? The two little ones looked at Raven. Their expressions were very strange, with anger, fear, and heartache. Kai looked at the 3 little cotton jackets on the side, and suddenly, a little envious of Raven. Although these 3 quilted jackets may be a little off the track, they have good intentions. Of course, Kai is being hypocritical here. If these were 3 adults, Kai would beat the shit out of them. But who says they are 3 cute little ladies? Fortunately, Kai still remembers the business. You are being hunted? Why don't you come to me? Just a bunch of lunatics, and I don't know how to find you. Raven did know that Kai was back. After all, the news about the Night King was everywhere, and it was not difficult to see, even if she was running away everywhere. But the real problem is that the Night King is just a vest. Kai himself lives in New York as a policeman, and Raven didn't know that Kai was the Kai she knew before. This also led to Raven not knowing where to find him if she really wanted to seek help. But you should know Diana and Catherine, or even Kingsman. Miss Diana and Miss Catherine are also in the United States, Raven asked in surprise. The 3 female heroes of Chicago. You don't know? Kai was even more surprised. The 3 female heroes of Chicago. No wonder I feel a sense of familiarity. Raven muttered a few words. This matter, it's really not Raven's fault. Diana and Catherine back then were completely different from now. This was Kai's request, asking them to cover up every time they acted and not be recognized. As a result, Raven didn't dare to confirm that they were people she knew because she hadn't seen them for too long. After all, according to normal circumstances, Diana and the others should have died long ago. She didn't know that Diana and Catherine were immortals. Diana and Catherine didn't say this at the beginning. After all, Kai was also surprised when he saw Catherine. He didn't expect that she hadn't changed at all in so many years. Not to mention Raven. What about Kingsman? Kai asked again. I know they are a private intelligence agency in the UK. But I have never dealt with them. Raven knew Kingsman, but she never knew that Kingsman was related to Kai. Kingsman is an intelligence agency established by Old Alfred, Kai said speechlessly. Old Alfu? Your butler. When Kingsman was first established, it was Old Alfu who was in charge, and Kingsman was actually founded after Kai disappeared. The whole process was extremely secretive, so Raven naturally didn't know. Well, Old Alfu's grandson led that agency for a long time afterwards, Kai said. Raven, I always thought it was the British royal family's intelligence agency, so I didn't think so. After all, I stole intelligence from their intelligence agency in the UK during World War II. Raven stayed in Germany for a period of time, worked as a spy, and lurked in the UK, but was discovered and returned to Germany. Then Germany was finished, and she went to the Soviet Union again. Then she was sent undercover to the British MI6 by the Soviet Union, and then she was discovered again, so she had to return to the Soviet Union. After Raven explained the grievances with the British intelligence agency, Kai felt that he had too little experience. Look at others, their experience is simply amazing, and their resumes are so strong. It's just that the British intelligence agency is a bit pitiful. British intelligence agencies are not as strong as Imagine 007 and the like are just wishful thinking. It was only because Germany's intelligence warfare performance was so bad during World War II that Britain's intelligence capabilities looked strong. Later, when it came to the Soviet Union, its performance was quite poor. Britain was infiltrated by the Soviet Union like a sieve. The famous Cambridge Five and other deeds all happened during that period. Chapter 950 Encounter. Because of the grudges with the British intelligence department, Raven did not go to the UK for a long time. Because she knew that Kingsman was targeting her. As for Kingsman, she did not know that Alfred was the leader, but she knew that Kingsman was different from those rubbish in MI6. It was difficult to deal with. So, misunderstandings arose, resulting in Raven not knowing how to contact Kai even if she knew that he had returned. Considering that she was being hunted by the Hellfire, she had to keep a low profile, which led to the current embarrassing situation. Who is hunting you? Kai finally asked the key point. Hellfire Club. Speaking of this organization, Raven still gritted her teeth. To be honest, when she first learned about such an organization, Raven was actually quite happy. Raven felt the most about the situation of mutants. After all, most people could not accept her original appearance. Mutants like them whose bodies were directly mutated were definitely the most discriminated. Those mutants who looked no different from ordinary people could still hide themselves, but those whose bodies were mutated were much more miserable. Even Raven was much better than that. After all, Raven could transform. If there is such an organization that can improve the situation of fellow mutants, it is undoubtedly a good thing. Unfortunately, Raven soon discovered a trick. Hellfire Club. This is the last time Kai heard of this organization recently. You know, Raven asked with a little surprise. The Hellfire Club has existed for a long time. At the beginning, it was just a secret society similar to the Skull and Bones Society. The Skull and Bones Society is a well-known elite society. It was founded in 1832. It recruits 15 third-year students from Yale University every year. Its members include many important figures in American politics, business, and education, including 3 U.S. presidents and many federal judges and university presidents. It is believed to secretly control the United States. However, since Sebastian Shaw secretly entered this society and secretly controlled it, this secret society has become the base camp of mutants. They remotely control the huge social resources controlled by those elites behind the scenes, collect mutants for themselves, and develop their power. By now, this secret society has completely changed. Well, I dealt with them once. Kai once met a mutant named Solomon in Chicago, and his clone ability came from him. This guy is from the Hellfire Club. I heard that these people have caused some trouble in Washington recently and killed the mutant team in Washington. Now people in Washington are looking for them everywhere. Sure enough, This group of lunatics finally couldn't help it. Raven heard this and said with disdain. Raven actually joined Hellfire for a short time, but soon withdrew. Because she found that the people there were all psychopaths. Mutants rule the earth. Is this something that carbon-based creatures can think of? The uncertainty of mutants has firmly nailed mutants to their minority identity. As mentioned earlier, the children of mutants are unlikely to inherit mutant abilities. Many mutants are ordinary people, which means that mutants have no stable population source at all. Mutants rule the world. Without a population base, what can you use to rule the world? Rely on imagination? The abilities of mutants are also uncertain. No one knows what abilities you find a mutant, and whether they are useful. This means that mutants don't have a standard at all. Without a standard, it means that they can't form a large-scale combat force. They can only fight alone like scattered soldiers, and at most they can cooperate on a small scale. Without an army, how can they conquer the 7 billion ordinary people? Rely on talking? More importantly, because of the various uncertainties of mutants, they can't form a continuous and cohesive identity. Mutants may believe in hellfire, but what about their descendants? Most of them are ordinary people. You play the mutant version of populism and advocate that mutants are more advanced and ordinary people are inferior. As a result, most of your descendants are ordinary people. What about their identity? Say they are mutants? Sorry, they don't have mutant abilities. They are just ordinary people. Then how should these radical mutants treat these descendants? Kill them? How is it possible? One or two may be so extreme, but it is impossible for everyone to be so extreme. The key is that the so-called superiority of mutants becomes illogical in this case. Why am I superior, but my children have become inferior? What is the meaning of this kind of high level? In Raven's opinion, this is just the fantasy of a bunch of delusional people. But a bunch of people were fooled. Raven, who had worked in intelligence agencies of various countries, could see this clearly. A bunch of psychopaths were fantasizing there. How could Raven mix with them? Not only did she have no future, but she didn't want to be a fool. So she ran away. The key is that this group of people are not only psychopaths, but also use all means to collect all kinds of mutants everywhere, especially those who are still children, brainwash them, and turn those children into psychopaths. This made her even more unacceptable. Just for this? So they are hunting you down. Kai was surprised at the harshness of the Hellfire Club. After all, it is a resistance organization. Even if it is pretending, it should be a little more noble, right? If others don't agree with you, you have to hunt them down? This is a terrorist, right? Can this kind of organization really get the support of other mutants? Without the support of other mutants, how do they plan to rule the world? If even their own people don't support you, how can you rule the world? Well, not really. Before I left, I released all the children they had captured, and by the way, I transferred all their funds to the International Children's Fund and various charities, Raven said, a little embarrassed. How much money? No wonder. Kai said that no matter how stupid those people were, they would not chase and kill to the ends of the earth just because of a member's disagreement. I forgot the exact amount, but it should be more than $1 billion, more than $1 billion. Just now, a large group of people dared to risk their lives for $100 million, more than $1 billion. No wonder the Hellfire Club is going to explode. Well, it seems that we need to deal with this Hellfire Club as soon as possible. Kai nodded. He has no good feelings towards the Hellfire Club, that's for sure. It's normal for you to want to fight for your rights. But it's wrong to be a terrorist. You want to deal with them yourself. Raven was very happy. Not really. Remember that group of people in Washington are looking for trouble with the Hellfire? Logan and Victor are there now. Maybe you can provide some help. Frank has been looking for trouble with the Hellfire recently, but unfortunately, the effect is not very good. This group of people were as alert as rabbits, and they didn't give Frank and his team any chance at all, so Hannibal asked Tony to make a space locator. Government people, Raven frowned. What's wrong? Seeing Raven's expression, Kai knew there was a story. To be honest, I don't feel good about any government in this world. Raven has been a spy for many years, wandering between major government intelligence agencies. She knows the style of those guys very well. Raven, who has seen too much darkness, doesn't trust those governments at all. Kai looked at Raven and suddenly felt sad. These years, you have worked so hard. Thinking back to the beginning, Raven was still a country girl who knew nothing, but now, I have to say that Kai has a share of responsibility in this. He brought her out of the small mountain village, but he didn't make any arrangements for her life, and he rashly ran to the Lost Highlands. Hearing Kai's words, Raven also felt her eyes warm. When she left home with Kai, she never had to hear such words again. She had thought about going back, but thinking about her situation, she was afraid that she would bring trouble to her family. So from then on, she never appeared in front of her family again, and she was always alone. This feeling is not good. After that, Kai and Raven kept chatting, and most of the time it was Raven who was talking, and Kai was listening seriously. The three little ones couldn't stand this boring conversation, so they went back to their room to sleep early under Emma's arrangement. Watching Emma busying around letting the two little sisters wash up, and then telling Bernadette a bedtime story. Like a little adult. This child is so sensible, Kai couldn't help but praise. Well, Emma is more like a big child than Teresa, Raven said proudly. Teresa is 15 years old this year, at the age of rebellion, but Emma can subdue her, even though Emma is only 11 years old. In fact, Emma helps me a lot, otherwise I don't believe how I can take care of them. Speaking of the children, Raven's face has a light that moves Kai. You have grown up a lot, Raven, Kai said sincerely. Maybe this is what a mother is like. Raven was very happy to accept Kai's compliment. What are you going to do in the future? These children can't go on like this. Although they are very sensible, you know they are always different from ordinary children. They all went to rob the prisoners today. What's more exaggerated is that they almost succeeded. Kai felt that he couldn't let these three little ones go on like this. Raven gave them motherly love, which is good. Unfortunately, Raven's education does not seem to be successful. Kai can understand it. After all, Raven can only hide everywhere to avoid the Hellfire Club. It is normal to make some mistakes in education. But this is not a reason to continue to let them go. Raven was also a little embarrassed. This was really her fault. She actually had a very weak concept of good and evil. Look at the professions she had done. None of them lived a normal and honest life. They were either killers, mercenaries, or spies. It was exciting. But it was obviously not suitable for children. It was also because of Raven's subtle influence that the three little guys were so lawless. She actually knew that this was not good, but she had no choice. In fact, if they hadn't met Kai, they would have had to move again today. If the three little ones succeeded in robbing the prisoners, it would be difficult for them not to be noticed by the Hellfire, and even other organizations would target them. I don't know. Raven actually had no solution. Raven's ability to transform is very strong. She can change her own cells and tissue structure, allowing her to change into anyone's appearance, including irises, fingerprints, skin texture, voice and even gender. The clothes on her body can also imitate the texture of any clothing, even glasses. She can even change the size, strength, hardness, flexibility, etc. of her body. This gives her a good fighting power in addition to transformation. But such ability is not enough for her to defeat the Hellfire Club. So she has never thought about how to arrange the three children. Abandon them? She has never thought about it. But the future is far away. She can only take it one day at a time, bury her head in the sand like an ostrich, and don't think about it. Don't worry. Raven, now that I've found you, I won't ignore you anymore. With me here, you don't need to worry about anything. You can start thinking about what to do next. In short, the education of the three children is imminent, Kai said very seriously. To be honest, Kai was very uncomfortable seeing the three children like this. They should go to school, study, learn knowledge, and make friends, instead of robbing prison vans. Raven said I for a long time and couldn't say anything else. She spent most of her life alone. Planning? Not at all. Going with the flow is her normal life. She ran away to be a spy. In fact, it was a mistake. She didn't want to do that at all. Now let her plan the future for herself and her children. She really can't adapt. So she looked at Kai for help. She needs some advice. Kai hesitated for a while before saying, if you mind, you can go to New York and live with me. The children can go to school in New York. That's my territory, and no one can disturb you there. I do. A long period of wondering made Raven suspicious, and she didn't have many people she could trust. And Kai was one of the few people she could trust. After that, Kai and Raven chatted all night, talking about everything, their respective experiences, their children, and the future. In short, they talked about everything. until Star Labs suddenly contacted him. Barry's back. The Flash finally returned after missing for 5 days. Kai originally planned to let Raven rest first and go to Star Labs alone. But for some reason, Bernadette, the youngest of the three, suddenly woke up and heard Kai talking about the Flash. As a result, it was as if a switch was touched, and she became very excited and clamored to see the Flash. Kai looked at Raven. Raven also explained speechlessly, Bernadette, nickname, had met the Flash before, and the Flash helped her, so she became a fan of the Flash. It turned out that the family went shopping that day, and Bernadette fell asleep, so she was left at home. Everyone thought that they would be back soon, so they didn't think there was a problem. But as soon as they left, the little guy woke up. She was a little scared when her family was not at home. She had been abandoned before, so she had a psychological shadow on such a situation. She was afraid of being alone, afraid that her sister and mother would abandon her again. So she planned to go find them. As a result, when the family went out, they were afraid of accidents, so they locked the door. The environment they lived in was not very good, so it was normal to be careful. Because of Raven's education, Bernadette did not dare to use her ability to blow open the door, so she made a bad choice. She planned to flip down from the 3rd floor, and there was a fire escape outside the window. Then something happened. She fell down. The Flash happened to pass by and hugged her at the critical moment, so there was no accident. The Flash naturally asked her why a little kid would climb through the window. Bernardo honestly said that she was going to look for her mother and sister. She was scared to be alone. Barry was a good man in every sense. In order to take care of a child who is afraid to be alone at home, he stayed with her and made her happy. The Flash didn't disappear until Raven and the others came back. From then on, Bernardo became a loyal fan of the Flash. Kai looked at the little guy who was looking at him excitedly in silence. Don't you know that your previous action of robbing the prison van was something only bad guys would do? And you, a little bad guy, are actually a fan of superheroes. Bernardo suddenly woke up. Yes, I'm a bad guy. Then he broke down instantly and burst into tears. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.